Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem? Part 17. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Yuyu's arms hung limp, her skin torn and bleeding profusely, exposing muscles and tendons. The room was frozen in horror, eyes fixed on the gruesome sight. What happened? Nejire whispered, tears welling up. All Might's expression was grim. It's the recoil of young Midoriya's quirk. Aizawa's voice was laced with urgency. Explain, All Might. His quirk is a force unlike any other, All Might began, a maelstrom of power that rivals my own. The green electricity surrounding him is just a glimpse of its true potential. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. That doesn't explain her condition. Forearm's voice was grim. An unprepared body will have its limbs explode, or at the very least, suffer broken bones. Aizawa's face paled. The bone breaking. Ghostfreak spoke up, his voice low. He had to train for 10 grueling months just to use a fraction of that power, around 5%. All Might's expression was somber. That's why young Midoriya was declared quirkless. His body couldn't handle the extreme power of his own quirk, so it remained dormant. Mirio's voice was barely above a whisper, so the user wouldn't end up killing himself. Bakugo's anger boiled over. You seem to know a lot about Deku's quirk, All Might. How are you so familiar with it? All Might's words dropped like a bombshell, because it's the same as my own. The room erupted into shocked whispers, eyes darting between All Might and Midoriya. The tension was palpable, the air thick with unspoken questions. Forearms glanced to All Might, an unspoken word. Go with it. Bakugo's face twisted in rage. Wait, you both have the same quirk? That's absolute bullshit. All Might's calm response only fueled Bakugo's fury. It's not uncommon for people to have similar quirks. Take young Kirishima and young Tetsu. The room fell silent, eyes wide with shock. Aizawa's gaze snapped to Yuyu, his erasure quirk glowing intense red in the darkness. Keep your eyes on her, Aizawa, All Might instructed. Yuyu's laughter sent chills down their spines. Why interrupt the entertainment? I was relishing the thought of watching your precious students get torn apart, piece by piece. Aizawa's voice was venomous. You damn monster. You take enjoyment in causing that poor girl so much pain. Nejire's anger boiled over. Let go of Yuyu, you monster. She shot towards Yuyu, a spiral energy trail blazing behind her. But as she approached, Yuyu's body moved with an unnatural grace, her arms twisted at grotesque angles. Nejire skidded to a stop, her eyes fixed on Yuyu's mangled limbs. Yuyu backflipped, landing a kick on Nejire's face. Pathetic. You can't even land a hit on a helpless girl like me. Nejire's glare could have frozen fire, her teeth gritted in anger, fists clenched. Yuyu taunted, moving her already twisted arms, causing everyone to wince in sympathy with the girl's pain. Bakugo charged, explosions echoing through the air, ready to blast Yuyu. Nejire intercepted him midair, her spiral attack blasting him back. No, don't hurt her, Nejire shouted. Mina's voice echoed her outrage. Are you fucking crazy? Look at that girl. And you were going to use an explosion on her? Bakugo sneered. If she weren't so weak, she wouldn't have been possessed. Forearms countered. We can't attack without injuring her. Our only option is to get him to leave her body. Amajiki chimed in. But how do we do that? He's enjoying the fact that we can't hurt him without hurting Yuyu. As the teachers tried to restrain Yuyu, Ghostfreak dodged their attacks with ease. Yuyu's severely injured arms, barely attached to her body by tattered tissues and muscles, flailed wildly as she dodged the restraints with unnatural agility. Her eyes gleamed with an unsettling hunger, fixed on Izuku with an unnerving intensity. Yuyu taunted them. I can use this body freely. It's just a disposable puppet. Her voice sent shivers down their spines. Forearms decided. We'll give him what he wants. Tenya, get ready to take Yuyu to Recovery Girl. He whistled, cutting through the chaos, and shouted, Oi, Ghostfreak. Yuyu's gaze snapped towards Forearms, her eyes burning with an otherworldly craving. Oh, Izuku. She whispered, her voice dripping with an unsettling eagerness. 4 arms touched the Omnitrix dial and transformed back into Izuku, stunning everyone. Itsuka shouted in alarm, "Izuku, what are you doing?" Suyu pleaded, "Izuku, transform so he doesn't possess you." But Izuku ignored their warnings, ready to face Ghostfreak head-on. "You want me? Come and get me," Izuku taunted, one for all surging through him as he blasted off. Ghostfreak burst forth from the upperclassman's body, which crumpled to the ground like a ragdoll. Her eyes snapped open, and she was met with a wave of agony as her mangled arms throbbed in excruciating pain. She let out a blood-curdling scream, "Ah!" as her body contorted in anguish. Tenya rushed to her side in a flash, his incredible speed allowing him to cover the distance in the blink of an eye. "Senpai, hang on, I've got you." He gently scooped her up, trying to minimize her pain as he lifted her. "I'm taking you to recovery, girl, just hold on," he shouted, before accelerating away at incredible velocity, leaving behind a whirlwind of dust and debris as he sped towards the safety of the infirmary. Meanwhile, Ghostfreak's eerie wail echoed through the air as he gave chase, his purple electricity crackling with malevolent energy as he pursued Izuku across the school grounds. The rest soon chased the spectral villain. From the depths of Legerdemain, Ghostfreak chanted, unleashing a torrent of purple electricity that crackled with malevolent energy. Aizawa sprang into action, his capture scarf glowing a faint green as he attempted to bind the alien with a swift and precise strike. However, Ghostfreak's scythe materialized in a flash of dark energy, its powerful slash tearing through the air with a deafening roar, sending students flying like ragdolls. The alien's speed was incredible, and he hurtled towards Izuku with deadly precision, his scythe leaving a trail of distorted air in its wake. Ochako struggled to her feet, her eyes wide with panic. "Oh no, Dekiru." The pros and Big Three quickly regained their footing, giving chase. Nejire propelled herself forward with her spiral energy, trying to keep up with Ghostfreak's incredible speed. Mirio and Imajiki followed close behind, their faces set with determination. Aizawa swung his capture scarf with lightning-fast speed and precision, aiming to entangle Ghostfreak. Snipe fired explosive bullets from a distance, each shot deadly and accurate, but Ghostfreak dodged with ease, his movements a blur. All Might, the symbol of peace, surged forward with his incredible speed, his massive frame and intense presence commanding attention. He closed the distance between himself and Ghostfreak in an instant, his voice ringing out. "You're not leaving my sight." However, Ghostfreak turned intangible, All Might's attack passing through him like air, the shockwave generating a powerful wind pressure that forced some students to shield their eyes. Ghostfreak hissed, his eyes fixed on All Might, "Pest." Ghostfreak outstretched his arm, and Izuku, who was leaping through the grounds of Ua, suddenly stopped in his tracks. With his other hand, Ghostfreak aimed at the General Course dormitories, also known as the Heights Alliance. The buildings, with their distinctive white and brown exterior, stood tall and proud, but now they were at the mercy of the alien's power. In an instant, the entire building was ripped from the ground, hovering in the air as if defying gravity. The students within the building panicked, screaming and crying out in terror. The once peaceful courtyard was now a scene of utter chaos. Kanoko dropped to her knees, her eyes wide with horror as she gazed upon Ghostfreak's sheer power. Sato's face contorted in fear, his eyes fixed on the floating building. Koda took a step back, his mind struggling to comprehend the scale of destruction before him. The students of the Heights Alliance were trapped, suspended in midair, as Ghostfreak's malevolent energy held the building captive. The park benches and towers stood useless, a stark contrast to the destruction unfolding before them. The entrance, once a welcoming pathway, now seemed like a distant memory, as the building hung precariously in the air, at the mercy of Ghostfreak's whims. A moment of eerie silence fell over the scene, punctuated only by the terrified screams of the teenagers trapped within the floating dormitory. Ghostfreak's sinister smile grew wider as he launched the building towards Class 1A and 1B, where the pros and students stood frozen in shock. The dormitory, now a projectile of destruction, hurtled through the air with incredible force, its structure creaking and groaning as it began to tear apart at the seams. Windows shattered, walls cracked, and debris flew off in all directions as the building's speed caused it to slowly disintegrate. All Might burst into action, his incredible velocity allowing him to move at blurring speeds. He zigzagged through the debris-filled air, dodging flying wreckage with ease, as he sprinted towards the doomed building. In the blink of an eye, he reached the dormitory and began plucking students from its crumbling interior, his movements a whirlwind of speed and precision. With each passing second, the building's destruction accelerated, its walls collapsing, and its floors buckling. Yet, All Might moved faster still, his massive frame a blur as he rescued student after student, his actions a testament to his unwavering dedication to protection. As the building finally crashed to the ground, sending up a massive cloud of dust and debris, All Might stood tall, his chest heaving with exertion, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. He had saved every last student, his speed and strength proving more than a match for Ghostfreak's destructive power. "Damn it, I am getting weaker," All Might said in frustration as steam began to course of him. "Damn it." "Izuku, no," Ochako screamed, her eyes wide with terror as she watched him struggle against an unseen force. Itsuka, Momo, and Yui rushed to his side, trying to reach out to him. "Izuku," the girls chorused, their voices laced with desperation. "Midoriya," the boys shouted, racing towards him with concern etched on their faces. Tsuyu's eyes locked onto Izuku, her expression a mask of worry. She took a step forward, her hands instinctively reaching out to him as if she could physically pull him to safety. Abara's face paled, her eyes fixed on Izuku with a mix of fear and longing. She seemed frozen in place, unable to move or look away. Ochako's gaze never left Izuku's face, her eyes brimming with tears. She seemed to be willing him to break free, her voice cracking with emotion as she screamed his name again and again. Ghostfreak sneered at Izuku, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. "We'll be together again, Izuku." Izuku struggled against the unseen force holding him, his eyes darting behind him, not ready for that kind of commitment. Ghostfreak chuckled, a cold, mirthless sound. "You should have used your final moments to bid farewell to your beloveds, not exchange witty banter with me." Izuku's grip on the invisible object behind him tightened, his eyes flashing with determination. "Not gonna happen, you Halloween reject." Ghostfreak launched himself at Izuku, his dark energy swirling around him. "Your heroics end here, Izuku." The students watched in horror, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before them. Ochako screamed, Momo and Itsuka chorused in despair. Izuku's hand finally closed around the hilt he had been desperately reaching for. With a surge of adrenaline, he pressed the ignition button, and a brilliant green lightsaber blade sprang to life. With a swift, precise motion, Izuku sent a slashing blow towards Ghostfreak. Ghostfreak widened as the bright emerald blade sliced through his face, a sizzling burning herd as smoke beloved from his face. Ghostfreak's eyes went wide with terror as the radiant emerald blade tore through his face, unleashing a searing, crackling sound that harmonized with the acrid smoke erupting from his smoldering flesh. "Ah!" Ghostfreak screamed, his voice like a tortured wail, as he felt the searing pain of the lightsaber's cauterizing burn. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat, echoing through the air, as his body recoiled in agony. The students watched in awe, their eyes fixed on the spectacular display of light and energy. Abara, Tsuyu and Ochako's eyes shone with tears of relief. Momo and Itsuka breathed a sigh of relief. Ghostfreak, still reeling from the lightsaber's cauterizing burn, released his grip on Izuku, sending the boy plummeting towards the ground. But Izuku didn't falter. With a swift motion, he activated the Omnitrix, and a blinding green flash enveloped him. "Echo, Echo!" The Omnitrix's voice boomed as Echo Echo burst forth from the flash, accompanied by 10 identical clones. In perfect sync, the Echo Echoes unleashed a devastating power sonic blast, a cacophony of sound waves that launched Ghostfreak backward like a rag doll. The ghostly alien clutched his ears, screaming in agony as the sonic assault ravaged his sensitive hearing. Meanwhile, the students sprang into action. Nejire swooped down, grabbing an Echo Echo in a bridal-style catch, while Ochako floated down, cradling another Echo Echo in her arms. Tsuyu snatched up another, her face inches from the blushing Echo Echoes as she pressed him against her chest. Abara's vines erupted from the ground, allowing the remaining Echo Echoes to slide down safely. "Izuku, how come every time I see you something crazy happens?" Nejire said to the Echo Echo currently in her arms. Well, honestly, I have no clue," the Echo Echo said. "It's just I'm lucky, I guess," another Echo Echo said, who was with Ochako. Izuku looked at the lightsaber in awe admiration as he flashed back to a few hours ago. So, is the part where we say may the force be with you? Kaminari snickered a little. Ha ha. Izuku laughed sarcastically. Flashback. Izuku rushed towards the support course alongside Momo. Izuku, where are we going? Momo said, her face flushed red as Izuku was still holding her hand. I've got a plan, though we're gonna need 2 people, Izuku said as he let go of her hand and began to dial a number on his phone. Momo felt the absence of his hand. She had to shake her off her blush as the phone rang. Hey, Melissa, Izuku said over the phone. Izuku. Melissa yawned over the phone. What time is it? Well, I'm not sure considering you're on a moving island. Do you mind helping me? It's kinda important, Izuku said. Sure, let me get myself a cup of coffee, the girls said over the phone. We're getting the assistance of Melissa. Momo asked. Twinge of envy crept into her. Yeah, and well, one more person. And as if the universe was on cue, his danger sense went off. He pulled Momo aside as an explosion occurred and a girl with pink dreadlocks flew out. Oh, hey Midoriya, May said from the ground covered in oil, soot and dirt. Momo's eye twitched in annoyance. Oh, hey Midoriya, May said, scratching behind and giving a bright smile. A few minutes later Melissa was on a laptop. So you want us to help you make light-based weaponry? Melissa and May asked in confusion. Flashback over. As Echo ignited and extinguished the blade, Izuku thought gratefully, thanks, Melissa, May, and Momo, I owe you 3 a lot. With most of Class A and B busy tending to the injured general course students, Aizawa, Midnight, and All Might couldn't help but stare at the unusual weapon. Is that a lightsaber? They wondered in unison. Izuku looked sheepish. I figured if Ghostfreak got close, a blade would come in handy. Todoroki's eyes widened in awe, thinking, an actual lightsaber. Cool. Meanwhile, Ghostfreak shot Izuku a hateful glare as his wound began to heal, smoke billowing off his regenerating skin. Ghostfreak hovered over them, making sure he caught everyone's attention as everyone looked at the ghostly alien in fear and anger. Ghostfreak hovered, making sure he caught everyone's attention, as everyone looked at the ghostly alien in fear and anger. Very resourceful, Izuku. But it won't be enough, Ghostfreak sneered, his murderous bloodlust palpable. Bakugo shouted, if you think we're going to let you get away with this, you're dead wrong. Explosions at the ready, he cracked his knuckles in anticipation. Momo created flashbangs, each one bursting with intense light and sound. Nejire's energy spiral began to spiral over her arms, its power building to a crescendo. The Echo clones took a fighting stance, their synchronized movements a blur of speed and agility. Todoroki's left side lit up with fierce determination. We know your weakness, and if you control someone, we'll just beat them up with our teacher's quirk effect, you'll essentially be fighting quirkless. Bakugo declared with a sadistic smile. Surrender. You can't hope to fight all of us. Mirio shouted, his voice ringing out across the battlefield. Ghostfreak let out a sickening chuckle, his one purple eye seeming to glow with malevolent intent. In my realm, I am revered as a deity. I have ravaged worlds and unleashed eternal darkness. Your futile attempts to stop me are amusing. Now, it's time for me to reduce this world to ashes. With his scythe, he sent a powerful slash that created a massive wind pressure, the dust kicked up blocking the vision of all the students. Bakugo was seen blasting through the massive dust cloud where Ghostfreak had been, only to find he was gone. He launched himself back down, sending a powerful explosion and clearing up the dust cloud. Echo's eyes darted frantically around the battlefield as Ghostfreak's maniacal chuckle echoed through the air. Crap, he's invisible, everyone be on guard, he could attack from anywhere. Echo yelled, his voice laced with urgency. Todoroki's gaze locked onto Echo, his voice firm. Midoriya, any other weaknesses this form has that we should know about? Echo's brow furrowed in concentration. Besides the fact he can't stand sunlight and is vulnerable to sonic attacks, the only way we can hurt him is if another person with the ability to go through objects hits him. Nejire, Tamaki, and Mirio exchanged determined glances, Mirio's face set in a visible smirk. But their moment of resolve was shattered as Aizawa's pained scream tore through the air. Aizawa's body jerked violently as Ghostfreak's scythe burst forth from his abdomen, its blade smeared with crimson. Blood spurted from the wound, splattering the ground beneath him. Aizawa's eyes widened in agony as he was lifted off the ground, the scythe twisting deeper into his flesh. He, you're quite annoying, especially that quirk of yours, you are ruining my fun, Ghostfreak taunted, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. Aizawa's face contorted in excruciating pain as his students charged to attack, but an invisible force stopped them in their tracks, sending them flying like ragdolls. All Might, however, remained unaffected, his expression one of frustration and anger. From behind the spot where Ghostfreak had been viciously stabbing Aizawa, Mirio erupted from the ground like a human rocket, his fist raised high in a mighty roar. Power, he bellowed, bringing his fist down on Ghostfreak with a sickening, bone-crunching impact. The alien's head snapped back, his eyes wide with shock, as he stumbled backward, his face a twisted mask of agony. Lemillion smiled, his fist still clenched in triumph, as Ghostfreak stumbled, clutching his head, his eyes blazing with fury. Annoying, he snarled, his voice dripping with malevolence. With a twisted grin, Ghostfreak yanked his scythe free from Aizawa's abdomen, sending the teacher crashing to the ground, his blood-soaked shirt clinging to his torso. Aizawa's body jerked violently, as blood gushed from the wound, pooling around his twitching body like a crimson lake. Miro rushed to Aizawa's side, his face pale with concern, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm fine. Cough. Damn it, Miro, don't let your guard down. The next #1 hero can't be complacent. Ghostfreak's scythe sliced through the air, mere inches from Miro's face, its blade smeared with Aizawa's blood. Miro phased into the ground, avoiding the attack by mere milliseconds, as Ghostfreak's eyes narrowed, his annoyance palpable. I've had enough, he snarled, before vanishing into thin air. Crap, he's doing his disappearing act. Miro exclaimed, reappearing beside Echo and Amijiki, his face grim with concern. Echo's eyes locked onto Aizawa's prone form, his expression grim. We have to make sure he doesn't take down Aizawa. I'm sure he'll be targeting him so he can use my quirk freely within your bodies. Kaminari gulped, his eyes wide with fear, as he gazed at Aizawa's mangled form. Why yeah, and I don't want my arms to end up like that, all mangled and bloody. Echo's expression was grim. Your arms will probably blow off, you don't work out as much. Kaminari's face fell, but he steeled himself for the battle ahead, his heart racing with fear. Momo's voice pierced the air, let me go. She shouted, her body straining against an invisible force. Everyone turned to her, alarm etched on their faces. Echo's eyes widened in horror as Momo struggled, her body slowly sinking into the ground. Izuku, she shouted, reaching out a desperate hand. Echo blasted towards her, phasing through the ground, but his hands passed through hers like air. Momo's eyes pleaded with him, her face contorted in fear. Echo's breathing turned ragged, panic etched on his face. If he uses one for all using her body. The thought trailed off, unspeakable scenarios racing through his mind. And no, I can't lose her, he whispered, his voice cracking. Ochako's heart skipped a beat, a pang of jealousy stabbing her chest. Why was Echo so desperate to save Momo? She quickly pushed the thought aside, focusing on the urgency of the situation. Tsuyu's eyes fluttered, her face pale. She felt a pang in her chest, but shook her head, clearing the thoughts. This wasn't the time. Abara's gaze dropped, her eyes hiding a flicker of emotion. She took a deep breath, steeling herself. Nejire's face set in determination, but her eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. She pushed the feeling aside, focusing on the task at hand. Jiro's eyes clouded, her mind racing. She felt a pang of something, but quickly shook it off. They had to save Momo. Jiro approached Echo, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Echo turned to her, concern etched on his face. Don't worry, Green will find her, Jiro said softly. But, if he uses my quirk, she might. Echo's voice trailed off, fear creeping into his eyes. Then let's find her before he does. Setsuna exclaimed, floating over to them with a grin. That girl is tough. Some Halloween reject isn't going to get the best of her. Aizawa's voice cut through the conversation, firm and commanding. All right, everyone, split up and search the area. If you find the villain, make sure you contact us as quickly as possible. We need to stay one step ahead. The group nodded, Determination etched on their faces as they fanned out to begin their search. Howdy, partners. Those with sensory quirks or tracking skills, take the lead. And remember, no one rides alone. Grab a couple of pals to watch your back, Snipe drawled, his cowboy hat tipped back on his head. Just then, the Omnitrix beeped, and the echoes merged into one. A bright red flash erupted, and Izuku Midoriya stood before them, the Omnitrix glowing crimson on his wrist. He looked down at it, concern etched on his face. Ah, no. He twisted the dial, trying to switch to an alien form, but it remained stuck in the red. Kyoka placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Hey, don't worry, save your energy for later. Just use me to track her down. Izuku gave a small, strained smile. Why yeah, let's go. Tokiyami nodded, his eyes serious. I'll come along, you two will need backup. Nejire bounced up, enthusiasm radiating from her. Izuku, let me come along. I can offer defense and offense. Izuku smiled, and Nejire's eyes sparkled. He had a small realization, his cheeks flushing slightly. When did she start calling me by my first name? Meanwhile, the other girls exchanged glances, their body language betraying their suppressed feelings for Izuku. Abara looked away, her vines twitching with agitation. Tsuyu's eyes clouded, her usual calm demeanor ruffled. Ochako's gaze dropped, her cheeks flushing as she fiddled with her fingers. Toru's eyes narrowed, her arms crossing over her chest as if to shield herself. I need to keep my distance from Midoriya, Abara thought, her eyes narrowing as she joined forces with Itsuka, Setsuna, and Shishida. Can't let my focus waver. Tsuyu turned to Ochako, her voice practical. We should team up with Shoji, he can track down Yaoyorozu. Ochako nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Sure, bye, Dekiru. She raised a hand in a small wave before stopping abruptly. Memories of Ghostfreak's attack flooded her mind. The terror she felt when he almost possessed Dekiru's body, the helplessness. Her gaze drifted back, watching as Dekiru disappeared into the distance, jogging away. Ochako's resolve crumbled. On second thought, Sue, you go ahead. Someone needs to make sure Dekiru's safe. What if Ghostfreak tries again? She spun around, dashing towards Jiro and Izuku with a determined look. Tsuyu's eyes widened before she croaked at Ribbit. She said. She glanced at Izuku before quickly shaking it off and joining Shoji to continue their search. Ochako caught up to Izuku's group, her breathing slightly ragged. Mind if I join you too? She asked, her eyes locked on Izuku's back, her concern for Dekiru still evident. Sure, Izuku said. Midnight's voice was low and urgent as she whispered to All Might, take a break. You're already pushing past your time limit. All Might's response was strained, his voice gritted through a groan. I'm fine. Midnight's expression was insistent, her eyes filled with concern. Take a break, just long enough to recharge. Something tells me this is going to be a long night, and we'll need you at full strength. All Might's determination was evident, but his body betrayed his exhaustion. He nodded, finally acknowledging his limits. Watch me leave like a normal person, he declared, before disappearing in a gust of wind, his departure more subdued than his usual dramatic flair. Kyoka's voice was laced with teasing concern. I think he's losing his material, she said with a chuckle, eyeing the spot where All Might had vanished. Aizawa marched alongside Vlad King, flanked by a group of students including Bakugo, Miro, Kirishima, Testutetsu, and Todoroki, as they embarked on a search for Momo. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Deku's hiding something, he growled. Kirishima asked, what do you mean? Bakugo's tone turned venomous. You believe that quirk-killing story. How could a quirk be deadly? First, that watch, now this. He's hiding something. Testutetsu chimed in, actually, it makes sense. Remember the sports festival. The group recalled Midoriya's intense battles, including his fight with Todoroki and breaking his fingers in Capture the Flag. Kirishima added, and have you seen him in the locker room? He's totally ripped. That kind of dedication isn't for nothing. Bakugo's anger boiled over. You think that's normal? A quirk should adapt to your body. I don't blow my hands off when I use an explosion. Todoroki's gaze drifted off, lost in thought. He saw parallels between Midoriya's situation and his own brother's struggles. A somber expression crossed his face. I had a brother, Todoroki began, his voice laced with a hint of warning. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Todoroki continued, he had a quirk that wasn't suited for his body, flames that burned hotter than endeavors, despite having my mother's cold-resistant physiology. It was a dangerous combination, one that my father's flames made even more volatile. The group listened in shock as Todoroki revealed the tragic truth. Each time he used his quirk, his body suffered severe burns. My father was forced to withhold training, knowing it would only lead to his death. Bakugo's expression twisted, his eyes narrowing. Todoroki's words struck a chord. It's a harsh reality, but not all of us are born with quirks that complement our bodies. Some are cursed with abilities that only bring suffering, a constant reminder that life isn't always fair. Bakugo scoffed, his mind reeling. He didn't know what pissed him off more, the fact that Todoroki's word made sense or that Deku actually had a fucked up quirk and hadn't been fucking with him all these years. Hiroshima asked Todoroki, so what happened to your brother? But Todoroki remained silent. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the air, and the group turned to face the newcomer. Momo's eyes had turned black with purple pupils, and a twisted smile spread across her face. She charged forward with a feral intensity, and Bakugo exploded into action. Guess he took over her body, that bastard. Bakugo snarled, but Momo pulled out a bomb-like device. It exploded, releasing a white powder that engulfed Bakugo. His explosion stopped working, and he was violently slammed to the ground, his body bouncing off the earth. A vicious punch connected with his face, sending his head snapping back with a sickening crunch. Miro burst forth from the ground, but Momo was ready. She unleashed a spray-like device that doused Miro, who was visibly confused. The heck? He had tried to use his quirk to phase through the liquid, but it now stuck to him like glue. Momo created a gauntlet-like device and delivered a crushing blow, her fist connecting with a loud thud. Miro's body went flying back, his frame crashing into the earth with a tremendous impact. Momo's twisted smile remained as she said, "Oh, look at you, Miro. So shocked that your little trick didn't work. You're not even original, you know that. I've seen countless others with intangible abilities or permeation just like yours." Miro coughed, clutching his chest in pain. He naturalized my permeation. How? Who the heck is this guy? Miro thought, wiping some blood. Bakugo tried to use his explosions again, his anger only grew before he spoke. What the fuck did you do to me? He bellowed. Momo's condescending tone dripped with malice. Oh, poor Bakugo, you're so helpless without your little explosions. I created a product that absorbs and neutralizes the nitroglycerin in your sweat. You're essentially a toddler throwing a tantrum now. With that, she delivered a vicious kick to Bakugo's mouth, her foot connecting with a loud smack. She twirled and kicked him again, her foot slamming into his head with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. Momo sneered at Bakugo's helpless form. Sorry, can't help but kick a pup when he's down. She shrugged, before charging forward with a fierce intensity, her eyes fixed on Aizawa. Hiroshima and Testutetsu tried to intervene, but Momo was too quick. She unleashed a devastating combination of punches from her gauntlet, each blow landing with precision and force. Hiroshima crashed to the ground, his body battered and bruised. Testutetsu fared no better, his eyes widening in shock as Momo's fist connected with a sickening crunch. Todoroki ignited his left side, flames erupting in a desperate bid to counter Momo's attack. But Momo just smiled, her eyes glinting with malice. She threw a small device at Todoroki, which beeped before exploding in a blast of smoke. The force of the explosion sent Todoroki flying across the clearing, his flames extinguished by the sheer impact. When the smoke cleared, Todoroki's left side was covered in a thick, gray substance that seemed to be sucking the life out of him. The substance, Flamebane, was slowly spreading, creeping up Todoroki's neck and face like a suffocating shroud. Todoroki's breathing grew labored, his chest heaving as he struggled to draw air. The Flamebane was absorbing the oxygen around him, leaving him gasping for breath. Can't breathe, he wheezed, his voice strained and desperate. Momo's smile grew wider, her eyes gleaming with triumph. The Flamebane is quite effective, isn't it? You'll soon be unable to move or escape. And as for breathing, You won't be doing much of that either. Before the capture scarf shot towards Momo with incredible speed, but she dodged it with a hair's breadth to spare, her twisted smile never wavering. I wouldn't gloat if I were you. Aizawa taunted, his eyes glowing red as he kept his gaze fixed on her. Vlad King charged forward, his face twisted in a snarl, and ejected a wave of blood from his body to ensnare Momo. But she remained unfazed, her confident, sadistic grin still plastered on her face. With a swift motion, she pulled out a small device and pressed a button, releasing a high-frequency sonic wave that shattered Vlad's control over his blood. The blood hovering in the air began to falter, losing its cohesion and splattering to the ground like a hail of razor-sharp needles. Vlad's eyes widened in agony as he struggled to recall his blood, but the device was too powerful. In his moment of vulnerability, Momo seized the opportunity. She closed the distance between them in an instant, her fist cocked back and her gauntlet glowing with electricity. Vlad tried to defend himself, but Momo's fist connected with a loud crackle, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. His muscles locked up, his nerves screaming in agony, as he flew across the battlefield like a ragdoll. He slammed into the wall with a bone-crunching thud, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. His body slid to the ground, leaving him dazed, battered, and reeling in pain. Momo chuckled, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Ha ha, Izuku, that boy is one clever boy, isn't he? Aizawa's glare intensified, his eyes blazing with anger. You're lying. Midoriya would never come up with something that endangers his classmates. Momo's grin only grew wider. No matter how pure the heart, everyone has that one dark thought, that one twisted idea that they dare not speak aloud, the one that could hurt someone, or change everything, a shadowy corner where malicious thoughts lurk, waiting. Her words hung in the air, dripping with malice, as Aizawa's face twisted in a mixture of rage and disbelief. The fallen heroes lay around them, a testament to Momo's cunning and ruthlessness. Momo continued, her voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. And oh boy, his ideas are fun. I mean, with that boy's vast ideas of quirks on how to improve that analytical mind, couldn't help but create these nifty countermeasures. Momo's eyes gleamed with maniacal intensity as she gazed at Aizawa. Hee hee, ah-ha-ha, now, let's take care of that annoying quirk of yours. Aizawa's eyes widened in alarm. With a swift motion, Momo pulled out a canister from behind her back and sprayed its contents directly at Aizawa's face. A gas-like substance sprayed across his face, burning his eyes and lungs. Momo followed up with a devastating backflip kick, her foot connecting with Aizawa's chest and sending him crashing to the ground. Let go of her, Nejire shouted. As Momo landed, she turned to face Nejire, her smile growing even wider. Oh, why, I thought you'd be thrilled. You can have Izuku all to yourself. Hee hee, but I think this one's love is far stronger than yours. Her words dripped with malice, and Nejire's face contorted in rage. Nejire's cheeks suddenly flushed with a deep blush as she processed Momo's twisted words. With a fierce cry, she tackled Momo to the ground, pinning her down. Get out of here, you villain. Momo's smile never wavered. But none of you girls will have Izuku, she continued, her voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. He will be all mine. Her words hung in the air, a chilling promise that sent shivers down Nejire's spine. Nejire's face twisted in a fierce scowl as the others arrived, but her attention was quickly diverted by Aizawa's blood-curdling scream. Ah, he wailed, clutching his eyes shut in agony. Momo's voice was laced with sadistic pleasure. Oh, it's kicking in. Nejire's anger boiled over, and she slammed Momo to the ground, gripping her V-neck tightly. What did you do to him? She demanded. Momo's smile never wavered. Well, I created a little chemical mixture. When sprayed on someone, it reacts with air particles to ignite their eyes, literally. So, keep those peepers shut tight, Eraserhead, unless you want them to combust into flames. Aizawa's pained screams continued to echo through the air, making Momo's words all the more chilling. Everyone widened their eyes in horror as they recalled Yuyu's charred body, a terrifying realization dawning on them. Which means, they trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Momo's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly intensity as she spoke, I can use one for all. Suddenly, purple electricity crackled over her body, and Nejire felt Momo's strength surge. With a swift and unexpected movement, Momo threw Nejire off, sending her flying across the ground. Momo rose to her feet, her body crackling with malevolent purple electricity as a sadistic grin spread across her face. Izuku stood across from her, his eyes fixed intently on hers, his expression etched with concern. If he uses even a small percentage of One for All, he could seriously damage Momo's body, Izuku thought, his hand slowly reaching for the Omnitrix. Momo's grin grew wider as she taunted, hee hee. Let's have some fun before the climax, shall we? With a sudden burst of energy, Ghostfreak ejected himself from Momo's body. Izuku swiftly activated One for All, summoning the full cowl, and ignited his emerald lightsaber. He made a swift swing at Ghostfreak, who sneered as he dodged the blade with ease. As Ghostfreak escaped, Izuku's attention turned to Momo, who stumbled backwards, her eyes widening in pain. Izuku quickly closed the distance between them, catching her in his arms as she strained to speak. Izuku. My body hurts. Feels like. Momo's voice trailed off, her face contorted in pain. Like your body could break at any moment, or like every bone in your body is about to shatter. Izuku finished, his voice laced with concern. Momo nodded weakly, her eyes welling up with tears. Izuku's grip on her tightened as he whispered, try not to move, it will hurt for a while. Momo nodded again, her body trembling in Izuku's arms as she struggled to endure the agony coursing through her veins. Tisk, tisk Izuku, I wouldn't worry about her, Ghostfreak sneered, his eyes glinting with malevolence as he shot towards Tsuyu like a dark comet. She barely had time to widen her eyes before Shoji tackled her out of the way, and Ghostfreak invaded his body like a spectral serpent. Shoji's form convulsed, his eyes turning black as coal, with purple pupils glowing like embers from the underworld. Cracks spider webbed across his irises as his body thrummed with electricity sparks flying off his skin like fireflies. Ah, not my first choice, but this vessel will suffice, Ghostfreak hissed, his voice like a live wire. With a raised fist, he charged at Monoma, his movements a blur of speed and power. Midnight tried to defend herself, but Ghostfreak was too fast, his fist connecting with her gut like a sledgehammer. She doubled over, gasping for air, as Ghostfreak spun around, his forearms swinging in wide arcs. With a cackle, Ghostfreak slammed his forearms onto the ground, unleashing a seismic shockwave that sent the students flying across the landscape like ragdolls tossed by a titan. They soared through the air, their screams echoing through the sky, before crashing into the earth with bone-jarring force. The ground shuddered beneath their impact, sending tremors through the terrain as they struggled to pick themselves up. Ghostfreak created an ear and eye from his tentacle, his gaze locking onto his target. Ah, so that's where she is. With a burst of purple electricity, he bolted forward, his body blurring as he accelerated to incredible velocities. Izuku, still holding Momo, swiftly set her down and activated full cowl, emerald lightning streaks crackling across his body as he shot forward like a bullet. Bakugo, covered in a powder-like substance, managed to shake it off and exploded into a sprint, his fists propelling him forward. Shoto, however, was stuck to the ground due to the sticky substance, but quickly froze it and broke free, and created an ice trail chasing after the others. Tsuyu sprinted after the trio, her long legs devouring the distance as she swumg on her tongue. Momo, still shaky, struggled to her feet, her determination driving her forward despite her frailty. Wait, Momo, are you okay? G. Green said you'd have to. Kyoka trailed off, concern etched on her face. Momo's response was laced with grit. I know, Kyoka, but I can't sit idly by when my friend is being targeted. Her body protested with aches and pains, and she fell to one knee, her voice laced with frustration. Damn it, my body feels like it could break at any moment. Izuku, is this what you deal with all the time? Her admiration for Izuku's endurance grew, even as her own body struggled to keep up. As she glowed with a soft light, schematics flashed onto her glasses. Kyoka, I can't move. You don't mind driving, do you? Shoji became a purple streak, racing across the campus before shattering through a window. He then sprinted down the hallways, swiftly pursued by Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo, Nejire, Pony, who had been using her horns to fly, and Tsuyu, swinging her tongue. "Where is he going?" Todoroki asked, his voice urgent. "I don't know, but we have to stop him," Izuku replied, his determination evident. "That bastard, I'm not going to let him get away." Bakugo growled, his anger palpable. "Agreed, he hurt Yuyu, he's going to pay," Nejire exclaimed, using her quirk to surge ahead, flying across the hallway at incredible speeds. Shoji then shoulder tackled the door, sending it crashing to the ground. With a triumphant smile, he faced Hero 13. "Ah, just what I was hoping for," Shoji said, a sly smile spreading across his face. Ghostfreak burst out of Shoji's body, and Hero 13's eyes widened in shock as the spectral entity hurtled towards her. Her body convulsed violently, shaking as if possessed by an unseen force. Shoji collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt like every muscle fiber, bone, and vein was stretched to the breaking point, containing something immensely powerful that threatened to destroy him from the inside out. Midoriya, this is what your quirk feels like. It hurts," Shoji stammered, his voice barely audible. Just then, the sound of footsteps and explosions echoed through the hallway. Nejire floated into view, a teasing glint in her eye, while Bakugo rocketed himself forward. "Izuku, you're too slow. We're going to have to work on your speed," Nejire said with a playful jab. "Why yeah, you're just awfully fast," Izuku replied, his eyes fixed on Shoji as he rushed to his side. "Shoji," Izuku exclaimed, concern etched on his face. Todoroki rushed to Shoji's side, concern etched on his face. "What happened? Are you okay?" he asked, helping the boy to his feet. "He's feeling the effects of my quirk," Izuku explained, his eyes fixed on Shoji. "He won't be able to move for a while." Bakugo's gaze scanned the area, his palms crackling with explosive energy. "Where the fuck is that Casper freak?" he growled, his anger simmering just below the surface. Shoji's shaky finger pointed towards 13, who slowly removed her astronaut-like helmet, revealing eyes that were black as coal with cracks etched into the edges and purple pupils glowing like embers. The group's eyes widened in unison, shocked by the eerie sight. 13's eyes gleamed with a mix of fascination and pity as she gazed at Izuku. "Ah, this one isn't a combatant due to fear of killing, it's such a shame." Purple electricity crackled around her fingertips, which began to glow with one for all. As she smiled, her fingers extended, and the air seemed to distort around them. Everyone watched in absolute horror as she pointed all her fingers, unleashing her quirk, Black Hole. Izuku reacted swiftly, activating the Omnitrix with a swift dialing motion. He slammed his hand down on the device, and a bright light enveloped him just as 13's black hole erupted into existence. The vortex's roar filled the air, threatening to consume everything in its path. Everyone in the teacher's lounge quickly felt the powerful succession of 13's quirk, a palpable surge of energy that seemed to shake the very air. In the same instant, a green flash erupted, illuminating the room. A black and blue blur, Fasttrack, shot through the chaos, grabbing two people and whisking them away to safety with incredible speed. The blur vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind a trail of destruction. With a deafening roar, 13's quirk began to suck everything in within its grasp. The lounge's windows shattered, their shards sucked into the void like deadly projectiles. The walls crumbled, their rubble consumed by the abyss. Screams echoed through the night, a chilling chorus of terror. The teacher's lounge was transformed into a scene of utter devastation, furniture and debris swirling into the black hole's vortex. The air was filled with the acrid scent of smoke and ozone, a noxious miasma that choked the lungs. Fasttrack's speed was a blur as he tore through the teacher's lounge, his full cowl glowing with intensity. In a heart-stopping instant, he grabbed Bakugo and Todoroki, smashing through a window with incredible force. He sprinted down the hallway, the wind whipping through his hair, and threw the two students to safety from a distance. Without hesitation, Fasttrack blasted back into the building, creating a sonic boom that shook the air. He grabbed Itsuka, Pony, and Tsuyu, his movements a whirlwind of speed and precision. The wind howled around him, debris stinging his eyes, as he placed them safely away from the black hole's grasp. As he ran back into the building, another sonic boom echoed through the halls. Fasttrack's speed was unrelenting, his focus solely on rescuing those still trapped. The world around him dissolved into chaos, the school's structure disintegrating into splintered wood and twisted metal. Fasttrack's breath came in ragged gasps as he pulled the remaining students to safety, his speed never faltering. He was a blue blur, a whirlwind of rescue, as the destruction raged on. The black hole's roar grew louder, its power consuming everything in its path. But Fasttrack outran it all, his speed a testament to his unwavering determination. Majestic silence fell over the scene, punctuated only by the sound of crumbling debris. Fasttrack stood among the students, his chest heaving with exhaustion, his heart pounding in his chest. They all gazed out in unison, their eyes fixed on the massive, gaping hole that now marred the school's structure. Awe, fear, and admiration reflected on every face as they took in the sheer scale of the destruction. The black hole's power had left a trail of devastation, a testament to its unbridled fury. The students and teachers couldn't help but stare at the wreckage, their minds struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what had just occurred. Fasttrack's ragged breathing was the only sound as he stood alongside his classmates, his eyes fixed on the destruction he had outrun. Incredulous whispers spread among the students as they gazed at Fasttrack, their eyes wide with awe. Juzo's voice trailed off. Holy shit, how did he? Kuriro's agreement was barely audible. Yeah, that was insane. Their attention shifted to the alien, who stood among them, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Sweat dripped from his brow, and his vision blurred. He swayed, struggling to maintain his balance. Monetta's voice was laced with disbelief. He outran 13's quirk. Quote. Midoriya. Abara's words hung in the air. That's not possible, Monoma said. Midoriya, how did you do that? Vlad King, Midnight, and Snipe exchanged impressed glances. Fasttrack coughed a bit before saying, I ran really fast, he said. Midnight thought, he managed to outrun 13's quirk while rescuing the students within the short time. Unbelievable. Miro's shock was palpable. Did he break the sound barrier? Multiple times. Amajiki nodded. Yeah, he did. Nejire's gaze was fixed on Fasttrack, her heart pounding faster. The alien's legs wobbled as he tried to stand, but he fell to his knees, exhausted. And never went that fast, he wheezed, expecting the Omnitrix to time out. A faint smile crossed his lips. Plus sighed, even if I'm tired. Omnitrix won't turn me back to human. Ochako's concern was evident as she approached him. Dekiru, are you okay? Fasttrack's voice was barely audible. Why yeah, I'm fine. Suyu's words were laced with worry. Take a break, we don't need you to overtax yourself. Mina's voice was soft. Midori, please rest. You're pushing yourself too hard. Itsuka's hands hovered over his shoulders. We're all safe thanks to you, Midoriya, you can rest now shroom. Kanoko's eyes shone with worry, Toru's brow furrowed, and the others gathered around him, their faces etched with concern. I can't. It's not over, Fasttrack gasped, his voice barely audible, as if the universe itself was echoing his sentiments. Suddenly, Ghostfreak's eerie, raspy voice resonated through the air. Oh, he's right about that. The group instinctively went on high alert, readying themselves for battle. Bakugo snarled, damn it, attacking us with our pants down. Nejire positioned herself protectively beside Fasttrack, who was on the verge of collapse. But before anyone could react, Ghostfreak's malevolent presence invaded Nejire's body. Her eyes turned an unnatural purple, with black irises and a wicked grin spread across her face. Hello, Izuku, she said, her voice now laced with malice, as she cocked her fist back, ready to strike. Yellow spiral energy swirled around her forearm, pulsating with immense power. Fasttrack, exhausted and vulnerable, tried to move, but his body betrayed him. With a powerful shockwave punch, Nejire struck Fasttrack's midsection, sending him flying high into the air. The force was so immense that it seemed to defy gravity, leaving everyone aghast as Fasttrack soared upward, his body a tiny speck in the distance. The punch's impact created a shockwave that rippled through the air, leaving a trail of distorted space behind Fasttrack's trajectory. The sound of the punch echoed through the surroundings. Fasttrack's fragile form hung suspended in midair, a helpless target, as the group watched in horror, frozen in shock. Izuku, Dekiru, Midoriya. The group shouted in unison, their voices laced with concern, as Fasttrack was flung violently into the air, his body a helpless projectile. Nejire, with a sadistic grin, propelled herself upward, her eyes fixed on her target. As she reached Fasttrack, she raised her arms, and purple electricity crackled around her body, imbuing her attack with devastating power. She slammed her hands down on Fasttrack's back, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. His back ribs cracked under the force, the sound echoing through the air. Nejire's hands, though slightly damaged, didn't deter her from unleashing her fury. She felt a slight crunch in her fingers, but her adrenaline-fueled assault continued unabated. As Fasttrack hurtled toward the ground, Bakugo launched himself into the air, his speed incredible. He caught Fasttrack, holding him in a tight grip, and unleashed a powerful explosion from his free hand. The blast wave engulfed Nejire, sending her flying backward. She covered herself, her eyes narrowing as she emerged from the explosion's aftermath. "You're annoying," Nejire sneered, her voice laced with venom, her eyes fixed on Bakugo. Though her hands throbbed with pain, her determination and anger drove her to continue the fight. A blinding green flash illuminated the smoke-filled air, followed by another intense flash, as Nejire unleashed her fury. Her forearms pulsed with yellow energy, gradually shifting to a deep purple, as she generated a colossal shockwave. The blast dispersed the thick smoke, revealing Diamondhead, his emerald eyes gleaming with intensity. With hands clasped together, Diamondhead formed a jagged crystal cone, bracing himself for the incoming attack. As Nejire's yellow spiraling shockwave approached, the crystal structure deflected the energy, sending it hurtling back towards Nejire. The shockwave engulfed her, sending her flying backward, her eyes widening in surprise. Bakugo seized the opportunity, exploding towards Nejire with a powerful blast. "You're not going to win this, ghost freak," he taunted. Nejire's face contorted in rage. "Don't call me that," she snarled, releasing a small shockwave throughout her body, propelling Bakugo back. However, he maintained his aerial position, his determination unwavering. Undeterred, Nejire rocketed towards Diamondhead, who was still plummeting through the air. Her speed and agility allowed her to close the distance. Nejire's maniacal laughter echoed through the air as she unleashed a devastating shockwave, amplified by One for All's power. Her sleeves ripped apart, revealing her arms broken and battered. Diamondhead, fearing for Nejire's safety, chose to absorb the attack, but it proved too intense. He was sent hurtling towards the ground, smashing through the earth with incredible force. The shockwave's impact created a massive crater, and Diamondhead's body violently crashed through the dirt and debris, sending rocks and soil flying everywhere. The group watched in concern as Nejire continued her relentless assault, each shockwave blasting Diamondhead further into the ground. The earth shuddered, and the sound of Diamondhead's body smashing through the dirt grew fainter, but Nejire's attack showed no signs of weakening. Her arms bled, turning a deeper shade of purple and red as she channeled more power. With each blast, Diamondhead was propelled deeper into the earth, his body violently crashing through the ground, creating a trail of destruction. He felt himself being propelled deeper, the dirt and debris blinding and suffocating. The sound of his own ragged breathing and the crunch of his body smashing through the ground filled his ears. The shockwaves continued, each one blasting him further down, his body a helpless projectile. The earth around him grew denser, the air thickening with the smell of damp soil. Finally, with one last, massive blast, Diamondhead's descent halted abruptly. He landed hard on a cold metal floor, the sound echoing through the room like a clang of thunder. The sudden stillness was disorienting, and Diamondhead lay there, his crystal-like body allowing him to endure the assault. As his senses slowly returned, he became aware of the silence around him. No sound of footsteps, no murmur of voices, only the faint hum of something. Diamondhead's eyes slowly adjusted to the dim light, and he saw that he was in a vast, cavernous space, the metal floor stretching out before him like an endless sea. "Where am I?" Diamondhead slowly rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a symbol etched into the wall, a kanji character that seemed to read, ki, or, beginning. Diamondhead's brow furrowed in confusion. Ki, beginning. As he spoke, he heard heavy breathing behind him. He turned to face the sound, and a low, relieved chuckle sent shivers down his spine. The laughter seemed to hold a hint of anticipation, as if the person had been waiting for this moment for an eternity. Diamondhead's eyes adjusted to the dim light, and he saw a massive prison cell before him. But instead of bars, a pulsating electrical energy field radiated an intense, blue-white power. The force field hummed with electricity, making it impossible for Diamondhead to approach. He could feel the energy coursing through the air, making his skin tingle with unease. The center of the cell held a man, encased in a bulky, alien straitjacket that resembled a fusion of mechanical and organic components. The restraints wrapped around his shoulders, torso, and limbs, constricting him from head to toe. The device seemed to be a blend of dark, metallic hues and a gelatinous, black material that pulsed with a faint, eerie glow. A futuristic helmet covered the man's head, its sleek, glossy surface adorned with purple LED lighting accents that traced the contours of his face. The helmet's black coloration made it difficult for Diamondhead to discern the man's features. Izuku Midoriya, the man said, his voice laced with an unsettling familiarity, as if they had been close friends for years. Diamondhead's confusion deepened, as he had never met this individual before. It was inevitable we would meet, the man continued. And we will meet again. His words sent a shiver down Diamondhead's spine. Who are you? Diamondhead asked, his gaze drifting to the encryption above the cell. The warning read, "Beware the devourer of stars, lest Amargadian's darkness descends, and Earth's final hour begins." Nikola Tesla. Questions, but no time. Ironic, the man said, his voice dripping with enigmatic intent. Before Diamondhead could respond, a distant echo screamed through the hole he had created, "Green." Kyoka's sonic powers pierced the air, making Diamondhead's eyes widen in alarm. He swiftly slammed the Omnitrix, transforming back into his human form, Izuku Midoriya. He glanced back at the mysterious prisoner, his eyes locking onto the man's helmeted face for a brief moment. But before he could process what he saw, the Omnitrix flashed a warning: Cronian DNA detected. Omnitrix countermeasures implemented. Izuku's eyes widened as his wrist began to burn, the Omnitrix's warning turning into a searing pain as it glowed purple. Soon, the pain subsided. Izuku shook it off before Izuku slammed the Omnitrix again, ignoring the burning sensation. In a flash of green light, he transformed into Heatblast and rocketed himself out of the underground chamber. As he escaped, he heard the man's haunting words echo behind him: "We will meet again. Last one for all user. It's only inevitable." Quote. Heatblast burst through the smoldering crater he had created as Diamondhead, his vibrant green flames blazing like a wildfire as he scanned the area for Nejire. But instead, he was met with a terrifying sight. Bakugo's eyes had transformed into an unsettling purple hue with black irises, now cracked around their edges. Bakugo unleashed a relentless barrage of explosions, each one detonating with incredible force, sending shockwaves through the air as he targeted Imajiki with unbridled ferocity. The explosions rocked the ground, threatening to consume everything in their path. As Imajiki attempted to shield himself, a colossal blast struck him with the force of a freight train, sending him flying backward with brutal velocity. His body crashed into the ground, but he refused to yield. In a stunning display of agility, he morphed his back into a gigantic scorpion tail, its razor-sharp tip slamming into the earth with tremendous force, halting his momentum and anchoring him in place. Bakugo sneered. "Ah, Izuku, there you are. Like my present." He gestured to the students, who were on the verge of collapse. Monoma's body was swollen, his skin stretched to the breaking point. Ojiro's limbs were twisted, his bones seemingly shattered from the inside out. Sato's eyes bulged, his veins throbbing with intense pressure. Shishida's body convulsed, his muscles tearing apart like overstretched rubber. Bakugo launched himself at Izuku, unleashing a colossal explosion that ripped through the air like a tempest. A massive fireball erupted, spewing forth a torrent of black smoke that enveloped everything in its path. The blast wave was so powerful that it created a vacuum, sucking in the surrounding air with a deafening roar. Heat Blast, hovering in the air, was engulfed by the dark cloud, his form obscured by the churning smoke. The flames seemed to be sucked in like a vacuum, revealing Heat Blast's green flames glowing like embers through the black smoke. Seriously, you sent an explosion to the guy who can absorb fire? Heat Blast retorted, his voice laced with sarcasm, as he launched a small fireball that Bakugo barely dodged, his scowl deepening. Heat Blast unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each one a blazing orb of intense heat, and Bakugo struggled to keep up, dodging and weaving with a mixture of speed and agility as they clashed in midair. But one fireball managed to strike Bakugo with incredible force, sending him tumbling through the air, his body twisting in a helpless arc. Yet, fueled by the power of One for All, Bakugo refused to yield, launching another colossal explosion that shook the air and sent shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. Heat Blast absorbed the blast, his body glowing with intense green flames as he channeled the energy. But Bakugo's arms now hung limp and broken, his skin torn and shredded, with jagged bone fragments protruding from his shattered limbs. Blood dripped from his arms like crimson rain, forming a ghastly trail in the air as he hovered, his hands twisted at unnatural angles, his fingers bent like broken twigs. Heat Blast grimaced, witnessing the extent of Bakugo's injuries, his eyes narrowing in concern despite their fierce battle. He can damage anybody he possesses and doesn't seem to feel a thing of the host he's currently posseing. Heat Blast thought in fear. Bakugo in the air, his eyes went to the ground gazing at dual-colored boy before smirking. Ah, why don't we find someone new to play with? But before Heat Blast could react, Ghostfreak suddenly ejected himself from Bakugo's body, leaving him screaming in agony as he plummeted towards the ground. Ah, he wailed, his voice echoing through the air as he clutched at his mangled limbs. Heat Blast's eyes widened in alarm as he shot towards Bakugo, grabbing him in midair and flying downwards to gently place him on the ground. Bakugo's screams gradually subsided, replaced by labored breathing and whimpering, his body trembling with pain as he cradled his broken arms. Fuck my fucking arms. Heat Blast rocketed back into the air, his flames dwindling as he gazed around frantically. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock and pain as he stared at his arms, then at Heat Blast soaring above. This is what his quirk does. He gritted his teeth, enraged. Heat Blast's emerald flames illuminated the dark night as he flew erratically, searching for his target. Where is he? Suddenly, he spotted a gray figure streaking through the air. Why don't we have a repeat of the sports festival finale? Ghostfreak taunted. Todoroki, who had been helping a student, turned towards Heat Blast's shout. Todoroki! Heat Blast exclaimed, horror-stricken. Todoroki's eyes, normally thin and reserved, widened as Ghostfreak invaded his body. His eyes transformed, the irises turning an eerie purple, with black sclera and dark gray edges. The burn scar above his left eyebrow seemed to twist in agony as his body convulsed violently. Heat Blast froze, hovering in midair, his eyes fixed on Todoroki in horror. The normally stoic boy's sadistic grin was unnerving, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intensity. Too late, Todoroki said, his voice dripping with malice. Let's have some fun. As he spoke, purple electricity crackled around him, his left side igniting into a blaze of flames that roared with intense heat. The fire began as a deep orange, but rapidly shifted to a scorching blue, casting an eerie glow over the surrounding area. The temperature soared, making the air shimmer and distort with heat haze. Heat Blast's eyes narrowed, his grip on his powers tightening as he prepared for battle. The green flames dancing across his body seemed to flicker with anticipation, casting an unnatural light on the darkening landscape. Todoroki's laughter was a low, mirthless sound, devoid of warmth or humor. It sent a shiver down Heat Blast's spine, his skin crawling with unease as he faced the inferno that Todoroki had become. The blue flames engulfing Todoroki's left side pulsed with an inner fury, their heat so intense that they seemed to burn and scorch the pavement beneath him. With a forceful stomp of his right foot, Todoroki unleashed a massive ice glacier that rapidly expanded, encasing everyone in its path. The temperature plummeted, dropping to sub-zero levels in a matter of seconds. Students who had been standing relatively far from Todoroki were instantly frozen, their bodies trapped in thick, solid ice. But then, the ice glacier began to shudder and crack. Heat Blast, who had been encased within the ice, burst forth in a torrent of flames that blasted through the frozen prison. The temperature rapidly soared, rising from -20 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius in a split second. The ice glacier melted at an incredible rate, releasing a massive amount of water as it vaporized. As the ice melted, the students who had been trapped were left drenched and coughing up water. "You guys okay?" Heat Blast asked, his voice tinged with concern. "We're fine, Izuku, don't get distracted," Suyu replied, her voice weak as she struggled to stay awake. "She's right, Dekiru, don't worry about us," Ochako added, her teeth chattering from the sudden change in temperature. "She's right, Izuku," Todoroki said, his voice dripping with confidence. With a sudden burst of speed, he jumped into the air, generating a small shockwave as he rose. Then, with a powerful downward motion, he brought his fists crashing down onto Heat Blast, sending him slamming into the ground with incredible force. The impact created a crater, sending debris flying in all directions. "Izuku, green," Momo and Kyoka exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with concern. Heat Blast struggled to pull himself out of the crater, relieved to see that Todoroki hadn't suffered extensive injuries from One for All. Todoroki landed gracefully on the ground, a smile spreading across his face. "Seems Endeavor's training sessions must have been intense. I can handle a good portion of his power without feeling strained." As Todoroki launched himself into the air, he raised his hand and began to form a massive fireball. The night air around it began to distort and shimmer, like the surface of a dark lake on a summer evening. The students and teachers, standing outside, felt the ground beneath their feet grow hotter, as if the earth itself was being heated by the intense flames. Ojiro, who had been bare feet, the ground it's scorching hot. Momo, her eyes wide with concern, exclaimed as she looked at Glass's monitor. "This is insane. The thermal readings are off the charts. We're talking temperatures that can melt through solid steel in seconds." Aizawa, his eyes closed, felt the warmth radiating from the fireball, like a blast furnace door opening wide. "What in the... This heat is unbelievable," he exclaimed, his voice laced with concern. Abara, her eyes shut tight, whispered, "And lo, the heavens shall rain down fire and brimstone upon the earth." She felt her vines begin to burn a little. She winced when she caught the smell of her vines. "My vines. Gee, they getting burned." The fireball's radiant heat warmed the skin of the onlookers, making them squint and shield their faces. The ground beneath their feet grew hotter still, as if the fireball's energy was seeping into the earth itself, causing the dirt and rocks to warm and dry out. As the fireball continued to grow, its power and heat output increasing exponentially, the students and teachers knew they had to act fast to avoid being incinerated by the inferno. The night air, once cool and calm, was now a furnace, and they were trapped in its midst. "With the power of One for All, my potential is nearly boundless," Todoroki declared, his voice radiating confidence. "And I'm only tapping into a fraction of that vast energy. But when I take control of your body, feats like this will become second nature." Todoroki's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity as he added, "Now, I've always been curious to see a human reduced to ashes." His words sent a chill through the onlookers, who watched in horror as he hurled the colossal fireball. The massive sphere of flames hurtled towards them, its surface temperature exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius. The students closest to the blast felt their skin sear with sunburns, their faces reddening from the intense heat. Heat Blast sprang into action, launching himself into the air with incredible speed. He extended his hands, and with a powerful, he grasped the enormous fireball. But instead of trying to push it back or deflect it, he simply opened himself up to it, allowing the flames to rush into him like a vacuum. The fireball's energy poured into Heat Blast, its massive size and intensity seemingly sucked into his body with ease. The flames disappeared into him, leaving behind only a faint trail of smoke and a stunned silence. The students watched in awe as Heat Blast absorbed the entire fireball, his body glowing with a soft, pulsing light as he contained the enormous energy within himself. Todoroki's eyes widened in surprise, his smile faltering for a moment before he regained his composure. "Impressive," he said, his voice dripping with intrigue. "But it won't save you." Todoroki, still hovering in the air, revealed a sadistic grin as he expanded both sides of his body, unleashing a trail of frosty air on one side and igniting the other in intense blue flames. He then launched a flash fire freeze, rapidly chilling the air around him before switching to his fire, which heated and expanded the cool air at an incredible rate. Heat Blast, witnessing this from mid-air, widened his eyes as he inhaled deeply. Galactic Dragnoid, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of emerald flames from his mouth. The fire quickly morphed into a dragon shape, its jaws unhinging to blast another wave of intense, vibrant green flames. The two powers clashed in a cataclysmic explosion of energy, generating a massive shockwave that ripped through the concrete, sending students flying like ragdolls. The shockwave's force was so immense that it created a tornado-like vortex, lifting debris and dust into the air. As the emerald flames met the blue, they merged into a swirling vortex of color, a mesmerizing dance of light and heat that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The temperature soared, reaching heights of over 3,000 degrees Celsius, causing the air to shimmer and distort like a funhouse mirror. The sound of the clashing powers was deafening, a cacophony of roaring flames, crackling ice, and shattering concrete that echoed through the air. The ground trembled beneath their feet, as if the very foundations of the earth were being shaken. And then, in an instant, everything went white. The intense heat and light from the clash created a thick, impenetrable mist that obscured the battlefield, making it impossible to see anything. The air was filled with the acrid smell of smoke and ozone, and the only sound was the distant rumble of thunder, echoing through the fog. Heat Blast was seen hurling through the school, violently blasting him through the glass building. Before crashed into the ground in crater. Heat Blast struggled to stand back up, his body on soaring pain. Heat Blast's body was suddenly hurled through the school with incredible force, like a human projectile. He violently blasted through the glass walls of the building, shattering panes and frames alike, as if they were made of paper. His trajectory took him straight through the school's interior, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Desks, chairs, and debris were sent flying as he tore through the classrooms, his body a blur of motion. The sound of shattering glass, crunching metal, and splintering wood filled the air, a cacophony of chaos. Before he could even attempt to right himself, Heat Blast was expelled from the school's exterior, sent crashing into the surrounding trees. His body tore through the foliage like a comet, leaving a swath of destruction in his wake. Branches snapped, trunks splintered, and leaves were sent flying as he ripped through the trees. Finally, Heat Blast's body came crashing down to earth, slamming into the ground with incredible force. The impact sent shockwaves through the soil, creating a crater around him. His body struggled to move, his muscles screaming in agony as he tried to stand. Pain seared through every inch of his body, his senses reeling from the sheer force of the blast. Heat Blast's vision blurred, his ears rang, and his lungs burned. He stumbled, fell, and struggled to rise again, his body refusing to cooperate. The world around him spun, a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds that made no sense. All he could do was gasp for air, his body racked with agony. Heat Blast struggled to his feet, his body screaming in protest. "I'm so tired, and my body hurts like hell," he groaned, his vision slowly clearing as the ringing in his ears subsided. He gazed out at the battlefield, now shrouded in a thick, cold mist that obscured everything. With a surge of adrenaline, Heat Blast launched himself into the air, his flames propelling him towards the mist. As he descended, he saw Todoroki, his body battered and bruised, his left side a mass of severe burns. The skin was charred and blackened, with angry red blisters bubbling up from the wounds. Todoroki's eyes were sunken, his face pale and clammy with sweat. "Todoroki," Heat Blast exclaimed, concern etched on his face. Todoroki's body language screamed exhaustion and pain. He stumbled, his knees buckling, before Heat Blast caught him, holding him upright. "Hey, Todoroki, don't push yourself," Heat Blast urged, his voice soft with worry. Todoroki's ragged breaths came in short gasps, his vision blurry. "I'm fine. Where's Ghostfreak?" he whispered, his voice hoarse from smoke inhalation. Heat Blast hesitated. "I'm not sure. He could be possessing anyone right now." Todoroki's gaze drifted, his eyes unfocused. His burns seemed to be worsening by the minute, the skin cracking and oozing a clear fluid. "I'll make sure to vary my language and avoid overusing the phrase," hung in the air. "Here's the rewritten scene," Heat Blast thought, I need to get Todoroki to Recovery Girl fast, and make sure everyone is okay. But before he could act, he heard Mina's voice. What's going on? Mina said, her voice laced with confusion. Hey, what's happening? Toru exclaimed, her tone alarmed. What's going on? Itsuka asked, her voice worried. Huh, Mei said, her voice uncertain. Hatsume, Heat Blast questioned. What's going on? Abara demanded, her voice firm but worried. Is this some kind of intervention? Abara asked, her voice laced with concern. Yui questioned. This isn't good, Suyu croaked. Ribbit, her voice trembling with worry. Setsuna said, what's happening? Her voice strained with pain. Heat Blast thought, Setsuna, why does she sound like she's in pain? Amajike yelled. Nejire. Jiro shouted, hey, whoa. I don't like heights. Momo said, this is bad. I can barely use my lipids. Damn it. The voices of his friends surrounded Heat Blast, confused and worried, as they struggled to make sense of their situation. That should be all of them, a voice said through the mist. Heat Blast turned to face the speaker, and his eyes widened in horror as he saw Ochako. Her eyes, once warm and brown, now had purple irises and black sclera. Ghostfreak, Heat Blast growled, his anger simmering. Hello, Izuku, she called out, her voice dripping with malice. Ochako waved at him with a mirthless chuckle before taking off in a sprint through the mist. Heat Blast's gaze flicked to Todoroki, who nodded weakly. Go, I'll be fine, he said through ragged breaths. Heat Blast nodded before propelling himself towards Ochako's voice, blasting off with a burst of emerald flames that left a trail of fire behind him. Let's play Marco Polo, Ochako said, her voice echoing through the mist. I'll go first, Marco. Heat Blast blasted towards the sound, trying to pin her down, but found himself alone in the mist. Come on, Izuku, it's no fun if you don't play, Ochako teased. Who knows, I might do something horrendous to Ochako. Now, Marco. Heat Blast blasted off again, his emerald flames propelling him through the mist, leaving a trail of fire behind him. But he found nothing. Where are you? Heat Blast snarled, his anger growing. Marco. Ochako chimed in, her voice always just out of reach. Heat Blast blasted off once more, his emerald flames burning bright as he sped through the mist, but he found himself alone again. Marco. Ochako repeated, her voice tantalizingly close. Heat Blast's anger reached a boiling point as he unconsciously released a fire breath upwards, the heat dispersing the mist and revealing Ochako standing on an ice glacier, likely created when Ghostfreak had possessed Todoroki. Ochako waved at him, a mocking grin on her face. Heat Blast blasted himself towards her, but Ochako was too quick. She began to make a run for it, her feet pounding against the ice before she suddenly dug her fingers into the wall and started scaling it with ease. Heat Blast reached the base of the building, his eyes fixed on Ochako as she climbed higher and higher. He gritted his teeth, his anger and frustration boiling over. Finally, Ochako reached the top of the building and pulled herself over the edge, standing triumphantly on the rooftop. Heat Blast followed, his emerald flames propelling him upwards as he landed on the rooftop beside her. Now they stood face to face, the city spread out below them. The battle throughout the night and damage to the school was a testament. Ochako's grin grew wider, her purple eyes glinting with malice. Heat Blast's anger raged on, his fists clenched and his flames burning bright. The two locked eyes, the tension between them palpable. Suddenly, the Omnitrix on Heat Blast's chest sprang to life, its high-pitched beeping cutting through the silence. BEWW boo 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 BEWW. Heat Blast's expression turned frantic as he stared at the blinking module. Ochako, on the other hand, looked overjoyed, a wide grin spreading across her face. Ah, music to my ears, she exclaimed, her gleaming with malicious intent. BEW boo. The Omnitrix module erupted in a brilliant red flash, and in an instant, Heat Blast vanished. In his place stood Izuku Midoriya, looking worried, backed away from Ochako as she approached. Izuku reached behind himself and grasped the hilt of the lightsaber, igniting the weapon with a swift motion. The emerald blade roared to life, its warm, vibrant glow illuminating the dark night, casting a heroic silhouette around Izuku. Midoriya. The voices of his allies rang out in unison, a chorus of victory, as they emerged from the ground, Miro leading the charge. Cementoss crafted a majestic staircase, a pathway to triumph, for those still standing to ascend. Izuku's face broke into a radiant smile, his eyes shining with hope. "It's over, Ghostfreak, surrender." "Snipe, gun at the ready," sneered at Ochako. "Time to face the music, varmint. Come on out, and let's give your pale hide a sunburn it'll never forget." Midnight's voice boomed, a triumphant declaration. "The sun rises, Zscaer. Your darkness ends now, surrender, and face the music. Bad boys like yourself need to be punished." Midnight said with he crack of her whip. All Might, his face etched with exhaustion, stood hunched over clutching the corner, triumphant smile still plastered on his lips despite the blood trickling from his mouth. "You did it, kid. ... With all the heroes and students here, victory is assured. But damn it all, if only I hadn't run out of time, I'd be fighting alongside you, young Midoriya." His voice was laced with a mix of pride, regret, and admiration, his eyes shining with a fierce determination, even as his body betrayed his unyielding spirit. He coughed as he clutched his wound, as he kept his eyes on Izuku, his emerald lightsaber behind some kind of beacon in the dark night. However, dread soon fell on All Might as Ochako let out a sickening chuckle. "I have another idea. Drop the weapon and I'll meld with you and take over the world." Ochako said. "Like hell I'm doing that." Izuku said. "You must be crazy if you think we're gonna let that happen." Snipe said. "Midoriya, don't listen to him." Miro said. "I won't." Izuku reaffirmed. Then, Izuku's eyes widened in horror as Momo, Tsuyu, Mei, Nejire, whose battered body had broken arms, Kyoka, Toru, Mina, Abara, Setsuna, who also showed signs of severe sunburn on her blistered skin, Itsuka, and Yui floated into view from the other side of the building. They were suspended high above the school courtyard, a staggering 20 stories up, with nothing but air between them and the ground below. The mist from the last clash between Todoroki and Midoriya still lingered, casting a eerie fog over the scene. Ochako backflipped onto the narrow ledge, her feet dangling precariously over the edge. She stood tall, her eyes gleaming with malice, as she raised her hands, her fingertips threatened to touch, releasing her quirk. The others gasped, their faces pale with fear, as they realized how high up they were and how easily Ochako could send them plummeting to their deaths. Or you'll hear Ochako's screams of agony as I force the power of one for all through her body, tearing her arms and legs from their sockets, Ochako said, her voice dripping with sadistic glee. "And then, I'll release my hold on your girlfriends, and the last thing you hear will be their screams." Ochako's chuckle was cold and mirthless, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Izuku's heart began to race, pounding in his chest like a drum. His breath caught in his throat as his mind conjured up the horrific scenario. He could feel his pulse throbbing in his temples, his vision blurring at the edges. As he pictured Ochako's fingers closing together like a prism, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His mind recoiled in terror at the thought of Ochako's arms and legs exploding in a shower of blood and bone, her screams echoing through the air. The image of the girls plummeting towards the ground, their bodies accelerating to a deadly velocity, made his stomach lurch. He could almost hear the wind whipping through their hair, their screams growing louder and more desperate as they fell. Izuku's breath came in short gasps, his lungs burning as he imagined the girls' pleading looks, their tears streaming down their faces as they realized their fate. He could see the pavement rushing up to meet them, the impact that would shatter their bodies and snuff out their lives. Izuku's grip on the lightsaber faltered, his hands shaking as sweat dripped from his brow to the ground. The girls, still suspended in midair, quickly realized what was happening. They exchanged determined glances, their faces set with resolve. "No, Midoriya, don't do it," Abara shouted, her voice firm. "Whatever he wants, don't give in. Izuku, no matter what, don't sacrifice yourself for me," Itsuka pleaded, her eyes locked on his. Yui nodded vigorously, her mouth set in a firm line. Don't do it, Izuku." Tsuyu's voice was laced with urgency. "Ribbit, think of something else, Izuku. You're smart, come up with a different plan. Don't give up." Momo's voice rang out, her words echoing through the air. "No matter what happens, Izuku Midoriya, don't let him win." Don't give him what he wants. Kyoka's voice was sharp, her words laced with desperation. Green, don't be stupid. It's not worth it. Toru's voice cracked as she yelled, her emotions raw. Midori, I'm begging you, don't do it. Don't give him what he wants, no matter what. We're not worth your life, Izuku. The girl's words hung in the air, their love and concern for Izuku evident in every plea. They knew what he was considering, and they were desperate to stop him from sacrificing himself to save them. Izuku's eyes dropped, unable to meet the gaze of his friends as they hovered helplessly above. His face was ashen, his hands trembling violently as he struggled to find a way out of the desperate situation. Give up. Leave Ochako's body and surrender yourself, that's your only option, Izuku stammered, trying to reason with the alien controlling Ochako's body. Ochako raised an eyebrow, her expression incredulous. Izuku continued, his voice laced with desperation. Why you can't expect to take over the world using my body? I mean, that's so stupid. Even with the Omnitrix, the heroes will stop you before you even get a chance. Ochako's gaze lingered on Izuku for a moment before she unleashed a mocking laugh. It started as a small chuckle, growing in intensity until it became a maniacal, hysterical laughter. Hee hee, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Her body shook with mirth, her eyes gleaming with malevolent amusement. The laughter slowly faded away, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Ochako's smile disappeared, replaced by a stern, serious expression. Her eyes narrowed, boring into Izuku's very soul. You're clueless about what's on your wrist, Izuku. She then let out a sickening chuckle. The true nature of the Omnitrix is utterly beyond your comprehension, boy. You can't even begin to fathom the power that resides on your wrist. Ochako's gaze intensified, her eyes boring into Izuku's very being. The air was heavy with tension as her words dripped with malice. Billions of beings, and fate chose to bestow this power upon someone as pitifully insecure as you. Beings who can erase entire metropolises with a mere swipe of their arm, who can reduce towering skyscrapers to rubble with a careless flick of their wrist. Her tone sent a shiver down their spines, amplifying the anxiety in the air. I've witnessed the Omnitrix's true potential firsthand, Ochako continued, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling hunger as she smiled. I was trapped within its vast repository of alien DNA, and I saw the unfathomable power it holds. Izuku, compared to the Omnitrix's boundless power, the humans you hold in such high esteem are nothing but feeble, pathetic insects, Ochako sneered, her gaze piercing as she turned back to Izuku. Why would I, soon to be a god, tremble before an ant? Her voice dripped with malevolent intent as she continued, so, no, Izuku, I will not surrender. Why would I relinquish my chance to transcend into a celestial sapien? The mere mention of the name sent shockwaves through the assembled heroes. Midnight's eyes widened in terror, while Aizawa's remained clenched shut, his jaw set in a mixture of fear and anger. All Might's face paled, his eyes frozen in horror. Snipe's voice trembled as he whispered, my god. Midnight stammered, that. Oh my god. Ochako's smile grew, reveling in their fear. And my time trapped within the Omnitrix was not in vain. I've unlocked its secrets, mastered the mental link that your novice, Izuku, can barely grasp. I know how to harness everything the Omnitrix offers. Like hell we're letting get away. Aizawa's voice cracked as he spoke, his teeth clenched in anguish. Midoriya, don't give up your body. Tears streamed down his face, betraying the depth of his turmoil. The weight of his words hung in the air like a guillotine, poised to drop. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. What? He whispered, as if the mere suggestion was a betrayal. Aizawa's gaze fell, his voice barely above a whisper. I know what I'm asking. I'm asking you to sacrifice them. Your friends, your classmates. But I beg of you, don't give up your body. The danger of Ghostfreak becoming a celestial sapien is too great. The silence was oppressive, punctuated only by Aizawa's ragged breathing. Midnight couldn't meet his eyes, her gaze dropping in shame, a silent acknowledgement that Aizawa's words were true. Izuku's eyes darted to Midnight, then to the girls, his face contorted in anguish. So, you're telling me to just let them die? The words were laced with venom, as if Aizawa's suggestion was a poison he couldn't swallow. Aizawa's face twisted, his eyes pleading. I'm telling you it's the only way, to save the world from something far worse. The words felt like acid on his tongue, burning away his humanity with each painful syllable. ... Izuku's eyes welled up with tears, the voices laced with desperation and conviction. It doesn't matter what happens to us. Momo cried. Izuku, don't give up your life, not for me. I'm not worth the sacrifice. Izuku looked at Momo's onyx eyes that had tears at the corner. She looked at him with no hesitation. Her message was clear: save yourself. Tsuyu's voice trembled. Put your emotions aside, Izuku. Don't give your life for us. We can't bear the thought of losing you. Izuku widened before his gaze dropped, his hair falling like a curtain to hide his face. He couldn't bear to look at them in the eyes no longer. Itsuka's eyes pleaded. No matter what happens, we know how important the Omnitrix is. You have to live, Izuku, for the sake of the world. And you know how important are to me. You know how I feel about you, so please don't do it. Mina's voice was barely above a whisper. Ochako would feel the same way. She'd never want you to throw away your life for us. We're working to be heroes too, now let us be your heroes and save yourself. Quote. Toru's voice was laced with tears. We'd rather die than see you give up your dreams, your future, everything. Jiro's words were a sob. For once, save yourself. Izuku's shoulders shook, his body trembling with emotion. He couldn't look at them, couldn't face the girls. Ochako's chuckle echoed through the air as she clapped condescendingly. How touching. But I think Izuku's already made his choice. Isn't that right, Izuku? The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Izuku. He remained silent, his face set in determination. With a swift motion, he deactivated the blade and hurled it over the building. The sound of shattering metal and concrete filled the air. Midnight and the other teachers' eyes widened in horror as they grasped Izuku's decision. The girls' hearts shattered, realizing too late what was happening. Before anyone could react, Ghostfreak burst out of Ochako, his scythe materializing in a flash. With a precise slash, he struck the air, unleashing a devastating shockwave that blew everyone off the building. But with calculated precision, Izuku stood unscathed, untouched by the blast. Cementoss reacted swiftly, using his quirk to create landing platforms for everyone, breaking their fall and saving them from a fatal impact. But Ghostfreak's attention turned to him, his scythe flashing in the light. With a swift motion, Ghostfreak threw his scythe at Cementoss' shoulders, striking true. The blades bit deep, tearing flesh and crushing bone. Blood sprayed from the wounds, soaking Cementoss' clothes and pooling on the ground. Ghostfreak recalled his scythe, only to throw it again, striking Cementoss' other shoulder with equal precision. More blood spilled, and Cementoss' screams echoed through the air as his body crumpled under the brutal attack. Damn it, my arms, I can't use them. I can't use my quirk in this condition. Ghostfreak was still attached to Ochako like parasite, not leaving his host. What's happening? She asked and saw Izuku, his head down, unable to face her. Dekiru. What's happening? Ochako asked before Ghostfreak entered her body, the black sclera and purple eyes a dead giveaway he was in control. Now walk over her to me, I'll enter your body as exist hers. Ochako said. Izuku gritted his teeth in anger before he began to take footsteps towards her. The girls quickly realized his intention as he began to take step forward, their eyes welling up with tears. As Momo floated in the air behind Ochako, her eyes welled up with tears, which spilled down her cheeks in steady streams. No. She whispered, her voice trembling. No, Izuku, don't do this. She pleaded, her voice cracking with desperation. Momo's thoughts raced. Why am I feeling this way? Why can't you just not save me? Why? Please think about yourself. Memories of their time together flashed through her mind. Their kiss, the way his lips felt on hers, the way he smiled at her, their date, Izuku always there to support her. She clutched her chest, her fingers digging into her clothes as tears continued to fall, wetting her face and dripping from her chin. Her lips parted, and she took a deep breath, her shoulders squaring as she gathered courage. I've fallen for you, Izuku Midoriya, she thought. Momo's voice trembled as she spoke out loud. I don't want that to be our first and last kiss, please don't do this. Izuku's gaze flickered towards Momo, his eyes meeting hers for a brief moment, before he looked away. Abara's voice cracked as she shouted, "Midoriya, please don't do this. You barely know me, please, for heaven's sake, don't sacrifice yourself for me." Tears streamed down her face, her eyes red and puffy from crying. As Izuku continued to walk towards his fate, Abara's pleas became more desperate. Her thoughts raced, why am I feeling this way? Why won't my heart stop aching at the thought of never seeing his smile again? Her face flushed red, a mix of tears and emotions. Memories flashed through her mind. The USJ incident, their brief encounter at the sports festival, and their time together in Undertown. It was then that she realized her feelings went beyond mere acquaintances. I've formed a deep connection with Izuku Midoriya, she thought, her mind struggling to comprehend the intensity of her emotions. I've grown to care for him so deeply, so quickly. I love him. The admission sounded absurd, even to herself. How could she be in love with someone she barely knew? Yet, her heart refused to deny it. Suyu's voice cracked as she pleaded, "Izuku, please don't do this, Ribbit." Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice choking with emotion. She hovered in midair. As Izuku continued his march towards Ochako, Suyu's frustration turned to anguish. "Izuku, why can't you just think about yourself? Mr. Aizawa said don't do it, and you know he won't keep his word. We're just your classmates, but it hurts watching you do this. Don't you care about how we feel?" Suyu's words dissolved into sobs, her heart throbbing in pain. "I won't forgive you, Izuku Midoriya. If you do this, I won't forgive you." Her voice echoed through the air, her face red and tear-stained. In a desperate bid to reach him, Suyu's thoughts poured out, "I want to share your pain, cry with you, laugh with you, but I can't do that if you do this. Izuku, please, I really like you. I don't want to lose you, not like this. Not to him. Don't throw away your life for me." Her voice cracked, her body shaking with sobs, as she hovered helplessly in midair, watching Izuku walk towards his demise. Yui's eyes, typically a mask of calm neutrality, now widened in horror as she watched Izuku walk towards his demise. Her mind raced in disbelief, her usual quiet and reserved demeanor shattered. Tears welled up in her eyes, and for the first time, Izuku and everyone else heard Yui raise her voice, her words trembling with emotion. "Izuku, don't you dare!" Yui shouted, her voice cracking as she struggled to convey the turmoil inside her. Izuku stopped, turning to face Yui, and was met with a sight that left him breathless. The girl who barely expressed any emotion was now breaking down in tears. Yui's face contorted in anguish, her eyes streaming with tears as she tried to put into words the jumble of emotions she'd kept hidden for so long. I don't do this. There's so much I want to do, I want to say, a lot with you. Please, don't do this. I care about you." Yui's voice faltered, her words spilling out in a desperate bid to reach Izuku. She struggled to express the depth of her feelings, knowing that, "I love you," felt too small, too inadequate. That's why she'd always remained silent, unable to find the words to convey the complexity of her emotions. But now, faced with the possibility of losing Izuku, she couldn't hold back. "There's so much I want to say. Please don't do this. I need to tell you how I feel." Yui's words tumbled out, her tears falling like rain as she pleaded with Izuku to stay. Izuku looked at Yui's tear-stained face, his eyes filled with a mix of sadness and resignation. Ochako, possessed by Ghostfreak, spoke up, her voice dripping with malice. "Time's almost up, Izuku." Izuku's expression didn't change, his eyes fixed on some point ahead. He knew what he had to do, and he was resolved to see it through. Yui and the others begged him to stop, to find another way, but he just kept walking. "You don't want these fine ladies to be corpses decorating the pavement now, do you?" Ochako taunted, her words echoing in Izuku's mind. Yui's tear-stained face contorted in anguish as Izuku turned away, resuming his march towards Ochako. "I love the way you mutter, the stupid way you stutter and get all flustered around a girl," Yui said, her voice cracking with emotion. "It drives me crazy, seeing you with so many girls. I've never felt so jealous in my entire life." Izuku's eyes welled up with tears as he bit his lip, his face twisted in pain. Yui's words poured out like a desperate plea. Your way of analyzing notebooks. I love how when you're training, you look so happy learning about your powers. Yui's body shook with sobs, her hands reaching out to Izuku. There's something I really want to say to you, but I don't want to say it like this. Please stop, so I can tell you what I want to say. She begged, her voice barely audible over her tears. Izuku's tears streamed down his face as he continued walking, his jaw clenched in determination. Yui's words only made his resolve stronger, but his heart ached with every step. Mina's voice shook with desperation as she shouted, Midori, please don't do this. I don't want to lose you, I'm begging you, I can't lose you. Her face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. She gritted her teeth, her jaw clenched in frustration, as Izuku continued towards Ochako. I won't forgive you, Izuku Midoriya. Do you hear me? If somehow we make it through this, I'm never going to forgive you. Please, don't do this. Mina's eyes pleaded with Izuku, her eyebrows scrunched up in despair. Her thoughts raced, her heart racing with memories of Izuku saving her, their time together, and the feelings she couldn't express. She thought, I love you, but the words stuck in her throat, her voice cracking with emotion. Her body trembled, her hands shaking as she reached out to Izuku, her face wet with tears. Her eyes locked onto his, begging him to stop, to turn back, to save himself. Itsuka's voice cracked with desperation as she shouted, You know how I feel about you, Izuku. You know what I want for us, to fight alongside each other as equals, growing stronger together. Her teal eyes welled up with tears, her face twisted in anguish. Izuku's continued steps forward only made her more frantic. Don't be an idiot, Izuku. She pleaded, her voice shaking with emotion. Don't you do it, he's just going to use you and discard you. What's stopping him from killing us later, after he's taken your body? Itsuka's eyes poured out tears, her eyelids trembling as she begged Izuku to stop. Her face scrunched up in despair, her lips quivering as she spoke. Her hands reached out to him, her fingers grasping at the air as if trying to physically hold him back. Her voice broke, her words dissolving into sobs as she whispered, Izuku, please. Setsuna's charred skin cracked as she tried to move, her burns oozing with each twitch. If I can just move my body, I can save everyone, so Izuku doesn't have to, she gasped, her voice strained. She attempted to split her body apart, but her limbs wouldn't respond, suspended in midair due to the zero gravity. Nejire's broken arms hung limp, her blue hero costume stained with blood, which dripped down her skin like crimson tears. She gritted her teeth, trying to surge energy through her shattered limbs. Come on, come on, come on. Let's do this. He's counting on us. Her voice cracked as she struggled to move, her eyes fixed on Izuku. Tears streamed down Nejire's face as she pleaded, I'm his senpai. I should be protecting him. He shouldn't be giving his life for me. Her broken arms trembled, her fingers twitching in desperation. I want to geek about quirks with him. I want to laugh with him. I can't do that if he gives up his body to that monster. Memories of Izuku's time at Seijuku's Gakuen Academia flashed through Nejire's mind. She recalled specific moments where he helped others, his actions speaking to his kind and selfless nature. Her thoughts also turned to her own feelings for Izuku, remembering how her face would flush with a deep blush whenever he spoke to her. She had felt this way about someone else before, but it didn't lessen the intensity of her emotions now. As she floated in the air, her battered body unable to move, Nejire's thoughts were consumed by the fear of losing Izuku. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to come to terms with her helplessness. Her broken arms and battered body prevented her from doing anything to stop Izuku, leaving her unable to do anything but watch in horror. No, Izuku. Mei's eyes widened in shock as she thought about Izuku's actions. She felt tears well up in her eyes as she realized the magnitude of his sacrifice. He's doing this for me, she thought, but we barely know each other. I've been using him for my own gain, and yet he's still willing to give up everything for me. Mei's tears spilled over as she thought about how she had treated Izuku. She had been selfish and manipulative, only caring about her own needs. But despite this, Izuku had never turned his back on her. He had continued to help her, even when she didn't deserve it. Mei's body shook with sobs as she thought about Izuku's selflessness. He's going to give up his dream, his life, everything, for someone like me. She thought, it's not fair. I don't deserve it. Her tears fell uncontrollably as she grappled with the weight of Izuku's sacrifice. Kyoka's eyes overflowed with tears as she strained against her restraints, desperate to reach Izuku. Don't do this, Izuku. You're not going to die for me, got it? I don't need some pointless sacrifice, especially from you. She shouted, her voice cracking with emotion. As Izuku continued to walk closer, Kyoka's face contorted in anguish. She screwed her eyes shut, tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't want to lose you, okay? But I also don't want to lose my friends. It's completely stupid for you to do this, he's just going to kill us anyway. Kyoka's body shook with sobs as she begged Izuku to stop. Please don't do this. You're one of the few people who can handle me, who can put up with my crap. And I care about you, you idiot. Her voice broke, her words dissolving into raw, anguished sobs. Don't do this, Izuku. Toru begged, her voice shaking with desperation. Please, don't give up. I want to be the one to help you, to support you. As Izuku continued to approach Ochako, Toru's pleas became more frantic. Izuku, wait, let me do something. I want to help. Finally, she blurted out the words that she hoped would stop him. I love you, idiot. Izuku halted, his gaze fixed on Toru. She took a deep breath, her voice cracking as she continued. I was so mad because I hate seeing you hurt, and you wouldn't tell me what's going on with Bakugo, it was killing me. Toru's words tumbled out. Let me be the one to save you, Izuku. I want to be your hero. Please, don't sacrifice yourself for me. I want to be the one to protect you. Please don't do it, Toru said. Izuku's eyes welled up with tears as he marched forward, his gaze fixed on Ochako. Her malicious smile only fueled his anger. Ochako's voice dripped with sarcasm. Ah, that was so sweet. I mean, whoa, I think you almost warmed my heart. And the invisible girl's confession. That one hurt, giving up the Omnitrix for a bunch of girls. Wow, that's really stupid. Personally, couldn't be me. Izuku's face twisted in rage, his fists clenched. Shut up, he growled, his voice low and menacing. Just shut up. Ochako's eyes were closed in a cruel self-satisfied smile. Now, let's get this over with. As soon as she spoke, Ghostfreak burst forth from her body, its dark energy surging towards Izuku. The two convulsed violently, their bodies shaking with intense force. The black sclera of Ochako's eyes began to return to their normal white, and her warm brown hair regained its natural color. The winds around them erupted into a frenzy, reaching speeds of over 100 miles per hour. The girls hovering above struggled to maintain their position, covering their eyes from the intense gusts. The Omnitrix beeped frantically, its green glow illuminating the turbulent air. The winds held and buffeted Ochako and Izuku, threatening to rip them apart. But then, as suddenly as they began, the gusts slowed and died down. Ochako dropped to her knees, blinking in confusion. What happened? She stammered, her body trembling with pain and nausea. She struggled to her feet, her eyes locking onto Izuku's. But instead of the expected relief, she saw a malevolent grin spreading across his face. Dekiru, she asked, her voice trembling as he placed his hand on her chest. She blushed, but her confusion turned to shock as he pushed her over the ledge. Ochako's stomach dropped as she felt herself being pushed over the edge. Her body weightlessly floated for a moment before gravity took hold, and she plummeted downwards. Her heart raced, and her mind went blank as she struggled to process what was happening. As she looked up, her gaze met Izuku's, and her blood ran cold. His eyes, once warm and emerald green, had transformed into an unsettling sight. The white sclera had turned black, and his irises had darkened to a deep purple. Fine cracks etched the edges of his eyes, giving them a fractured appearance. Suyu reacted swiftly, her tongue wrapping around Ochako's waist like a lifeline. Her face twisted in rage as she glared at Izuku. "You damn villain, you said you would spare her." Izuku's smile grew wider, his voice dripping with malice. "I said I wouldn't blow her arms and legs off, and from what I can see, she still has them." Ochako's mind reeled as she tried to process the situation. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her, her body protesting the strain of her quirk. Her stomach churned, and her mouth watered as she fought the urge to vomit. "Sue, why are all of you floating?" she cried out, her voice shaking with fear and disorientation. Ochako's voice trembled as she asked, What's happening to Dekiru?" Her eyes widened in horror as she took in Suyu's enraged and tear-stained face. Then, her own eyes began to well up with tears, streaming down her cheeks as she realized the gravity of the situation. "Give him back," she pleaded, her voice cracking. Izuku cupped his hand around his ear, his expression mocking. "Sorry, Uraraka, I didn't quite catch that." Ochako's face contorted in anguish, her teeth gritted in frustration. "Give him back," she shouted, her voice raw with emotion. Izuku's response was a cold, condescending laugh. But before he could continue, he was suddenly restrained by Octupa's limbs. Amijiki sneered, "You can't even touch that watch, which means you can't use Midoriya's quirk." All Might's expression transformed in an instant. His famous smile vanished, replaced by a mix of anger and guilt. He shot up to the roof, his voice thundering, "Let him go, Sasuke." Izuku, still grinning, replied, "Oh, you know my real name. It's been ages since I've heard it. All that time trapped within the Omnitrix." All Might turned to Amajiki, his eyes blazing with intensity. "Under no circumstances are you to let him go." Amajiki nodded fervently, "Yes, sir," but his mind raced with questions. Omnitrix. Trapped. Who is this guy? Just then, the Omnitrix beeped, and the room fell silent. All Might's eyes widened in horror as Izuku's grin grew wider. Tokastar DNA unlocked. Chronosopian DNA unlocked. 1,912 alien DNA unlocked. The room erupted into chaos. 1,000,000 transformations, Momo whispered, her voice trembling. Izuku's voice dripped with malice. "My time within the Omnitrix wasn't wasted. I spent countless years trapped, but I used that time to learn every secret within. And now, it's time to unleash them." Present Mike warned, "As long as you don't touch the watch, those forms are useless." Izuku, now Sasuke, sneered, "I'm no novice like Izuku." Suddenly, a blinding green flash enveloped him. Amajiki's hold on Izuku's wrist seared with intense heat as Heat Blast emerged, unleashing a deafening roar. A massive explosion of scorching flames incinerated Amajiki's tentacle, freeing Heat Blast. All Might charged, his fists flying. A powerful punch struck Heat Blast, sending them both plummeting towards the ground. "I'll have you release my student," All Might bellowed, grabbing Heat Blast's neck. Heat Blast's scorching body didn't faze him. But before All Might could land another blow, Heat Blast transformed into Big Chill in a flash of green light. Big Chill phased through All Might's grasp, leaving him stunned. He can transform form to form. All Might's eyes widened in shock as another green flash illuminated the area. 4 arms emerged, his body crackling with green electricity. With a twisted grin, he slammed all 4 arms onto All Might's back, unleashing a massive shockwave. The force sent All Might flying, his body cratering into the ground with a loud thud. The impact sent tremors through the earth, causing the surrounding buildings to shudder. 4 arms stood tall, his grin growing wider. "I'll parade your corpse around this pathetic world and bring this school down." The sound of footsteps echoed through the air as other hero course students approached, their costumes a blur of color. "We won't let you get away," they chorused. "All Might will help you." But All Might, still reeling from the attack, coughed out a warning. "No, stay back." Before he could even finish, a green flash erupted once more. Fasttrack appeared, his speed a blur as he took down the 20 or so students in the blink of an eye. The sound of crunching bones and crumbling concrete filled the air as the students' bodies hit the ground. All Might's eyes were wide with horror as he took in the carnage. The students' bodies lay motionless, their hero costumes torn and tattered. Fasttrack stood victorious, his chest heaving with exertion, as the scenery around him lay in ruins. Fasttrack sneered, "Damn, barely a warm-up." But before he could even finish, All Might appeared in front of him in a flash, his fists clenched and eyes blazing with determination. Fasttrack yawned, unimpressed, and vanished from view. But All Might's anger was just building. He gritted his teeth and charged, his massive frame propelling him forward like a human bullet. Fasttrack reappeared behind All Might in a green flash, and 20 Echo clones erupted from his body like a swarm of deadly projectiles. They unleashed a sonic attack that shook the very foundations of the earth, the sound waves crashing through the air like a physical force. The blast sent All Might crashing to the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the earth and causing the trees to tremble. "Damn it!" All Might bellowed, his voice echoing through the air. The Echo clones continued their assault, their sonic screams piercing the air like shards of glass. All Might covered his ears, his face contorted in pain, before pulling them apart and countering with a sonic clap. The force sent the Echo clones flying back violently, their bodies crashing into the trees with a series of sickening thuds. The clones quickly merged into one, transforming back into Swampfire. He slammed his fist into the ground, and the earth erupted with tall, vine-like trees that burst forth like geysers. They released a flammable gas, ethylene, into the air, the sweet, pungent aroma filling All Might's nostrils. All Might sniffed, his eyes widening in alarm. Crap. With incredible speed, he grabbed the students and leapt away just as Swampfire snapped his fingers. A massive explosion engulfed the area, sending flames and debris flying everywhere. The blast wave ripped through the trees, uprooting them like toothpicks and sending them crashing to the ground. All Might coughed violently, blood on his hands. "Damn it, fighting young Midoriya like this. Damn it," he growled, his anger and frustration boiling over. As All Might gazed out at the students, he saw Class 1A and 1B standing united, despite their clear exhaustion and injuries. Ochako had used her quirk to gently set the girls down, floating them safely to the ground. Their faces were etched with fatigue, their bodies battered and bruised, but their eyes still shone with determination. All Might's eyes widened in awe as he took in the sight. "Students," he said, his voice filled with pride and admiration. Ochako, still struggling with nausea, spoke up. Dekiru wouldn't give up. Momo quickly handed her some nausea pills. Todoroki stepped forward, his burns visible on his left side. He never gives up. He pushes himself to the limit, even when his body screams at him to stop. He paused, his eyes burning with determination. "If he can fight with broken bones, why shouldn't we?" Monoma snorted in agreement. "Let's go save that 1A brat so we can give him hell for putting us through all this." Itsuka added, "He sacrificed himself for us, so now it's our turn to save him." Bakugo stepped forward, his broken and bloody arms a testament to his determination. "Like hell I'm letting that nerd show me up. If he can fight with broken bones, then I know I can." All Might's face lit up with pride. "Young Midoriya, your spirit still burns bright in them." Aizawa's fists clenched, his eyes still covered. "I won't let that bastard use my student's body." Tenya approached him, concern etched on his face. "You still can't open your eyes, Mr. Aizawa." Aizawa winced, shaking his head. "No. They'll burn if I do." Just then, Fasttrack appeared in a gust of wind, smirking. "Perfect timing, an audience has arrived. Just what I needed." Bakugo snarled, "Give back the damn nerd's body." Todoroki's eyes blazed. "Give back our friend, you monster." Bakugo growled, "We'll beat you." Tsuyu's voice trembled. "We'll save Izuku's body. We won't let you hurt him anymore." Abara's face set in determination. "We'll save Midoriya like he saved us." Tenya declared, "Midoriya always believes in us, works hard to save everyone, now it's our turn to save him." Ochako's eyes shone with tears. "Dekiru means everything. We'll save you, no matter what you become." Kirishima's face firmed. "It's unmanly to let him fight alone." Tetsu nodded. "We won't let Midoriya face this alone. We're in this together." As everyone gave nods of agreement, even though some were shaky. Itsuka charged forward, her fists clenched and tears streaming down her face. "Get out of his body, now!" she shouted, as the others followed close behind. Fasttrack sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice. With one for all coursing through his veins, he accelerated to incredible speed, becoming a blur as he moved. He reappeared behind Itsuka, his foot connecting with a vicious downward kick that sent her head crashing into the ground with a sickening crunch. In an instant, he vanished again, only to reappear with a gut punch that sent Sato and Shoji flying across the battlefield. The air was filled with the sound of rushing wind as Fasttrack transformed into swamp fire, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed Abara's long, vine-like hair. With a swift and brutal motion, Swamp Fire's fist connected with Abara's midsection, sending her flying across the battlefield. The flames engulfing her hair were extinguished as she soared through the air, her body propelled by the force of the punch. She crashed into a tree with incredible force, leaving her crumpled on the ground. In a flash of green, Swamp Fire transformed into Diamondhead, launching crystal projectiles at Kirishima and Tetsu. Despite their attempts to harden their skin, the projectiles pierced through with ease, causing them to cry out in pain as blood burst from their wounds. Diamondhead followed up with a series of brutal punches, sending them flying across the battlefield with broken bones and shattered skin. Another green flash erupted, and in an instant, the remaining students were brutally taken down. Only a few stood, battered and bruised, as Itsuka charged forward to punch the alien. He transformed into 4 arms, catching her fist with ease, and then slammed her into the ground with a blow that cracked her skull against the earth. Her eyes widened in terror as her body went limp. "You think you're capable of standing alongside him? You, fighting beside him is a pitiful joke," 4 Arms sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. He turned to the other girls, his gaze cold and calculating. "Your weakness is almost laughable." To emphasize his point, he punched Itsuka with a blow that shattered her jaw and sent a shockwave through the ground that ripped apart the soil. Her eyes rolled back, turning white as she was lifted off the ground and tossed aside like a broken doll, her body crumpling against the earth. 4 Arms turned to the other girls, his gaze cold and calculating. "If you weren't so pathetically weak, he might not have had to sacrifice himself." With a cruel smile, he transformed into Big Chill and unleashed a massive ice breath that encased everyone in a thick layer of frost, their skin turning blue as they struggled to break free. But Big Chill transformed into Heat Blast and melted the ice, leaving them drenched and shivering, their skin red and raw. Another green flash erupted, and Amphibian blasted a bolt of electricity that sent the students crashing to the ground, their bodies convulsing in agony as their muscles locked up and their skin burned. "Fighting alongside him, you can't even protect yourselves," Fasttrack sneered, kicking Tenya in the face with a blow that shattered his cheekbone and sent teeth flying from his mouth. "He's wasting his time shielding you from threats like me," Fasttrack taunted, as the students lay helpless and defeated. Fasttrack sneered, "The Omnitrix has many seekers, and after today's pathetic display, you'll only drag Izuku down. I can already see him pleading with a villain to spare your useless lives." Ochako's anger flared, her teeth clenched in frustration, as Momo and the other girls struggled to get back to their feet, tears streaming down their faces. Fasttrack's foot pressed down on Ochako's neck, his cold, purple eyes with black sclera glinting with contempt. "Acknowledge your own insignificance," he taunted. With a surge of defiance, Ochako spat out, "Shut up. I know I'm pathetic. I'm not as smart as Momo. Or strong as Itsuka, I know that, but, even then I'll fight with him. I don't care what monsters like you show up, I'll fight with him." Fasttrack continued, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're just a burden he carries, a weakness he can't afford to show. He'll always hide his true self from you, because you're not worthy of his trust." Ochako's face twisted in a mix of fear and determination as she screamed, "Ah!" Fasttrack's grip tightened, his voice spat out, "Pathetic." Tears streamed down her face as she refused to give in, her voice shaking with emotion. Fasttrack's head jerked back, his danger sense tingling. "Ah, what I was hoping for," he said, a sly smile spreading across his face. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind All Might with incredible speed, the air rippling from his passage like a hurricane's wake. All Might, caught off guard, tried to react, but Fasttrack was too quick. As All Might tried to help Ochako up, Fasttrack reappeared, his hands forming a sharp aim. With a menacing smile, he charged at All Might with incredible speed, creating a sonic boom that shattered the air, the shockwave knocking the students off balance. As he approached, Fasttrack transformed into Diamondhead, his body hardening into a diamond-like state. In the same motion, he reshaped his arm into a razor-sharp blade, its edge glinting with deadly precision. With unrelenting momentum, he stabbed through All Might's side, the blade slicing through flesh and bone with a sickening crunch, the sound like a cleaver biting through meat. All Might's eyes widened in shock as he let out a deafening scream, his voice raw and anguished, like a wounded animal's shriek. Og! Blood erupted from the wound, a fountain of crimson that splattered the ground, the students' faces, and their uniforms, as All Might stumbled backwards, his strength faltering, his body crumbling like a shattered statue. The students watched in horror, frozen in shock, as the once invincible hero fell, his body broken, his invincibility shattered. Diamondhead sneered, his sharp arm dripping with blood, as All Might fell to his knees, a steady stream of crimson flowing from his side. What happens when you make a god bleed, All Might? The invincible, the unbeatable, the symbol of peace, reduced to mere mortality. Look at their faces, etched with terror, frozen in fear. And when I march your lifeless body through the streets, a gruesome spectacle for all to see, can you envision the world's reaction? The despair, the very fabric of society, torn asunder. Bakugo's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw slackening as he stared at the fallen hero. Todoroki's face paled, his eyes fixed on the wound, his expression twisted in concern. Monoma's eyes bulged, his face contorted in a silent scream. Momo's eyes brimmed with tears, her face etched with anguish. Ochako's face froze, her eyes fixed on All Might's fallen form. Tenya's face paled, his eyes wide with fear. Eijiru's smirk vanished, replaced by a look of horror. Kaminari's eyes went wide, his face pale. Mina's face contorted in a silent scream, her eyes fixed on the blood flowing from All Might's side. Hiroshimi's face froze, his eyes fixed on the scene before him, his expression a mix of awe and terror. The students' faces reflected their fear and concern as they watched All Might, their hero, struggle to stay upright, his strength faltering. Ha! Diamondhead's eyes snapped open, his gaze locking onto the Omnitrix module on his chest as it flashed a bright, urgent green. Error. Wielder compromised. The module emitted a sharp beep, and Diamondhead's body began to shift and contort, his transformation reversing in a burst of energy. Izuku's body stumbled backwards, Zscare's voice bursting forth in a snarl. No, you can't be. I won. I beat you. Omnitrix. Returning original functions. 1,893 forms locked away. Master control disengaged. Limiter off. Zscare's voice rose to a furious shout. No. I hacked all the DNA combinations. How are you even? As he spoke, a dark, electric energy crackled from his mouth, the air around him distorting with its intensity. The energy's color shifted from a deep purple to a vibrant, bloody crimson. Get out of this kid's body, you phantom menace. All Might and the others watched in stunned confusion, their faces etched with concern and uncertainty. The voice coming from Izuku's body was unmistakably male, but it wasn't Izuku's. The tone, the pitch, everything was off. Suddenly, a torrent of power burst forth from Izuku, unleashing a maelstrom of energy that sent a palpable shockwave through the air. The force was immense, pushing everyone back with an invisible hand, their hair and clothes ruffling from the sheer intensity. How dare you cause my successor's successor so much turmoil, the woman's voice declared, her tone firm and authoritative. All Might's eyes widened, his voice cracking as he fought back tears. Nana. The woman's voice continued, her words overlapping with Zscare's frantic attempts to regain control. Toshi. The boys fighting back. Zscare's voice snarled, trying to overpower the woman's. Gah. No, this is my body, I won it. The energy emanating from Izuku continued to build, a testament to the fierce battle raging within his body. Get out of me. Izuku's voice rang out, his words laced with determination. The sound of his voice sent a surge of relief and hope through the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched him struggle against Z-Scare's control. No one ever fights back. No one ever resists my control. Z-Scare shouted, his voice laced with shock and anger. Izuku's body trembled, his muscles straining as he fell to his knees. The air around him began to churn, a small hurricane forming as his body fought against the alien's control. The winds howled, whipping through the crowd, but they weren't strong enough to knock anyone off their feet. Ochako's face turned a deep shade of red as Izuku's eyes locked onto hers. Her heart skipped a beat as he spoke the next words. Because I am the hero Dekiru. Izuku's voice was strained, but full of conviction. Ochako's blush deepened, her eyes shining with tears. She was the one who had given him that name, and hearing him say it now, in this moment, made her heart race. Someone amazing, incredible, and special to me gave me that name. Izuku continued. Her face burned with a fierce redness, her heart pounding in her chest. She felt like she was going to melt under his gaze. And I have to live up to her and everyone special to me, their ideals. Most important, I have to live up to my own ideals. Izuku shouted, his voice hoarse from the effort. The winds around him intensified, the hurricane growing stronger, but still not strong enough to knock anyone off their feet. Ochako's eyes never left Izuku's face, her heart pounding in her chest as she watched him fight against the alien's control. The woman's voice rang out, urgent and commanding, Toshi, he's fighting within. We need you to fight him from the outside. He can't maintain control from both ends. Z-Scare snarled, shut up, you damn woman. With a fierce cry, Bakugo launched himself at Izuku, his broken arms propelling him forward with a burst of adrenaline. The explosion he unleashed sent Izuku flying backward, his body stumbling as Z-Scares hissed at Bakugo in anger. Izuku's body surged toward the Omnitrix, activating it with a swift motion. In a flash of green light, he transformed into Diamondhead. A Petrosapian invulnerability will allow me to gain control over Izuku's body, Z-Scare gloated. But Kyoka was quick to respond, her voice piercing the air, hey Ghostfreak, don't you remember Diamondhead's weakness? She unleashed a massive sonic scream, the sound waves crashing against Diamondhead like a physical force. He stumbled, clutching his head in agony as the battle within raged on. In a burst of green light, Diamondhead transformed back into Izuku, his body screaming in Z-Scare's voice, which slowly gave way to Izuku's own. No, Z-Scare wailed. Get out, Izuku shouted, his voice hoarse from the struggle. Ochako extended her hand, a pink aura surrounding Izuku as she threw him to the ground with a violent motion. Sorry, Izuku, she cried, the force of her attack evident in the severity of Izuku's pain. Ghostfreak's presence was still visible, trying to return to Izuku's body, but Izuku forcibly pushed him out, sending him flying across the courtyard. The winds died down, and Izuku lay panting, his exhaustion palpable. His body felt like lead, his muscles screaming in protest, his lungs burning from the effort. His mind reeled, his thoughts foggy and disjointed. Izuku gazed ahead, his eyes fixed on the horizon as the first hints of sunrise crept over the sky. With a deep breath, he activated One for All and took off in a sprint, his feet pounding the ground in a desperate bid to escape Z-Scare's relentless pursuit. Z-Scare soared through the air, his dark, ghostly form swooping and diving with an unnatural agility. His eyes blazed with an otherworldly energy as he chased after Izuku. Izuku's exhaustion was palpable as he ran, his legs burning, his lungs heaving, and his mind foggy from the prolonged battle. He stumbled, his foot catching on a root, but he forced himself to keep going. All Might tried to stand, but his severe injuries sent him crashing to his knee. Damn it, he gritted, helpless to follow Izuku. I got this, All Might. None of you follow me. Izuku yelled, his voice strained as he ran. The other students, battered and spent, tried to rise, but their bodies refused to cooperate. Katsuki's broken arms hung limp, Ochako's legs trembled beneath her, and Kyoka's ears rang from her own sonic scream. Wait, Izuku, Ochako cried, but her voice was hoarse, her body too exhausted to give chase. Izuku, be careful, Kyoka shouted, but her legs buckled beneath her, sending her crashing to the ground. Izuku didn't look back, his focus fixed on escaping Z-Scare's deadly pursuit. He leapt from tree to tree, using their branches as platforms to carry him across the campus. Z-Scare closed in, his ghostly form undulating with an eerie, unnatural motion. Izuku's vision blurred, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was running on fumes, his body screaming for respite. Z-Scare soared through the air, his dark, ghostly form swooping and diving with an unnatural agility. His eyes blazed with an otherworldly energy as he chased after Izuku. As Z-Scare closed in, he raised his hand, and a dark, ethereal scythe materialized in his grasp. With a swift, sweeping motion, he slashed through the air, cutting down a terrifying number of trees in half. The sound of splintering wood and crashing trunks filled the air as the trees toppled to the ground, their severed limbs strewn about like matchsticks. Midoriya, Fuwa Mawata called out, her pink hair blowing across the wind as she rode on a cloud. Need a lift? Izuku looked behind him, seeing Z-Scare's deranged face contorted in a snarl as he chased after him. Exhaustion threatened to consume him, his legs burning and his lungs heaving. He nodded gratefully at Fuwa before using the trees as a trampoline to launch himself into the air, grabbing her waist as she flew through the campus. A small blush appeared when she felt his arms wrapped around him. Wow, his arms are pretty strong and muscular. No, focused girl, we got a crazy alien chasing us. Fuwa-senpai, I need to find a spot where the sun's rays are most prominent, Izuku asked, his voice strained. Do you know where that is? Fuwa nodded, her eyes sparkling with understanding. I know just the place. Follow me. She gestured to her cloud, and it changed direction, flying towards the Gamar training zone. The bell tower near the replica city in Gamar gets direct sunlight in the morning, she explained. It's the perfect spot. Izuku nodded, his heart racing with anticipation. Let's go. Izuku stumbled into the clock tower's upper chamber, his exhausted legs barely holding him upright. The room was dimly lit, the only sound the ticking of the clock's mechanism. Z-Scare phased through the wall, his ghost-like body undulating as he searched for Izuku. You can run but you can't hide. Z-Scare cackled, his purple eye gleaming with malevolence. Izuku's eyes widened in terror as Z-Scare materialized in front of him, his scythe blade poised at Izuku's neck. Think of it, Izuku, with the power of the watch in your DNA, I will be unstoppable. Any last words? Izuku's hand trembled as he raised it, his finger poised like a trigger. The air seemed to vibrate with tension as he whispered, 100%. The moment his finger flicked, a shockwave of wind pressure burst forth, but it passed through Z-Scare's ghost-like body like a whisper. However, the blast shattered the clock face, sending shards of glass flying everywhere and unleashing a massive beam of sunlight into the room. The sunlight sliced through Z-Scare's ghostly form, his body beginning to writhe in agony as the rays burned him. His gray-purple skin charred and blackened, the black lines running across his chest cracking and splitting like parched earth. His skull-like head contorted in a scream, his uneven teeth bared in a snarl. The tears in his skin ripped open, revealing black and white striped tentacles underneath, which flailed wildly like living flames. His long black nails melted like wax, his purple eye bursting into a supernova of pain. Izuku's second flick sent another shockwave of wind pressure through the room, shattering more of the clock tower's walls and unleashing a torrent of sunlight that engulfed Z-Scare. The alien's ghostly form began to dissipate, his body disintegrating like smoke in the wind. Z-Scare's screams echoed through the clock tower, his voice like a chorus of the damned, as he was consumed by the burning sunlight. Z-Scare's voice trembled with desperation. Stop, Izuku. If you expose me to any more sunlight, I'll perish. Ectonerites are vulnerable to its rays, and further exposure will be fatal. Izuku's eyes flashed with rage, his mind replaying the night's events, the friends he had hurt, the arms he had broken, the faces he had made bleed. His gaze locked onto Z-Scare's single eye, and in that moment, he knew, you're not as weak as I thought. With a fierce cry, Izuku flicked his finger, unleashing a powerful shockwave that blasted through the walls. The sound of shattering stone and screaming alien filled the air as the sunlight poured in, intensifying its burning effect on Z-Scare's ghostly form. Z-Scare's body began to contort, his skin charring and blackening as the sunlight consumed him. His screams grew louder, more anguished, as his form started to disintegrate. His gray-purple skin turned to ash, his black lines cracking and splitting like parched earth. His skull-like head contorted in agony, his uneven teeth bared in a snarl. The tears in his skin ripped open, revealing black and white striped tentacles underneath, which flailed wildly like living flames. His long black nails melted like wax, his purple eye bursting into a supernova of pain. As the sunlight continued to burn him, Zescair's body began to crumble, his ash-like form blowing away in the wind. His screams grew fainter, his voice disintegrating like his body. Ah, ga, gh, og. The alien's cries echoed through the clock tower, growing weaker with each passing moment. Finally, there was silence. Zescair's ashes blew away, leaving behind only the faintest whisper of his existence. Izuku leaned against the wall, his chest heaving with exhaustion, his eyes fixed on the spot where Zescair had stood. Izuku's older voice spoke, his words laced with a hint of nostalgia and regret. As I sat there, the weight of what I had done soon settled in. Despite what Ghostfreak had looked like, he had been a person. No, he was a person, and I had killed him. His younger self sat on the floor, surrounded by the ruins of the clock tower. The sunlight streamed in through the shattered walls, casting eerie shadows on the ground. Izuku's eyes stared blankly ahead, his mind reeling from the events that had transpired. As the older Izuku's voice faded away, his younger self slumped forward, knees pulled tightly to his chest. His body shook with uncontrollable sobs, his shoulders heaving with each ragged breath. Tears streamed down his face, dripping onto his knees as he rocked back and forth. His eyes scrunched shut, his face contorted in anguish. His fingers dug into his knees, his nails biting into his skin as he hugged himself tightly. His body trembled, his muscles tensed in a futile attempt to hold back the pain. His face twisted, his features distorted by the turmoil within. His eyes squeezed shut, but tears continued to leak out, tracing paths down his cheeks. His lips quivered, his jaw clenched in a silent cry. My classmates had a clear view of the dangers that I will be facing. Alien threats such as Ghostfreak, or Zescair as I have come to know him, will not be the last. Bakugo's voice was laced with exhaustion and doubt as he lay on the ground, his vision blurring from the pain of his broken arms. Hey, be honest, he said, looking up at All Might and Aizawa. Did we do anything? Were we anyway helpful tonight? The room fell silent, the gravity of the situation settling in. All Might's expression was somber, Aizawa's eyes etched with concern. Hiroshima's eyes dropped, his massive frame slumped in defeat. The silence was oppressive, a physical manifestation of their feelings of helplessness and doubt. It was a moment that would stay with them forever, a reminder of the harsh realities they faced as heroes in training. Soon the plumbers came to the school. Apparently large-scale alien attacks as this one far common, often attributing to villain attacks or some form natural disaster, and from the campus damage a natural disaster seemed the most likely. Men and women in white armor and red insignia teleported onto the scene, their movements swift and precise as they attended to the injured. With equal urgency, they established perimeters around the school, ensuring that the media wouldn't catch wind of the extraterrestrial origins of the destruction. Meanwhile, I sat amidst the chaos, tears streaming down my face as the weight of what I had done finally hit me. The reality of the danger that I had faced, and the danger that still lurked in the shadows, was almost too much to bear. As the sun continued to rise, the plumbers worked tirelessly to help those on the scene. Ochako paced around, her heels clicking on the ground, her worry evident on her face. Stop pacing around, it's getting annoying. Bakugo shouted, wincing as a plumber officer tended to his wounds. Hey, stop screaming, the officer said, before pulling out a leather strap. Here, bite on this. Bakugo bit down on the strap, and the officer's hand glowed with a faint green light. Bakugo's eyes shot open in pain as he felt his arm begin to reform. Ah, shit. Bakugo screamed, his body tensing up. The cracking of bones echoed through the air as the officer worked. The officer's hands moved swiftly, his fingers probing and manipulating the shattered bones. Bakugo's face contorted in agony, his teeth clenched on the strap. After a few minutes of intense pain, the officer stepped back. It's done, he said. But I'll need to work on your other arm later. Bakugo nodded weakly, his eyes still closed. Sorry, not all of us can be recovery girl, the officer said with a smile. My quirk allows me to heal, but it can hurt like hell. The officer looked around for the next patient. Now, who's next? Everyone gulped in fear, their faces turning pale as they watched Bakugo's intense pain. There's a pink-haired girl, her arms were wrecked severely, the officer said, his expression grim. My quirk can heal injuries far better than Recovery Girl, but... He winced, anticipating the pain he would inflict. If the girl is in severe condition, and Recovery Girl feels I could do a better job, then that girl is going to be in a world of pain. The officer quickly left, leaving Class 1A and B to sigh in relief. However, the girls didn't share the same relief. The girls exchanged worried glances, their faces filled with concern. Izuku-kun's been gone for too long, Momo whispered. Kyoka nodded, her eyes scanning the horizon. He should have been back by now. Something's wrong. Abara clasped her hands together in prayer. Dear Lord, please keep him safe. Abara's face turned a little pink. I need him to be safe. Yui bit her thumb, looking at the ground anxiously. What if something happened to him? What if he's... Think he could still be fighting that freak? Monoma asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Then we need to go help him. Mina said, her eyes wide with urgency as she took a step forward. Sen slumped his shoulders, his head hung low. We, all so helpless, were supposed to be heroes. His voice trailed off, his words laced with self-doubt. Shoji looked down, his eyes avoiding eye contact. I have never been beaten so thoroughly and easily, he muttered, his voice barely audible. Toru wrapped her arms around herself, her eyes cast downward. Yeah, I've never felt so useless, she whispered, her voice trembling. Itsuka's eyes were fixed on the ground, her head wrapped in bandages. Izuku, I'm sorry, she thought, her lips moving silently. Kuriro crossed his arms, his expression unyielding. Why should we? Just so we can get in his way again. This is Midoriya's problem, let him solve it himself. Mineta nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with a mix of relief and guilt. Yeah, we should let Midoriya handle this. He's stronger than all of us combined. Kyoka's face reddened with anger. Mineta, you can't be serious. She shouted, her fists clenched. Kaminari shrugged. Hate to be that guy, but Mineta is kinda right. Look, we got absolutely bodied. Maybe we should just let Midoriya handle this. I mean, we won't be much help. Monoma's arms were folded, his bicep gripped tightly as he scowled. So, you're just okay with it being some kind of side character. We're just going to let Midoriya fight while we sit on our toes. Shoji's shoulders sagged further, his eyes still downcast. I don't know if I can keep up with him. I feel like I'm just holding him back. Kojiro nodded, his arms still wrapped around himself. I feel the same way. I don't know if I'm cut out for this hero stuff. A somber feeling of inadequacy settled over the class, but Togaru's determination sparked a fire within them. I'm going, he said, his voice firm. I won't let Ghostfreak get away with this. I don't know Midoriya, but I won't let him face this alone, Awase added, his eyes flashing with resolve. I'm in, Testutetsu said, cracking his knuckles. We can't just sit back and do nothing. I'm not going to let fear hold me back, Hiroshima, his voice steady. We have to try and stop Ghostfreak. Count me in, Ojiro said, his expression grim. We can't let him hurt anyone else. Shoji nodded in agreement. We may not be strong enough, but we have to try. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Togaru's words had ignited a sense of purpose within them. Despite their doubts and fears, they knew they had to act. I'm not going to be a victim, Togaru said, his eyes burning with determination. I'm going to be a hero. And heroes don't run from danger. With that, the students quickly made themselves outside with a few staying behind. Izuku was seen being carried by All Might, who shot forward like a human bullet before gently placing the boy on a stretcher. The girls' faces were etched with worry and fear as they rushed over to Izuku's side. Midoriya, Dekiru, Izuku, Midori, they shouted in unison, their voices filled with concern. Momo's eyes welled up with tears as she gazed at Izuku's battered form, her face pale. Kyoka and Ochako also had tears in their eyes, their faces reflecting their distress. All Might reassured them. Don't worry, he beat him. Zakar shouldn't be a problem anymore. The girls' faces relaxed slightly, replaced by small smiles of relief. Kirishima chuckled. Yeah, that's Midoriya for you, always saving the day. Momo looked down, her eyes still shining with tears. He's truly something. If only I wasn't so weak, she whispered, her voice filled with admiration and a hint of self-doubt. However, Kyoka's eyes fell on his finger, noticing they had broken his fingers. Abara also noticed. They both went to their knees. Oh, no, what happened to his fingers? Abara said. Izuku groaned when he felt soft hands on his hand as they were gently caressed. All Might gently placed Izuku on a stretcher. He's fine, his body has shut down, he needs to rest like all of you. The students' faces fell, their eyes cast downward in shame. Momo's shoulders slumped, her gaze fixed on the floor, her hands clenched into fists. Kyoka's eyes dropped, her head bowed, her feet shuffling nervously. Ochako's face contorted in distress, her arms wrapped around herself, her eyes welling up with tears. Todoroki stood with his left side wrapped in bandages, a massive burn visible beneath the gauze. He winced in pain, his eyes avoiding eye contact. Kirishima's eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched, his fists clenched at his sides. Ida's eyes fixed on the ground, his feet scuffling against the floor, his hands stuffed deep into his pockets. All Might's gaze swept across the room, taking in the sea of defeated expressions. He noticed the way they avoided eye contact, the way their shoulders slumped, and the way their eyes cast downward. I know Zakar's words were meant to hurt and demoralize you, but don't let them sink in. His goal was to break your spirits, not to offer genuine criticism. The students' eyes remained fixed on the floor, their bodies tense with unspoken feelings of inadequacy. Don't let Zakar's words get to you. You each played a crucial role in the fight, no matter how small it may seem. Every effort, every action, made a difference. Remember, this was an unexpected enemy, don't be too hard on yourselves. Even if you think your contribution was small, trust me, it mattered. Slowly, the students' eyes rose, their gazes meeting All Might's, their faces still etched with doubt and uncertainty. All Might's expression turned encouraging. In my eyes, every one of you played a vital role in that battle. Don't be too hard on yourselves, you faced an enemy you couldn't have anticipated. Remember, your unique strengths make you valuable, so don't measure yourselves against your peers. The students nodded, feeling a weight lift off their shoulders. If doubts still linger, use them as motivation to push yourselves harder. Train with purpose, and you'll be ready to make a real difference when the time comes. Kirishima and Tetsu punched their fists into the air, their faces set with determination. Yeah, we won't let Ghostfreak get in our heads. We'll train harder and come back stronger. They shouted in unison. Tenya's eyes flashed with determination as he stood up straight. Our class representative wouldn't like it if we let self-doubt take over. We won't hold him back next time, he exclaimed, his voice firm. Togaru's jaw clenched, his fists tightening at his sides. If more villains like Ghostfreak show up, I need to get stronger. I won't lose like that again, he said, his eyes narrowing. Tokiyami's gaze turned resolute, his shoulders squaring. Next time, we won't be a hindrance. Todoroki nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on some point ahead. He winced slightly, his hand instinctively rising to touch the bandages on his left side, a reminder of the burn he'd sustained. We'll grow stronger. Itsuka looked at Midoriya with a focused gaze. I'll try to catch up to you, I know I probably won't be as strong as you. Ochako's eyes welled up with tears as she gazed at Izuku. I won't let you fight alone anymore, you're important to me, and I'll make sure you don't ever have to sacrifice your life for me. Her fists clenched slightly, her jaw tightening. Monoma's eyes narrowed, his hand tightening into a fist. I won't be some side character in your story, Midoriya. Even with you, I'll be recognized as my own hero. Momo's eyes filled with concern as she whispered, Izuku. Mina's face was calm. I'm gonna get stronger, and I'm going to be there for you next time. Kyoka's eyes shone with conviction. I'm aiming to be a hero, and I have a feeling you're gonna get yourself into a whole lot of trouble. I'm going to help you. Because I know with you, I can save as many people as possible. Suyu's eyes had tears at the corners. You're not the only one aiming to be a hero, Izuku. I'll stay by you. I know I can't fight alongside you, but I can make sure people are safe so you can focus on saving. I want to be a hero too. Abara's jaw clenched slightly, her eyes cast downward. I wanted to be a hero so I can save people, and help as many people as possible. I want to save as many people as you, but I can't have you always saving me, Midoriya. I'll get stronger so I can help alongside you and save as many people as you. Abara clutched his arm with tears in the corner of her eyes. This seemed to groan Izuku awake as he began to stir awake. As Izuku groaned awake, nearly everyone gathered around him, while a few students, including Kuwaro, stayed behind. Kuwaro gazed at his arm, now in a sling, with disgust. Why am I so weak? He thought, his frustration boiling over as he shot a scathing glance at the boy on the stretcher. This is all your fault, he muttered to himself. Green, Kyoka said to the boy currently waking up. His eye slowly opened his eyes and the first thing he saw were Abara, Kyoka, Ochako, Momo, Mina, Toru, Yui, Pony, Itsuka and Setsuna looking over him. They were looking at him with concern on their faces. Gee guys, Izuku asked, his voice cracked and hoarse as he looked around. When the girls heard his voice, relief washes over their faces. Tears of joy welled up in Ochako, Kyoka, and Pony's eyes. Abara, Setsuna and Itsuka had a mix of exhaustion and elation, as Abara gave a gentle comforting smile. Thank heavens you're all right. Tsuyu and Momo had frustrated glance with tears of relief welling up in the corner of their eyes. Tsuyu wiped her face. I'm really happy you're all right, Ribbit. Tsuyu said. Mina had a mix of relief and frustrated as her lip quivered. I still don't forgive you, Mina said, wiping the tears from her face. Yui gave longing look, a small gentle smile on her face. Izuku, his vision coming, his eyelids drooped, as he struggled to keep them open. Izuku sat up. As he slowly sat up, he looked around, seeing his classmates battered, injured and the huge blood stain on All Might's side. Guilt quickly began to rise within Izuku. Itsuka quickly rushed to his side. What are you doing? Izuku, you need to be resting. Itsuka said as she gently tried to push him back down. Don't exert yourself, young Midoriya. You have been up all night. A hero knows when to rest. All Might said. He's right, Green, Kyoka said, grabbing his shoulder. I'm sorry, Izuku said as everyone turned to him, a little surprise. As he couldn't look anyone in their eye. Monoma scoffed, folding his arms in frustration. Kurorio sent a sideways glare. If I wasn't so weak, if I was only stronger, then none of you would have gotten hurt. Because of me you were all hurt, Izuku said. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. As everyone had a stunned gaze as they remained quiet. If I wasn't here, none of you wouldn't gotten so hurt. I'm sorry, Izuku said, tears streaming down. A growing sense of frustration began to bubble up. Ren's expression, eyebrows furrowed in irritation. You can't be serious, Ren thought. Togaru's looked down as his fist clenched in anger. Seriously, stop. If you were so useless, what the hell does that make me? Stop spitting me in my face. He thought in anger. Togaru is met arrogant people, who he wanted to show they weren't shit, but when Midoriya began calling himself useless, that he was weak, what did it say about him? Oh sure, you're useless, that's why we won, Monoma said with a sarcastic laugh as he had his arms folded, gripping his bicep in anger. Soon other students had a similar reaction of frustration, clenching their fist in anger. Even Class 1A, who had know of Izuku's self-pitying ways, were also growing a sense frustration. Bakugo, who just had his other arm healed, heard the tail end of Midoriya's rant about himself, and when he was seen by Momo, Kyoka and Mina, all three sent him a glare. Momo sent him a piercing stare like a dagger, while Kyoka sent him a cold hard gaze, while Mina looked as if she wanted to melt him. Look, I know, Izuku was about to continue when Monoma spoke up. Midoriya, quote, shut up, Monoma said before mostly everyone dispersed and walked away. Izuku looked down in shame. All Might could only shake his head. The girls turned to each other in concern but were surprised when they saw Momo, Kyoka and Mina giving Bakugo a glare that made the girls shiver. Izuku, you should lie down, Itsuka said, pushing him gently back down to the stretcher. Izuku nodded weakly before he lied down and soon let sleep take him. Dot 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 dot. 6 hours had passed since the ordeal, and Midoriya groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. The bright, sterile light overhead made him squint. As he raised his bandaged hand to his face, memories began to flood back. Ghostfreak's alien form, the chaos, and the morning's events all came rushing back. He closed his eyes tightly, his breathing growing more erratic. The memories haunted him. Ghostfreak controlling his body, beating his classmates, and brutally stabbing All Might in his weak spot. He could still feel the impact of his own fists, breaking bones and causing harm. The image of the black eye with a purple pupil lingered, a haunting reminder of the destruction he had caused. The screams of his classmates echoed through his mind, making the world feel like it was closing in on him. He felt lightheaded, on the verge of passing out, as the darkness seemed to swirl around him. I can't be a hero. I am no hero. What kind of hero hurts others? Izuku thought frantically, his mind racing with self-doubt and despair. Midoriya. All Might's voice cut through the darkness in his mind. Izuku looked up, his breathing halted, and met All Might's sympathetic gaze. Recovery Girl stood behind him, concern etched on her face. All Might placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder and offered a gentle, sad smile. Take a deep breath, my boy. It's okay now, I'm here. Izuku followed his mentor's instructions, taking slow, steady breaths. Recovery Girl guided him, and he mimicked her movements, grateful for her help. What? Why? He started to ask, but All Might's bony hand gently covered his mouth. Take a moment first, young Midoriya, All Might said. Take all the time you need to gather your thoughts before asking questions, it will help. Izuku nodded, his voice shaky. Why yeah, okay. As he looked around, he realized he was in Recovery Girl's infirmary. Yu, a student, lay asleep on a nearby bed, her arms wrapped in bandages. Izuku's expression turned guilty as he gazed at her. She'll be all right. Don't worry, Recovery Girl reassured him. Her arms suffered extensive damage, but with time, she'll regain full use of them. A moment of silence passed before Izuku nodded. The room was empty except for the four of them. Another moment of silence followed as Izuku gathered his thoughts, eager to ask questions. He wanted to know how everyone was doing, for starters. Okay. I think I'm ready, Izuku whispered. Okay, good. We'll answer your questions as best we can, All Might replied. Izuku's questions tumbled out in a rapid pace. How is everyone? 13, Nejire, Aizawa's eyes. What about those who were possessed by Ghostfreak? And how are you? I remember Ghostfreak stabbed you with Diamondhead's blade. Is everyone okay? All Might's calm tone soothed Izuku's concerns. Everyone is okay. The plumbers are working around the clock to ensure everyone's recovery, and they're also repairing the campus. Alien technology is indeed incredible. As All Might spoke, Izuku rubbed the Omnitrix, and his tension began to subside. Recovery Girl added, a few students will need to wear arm braces for a week or so, and Aizawa's eyes will make a full recovery. And, as for All Might, you only scratched about 10 minutes off his time limit. Izuku's eyes widened in alarm. 10 minutes? All Might placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. Don't blame yourself, young Midoriya. We all share the responsibility for today's events. Don't take on the burden alone. A beat of silence followed as Izuku processed the information. I saw the condition of the bell tower in ground gamma, All Might said, his voice gentle. Izuku flinched, and his shoulders slumped as a lump formed in his throat. Judging by your fingers, All Might continued, I can see that you blew off the walls to let sunlight in. And since there's no spectral energy within the school, I can piece together what happened, my boy. I'm sorry, Izuku said, his voice shaking as he clutched the bedsheets, his body trembling and tears streaming down his face. I'm to blame for everything. Everyone's hurt because of me. His voice cracked as he continued, I'm sorry, you all believed in me, and I let you down. I failed to live up to the ideals you and Dad set for me. He paused, overcome with emotion. Now, I'm sorry. I'm no hero. As Izuku sobbed, his voice hiccuping, All Might placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and spoke in a low, calming voice. Hey, no self-deprecating talk. Okay. I know you, Izuku, and I know you didn't act with malicious intent. Izuku shouted through angry sobs, but how can I be a hero? How can I ever call myself a hero again? He clenched the bedsheets, his body shaking with emotion. All Might looked at his crying successor for a moment before speaking, his expression understanding and compassionate. Being a hero is never easy, Izuku, All Might said, his voice firm yet gentle. This isn't a comic book world where you can afford a no-killing rule. His blue eyes locked onto Izuku's, filled with understanding. Izuku sniffled, seeking reassurance, but found no disappointment or anger in All Might's expression. Instead, he saw the same unwavering support. I want you to know, Izuku, taking a life doesn't make you any less of a hero in my eyes, All Might said. In fact, it makes you more. He placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku's puffy eyes widened as he gazed at All Might, his eyes welling up with tears. You set aside your own morality, your own ideals, to protect everyone in this school, in this world, All Might continued, his voice tinged with pride. That takes courage, selflessness, and strength. Izuku's lip quivered as he clutched his chest, more tears forming at the corners of his eyes. He absorbed All Might's words, finding solace in the pro-hero's unwavering faith. Any hero can risk their life, but putting your own morals aside for the greater good, that's true heroism, All Might said, his voice filled with conviction. And you're not the first hero to have a body count, young Midoriya. Sometimes we must make the tough decisions no one else will. It's hard to accept now, and you might not even forgive yourself. I know many heroes who still carry that guilt. Don't let it weigh you down, Izuku. All Might continued, but Izuku couldn't hold back his emotions. He clutched his chest with both hands, shaking his head as tears fell onto the bed sheets. Accepting what happened will be a long and difficult journey, but forgiving yourself will be even harder, All Might said gently. You are not a villain, Izuku. In my eyes, you're still a hero. You saved the world by forcing Ghostfreak out of your body, preventing him from accessing One for All in the Omnitrix. You gave everyone a chance to live their lives happily. All Might's final words pushed Izuku to the edge. You are a hero, that's an undeniable fact, he said. Just as I believed when we first met, you have the potential to be a hero. And since then, you've only proven me right, time and time again, by being a true hero. The dam burst, and Izuku's emotions overflowed. He sobbed uncontrollably, his body shaking violently as tears streamed down his face. All Might's eyes softened, and a gentle smile spread across his face. Meanwhile, Recovery Girl watched with a mix of warmth and amusement, thinking to herself, not bad, Toshinori. You're not half bad as a mentor. Midoriya yawned as he put on his UA uniform, rubbing his eyes. Recovery Girl was conducting a final checkup before he left. Suddenly, the door burst open and their friends, Ochako, Tenya, Mineta, Kyoka, Toru, Abara, and Itsuka, entered, exclaiming his name in unison, Midoriya. Izuku, Green. Recovery Girl looked up, slightly annoyed, as the group took in the sight of Izuku shirtless, with her checking his vitals. So loud, she muttered, returning to her laptop to check the results. Itsuka apologized, her face flushing slightly as she took in the sight of Izuku's bare chest. Right, sorry, she looked at him, her expression softening a little, seeing he was doing a little better. Ochako and Abara quickly averted their gaze, Ochako punching herself in the face. Shake off those impure thoughts, she exclaimed. Abara couldn't help but gasp at Izuku's impressive physique, which she had noticed during the sports festival. Now, she couldn't deny her feelings, he looked even more impressive up close. She glanced over, blushing, before quickly looking away. He sure has an impressive physique, she whispered. Toru rubbed her arm, her face a little warm, as she glanced at Izuku, feeling her heart beat faster. Tenya approached Izuku, asking, "How are you doing, Midoriya?" The girls followed, but at a slower pace, not wanting to get too close to him. So, how are you feeling, Green? Kyoka asked, trying to sound casual. I'm feeling pretty drained, and my bones feel kinda heavy, Izuku yawned groggily. Recovery Girl nodded. That's not surprising, considering what you've put your body through. She paused before delivering her diagnosis. You've exceeded your physiological limits. When you were using Fasttrack, you far exceeded your speed limit. Everyone turned to Recovery Girl, curious about her assessment. Izuku chuckled nervously. Guess you could say I went plus ultra, huh? Ochako smiled. Yeah, you were incredible. It was terrifying, but the way you outran 13's quirk was amazing. Mineta stuttered out in fear. That was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. I thought I was gonna get sucked in, and not in a good way. Itsuka nodded in agreement. Now that's what I call going plus ultra. Recovery Girl looked at Izuku for a moment before shaking her head. Going plus ultra is an understatement. The speed you achieved has led to musculoskeletal fatigue, resulting in micro tears in your muscles and tendons. Everyone except Tenya looked confused, asking, huh? In unison. Tenya winced, understanding the severity of Izuku's condition. Recovery Girl continued, your high-speed movements have also caused cardiovascular stress, leading to rapid heart rate and high blood pressure. If you don't take a break, you risk developing overtraining syndrome, which can lead to decreased performance, fatigue, and increased risk of injury. The group looked confused, asking, Again. Tenya's expression turned more worried. Recovery Girl's voice remained firm but gentle. Izuku, your body is in a state of hyperarousal. Your fight or flight response is overactive, while your rest and digest response is suppressed. You need to relax and let your body recover. The group still looked puzzled, while Tenya nodded in understanding. Recovery Girl added, on the plus side, you didn't use a higher percentage of your quirk, which is good. You could have done far more damage if that was the case. Kyoka asked, could you explain that again? Maybe dumb it down for those of us without a medical license. Recovery Girl sighed, and Tenya offered to help. If I may explain, Recovery Girl. Tenya began to explain, think of it like this, Midoriya. When you used Fasttrack to outrun 13's quirk, you pushed your body to extreme limits. It's like running a car engine at maximum speed for too long, it's going to overheat and break down. Ochako's face turned into concern. Oh, no, that doesn't sound good. Quote. The group started to understand, but Mineta chimed in with a smirk, the guy with the engine quirk uses a car metaphor. Isn't that a little stereotypical? Tenya responded with a deadpan expression, I have an engine quirk. Anyway. He gestured to his muscles, explaining, the micro tears in your muscles and tendons are like tiny cracks in the engine. If you don't let them heal, they'll only get worse and lead to bigger problems. My uncle, who also has an engine quirk, suffered similar symptoms before he had to retire. He didn't heed the warnings, and it cost him his career. Izuku gulped in fear, so I take it green is prohibited from training? Kyoka asked. Tenya's expression turned serious, and your heart is racing like a car in high gear. If you don't slow down, you risk burning out. You need to take care of your body, Midoriya. Izuku nodded, starting to understand, I think I get it. Recovery Girl smiled warmly. So, when I say your body is in a state of hyperarousal, I mean it's like your body's fight or flight response is stuck in high gear. You need to calm it down and let your body recover. Take your time, Midoriya, she continued. Being a hero is about pushing your limits, and today you certainly did that. But it doesn't mean sacrificing your own well-being. Learn to pace yourself, listen to your body, and take breaks when you need them. I hope you all make sure he takes a break. Quote. Kyoka nodded in agreement. We'll make sure he does, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl's gaze shifted to the door, where Mina's pink hair and horn were peeking out. And I mean all of you, she said with a hint of a smile. Outside the infirmary, the girls stood intently, listening to Recovery Girl's diagnosis. Mina leaned against the wall, clutching her chest. It's infuriating how he thinks he has to give up everything for everyone else. I'm a hero too, and I should be willing to sacrifice my life for his. Doesn't he realize how important he is to me, to all of us? His life is worth saving too. Tsuyu leaned in, trying to catch a glimpse of Izuku through the door. She was still frustrated with him, but also with herself, yet also completely worried for the green-haired boy. I need to talk to him alone. I know he had no choice, but it still doesn't sit right with me. He casually threw away his life like that, Tsuyu thought, letting out a small ribbit of frustration. Momo paced back and forth, her arms crossed and a worried look in her eyes. He just gave up like that. I know we're heroes, and it's illogical for me to be upset with him for saving my life, but... Momo's eyes narrowed in concern. He's worth saving too. Why doesn't he see that? Yui peeked through the door with Tsuyu. He saved me. I should be going in there to thank him, but his self-sacrificing is frustrating. He always thinks about how to save everyone else, but never about how to save himself. It's like saving himself is the least important thing. Yui clutched the wall in frustration, her eyes fixed on the door. The girls heard footsteps approaching and quickly turned to see Shoji and Todoroki walking towards the infirmary. Todoroki wore his UA uniform, consisting of dark blue pants with white vertical stripes and a matching short-sleeved shirt. His sleeveless top revealed bandages wrapped around his left side, covering injuries that would likely leave a scar. As Midoriya awake, Todoroki asked, his eyes scanning the area. Before the girls could respond, Izuku's voice answered from inside the infirmary. "Thank you, recovery girl," he said, his voice weak but grateful. As he sat up, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his body ached all over. Ochako rushed to his side to help him when he stumbled. I'm fine," Izuku insisted, but his body felt heavy and leaden, as if his muscles were weighed down. Dark circles under his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Tenya looked in concern at his friend. "The school will be closed for the week, giving you all plenty of time to rest and recover," Recovery Girl announced, smiling warmly. "And, as I heard from Midnight, you'll each be receiving private sessions with her and Hound Dog to help you process everything. Make sure to take some time to unwind and relax, you've all been through an incredible ordeal today. But also, take pride in what you've accomplished. You've saved the world, and that's no small feat." Quote. Everyone's eyes widened in confusion as they turned to Recovery Girl. "Save the world?" they asked in unison. Todoroki, who was about to enter the room, halted, his expression puzzled. "Not much is known about Ghostfreak," Recovery Girl began, "but we do know his real name is Zaskair." "Zaskair," Kyoka repeated, her brow furrowed. Recovery Girl nodded. "Apparently, he's a dangerous being, very calculating, and as we saw today, incredibly powerful." The group nodded in agreement, still shaken by the wounds and fear inflicted by Ghostfreak. "He took down all the pro-heroes so methodically," Izuku said, his voice laced with concern. "He knew my strengths and weaknesses. He knew exactly how to use them against us. He managed to exploit our quirks so easily," Tenya added, glancing at the Omnitrix on Izuku's wrist. "It's as if he's been waiting for the perfect moment to strike from within. And by taking down the principal," Itsuka continued, "he essentially removed our smartest assets from the battlefield, leaving us vulnerable. And don't forget he completely obliterated the weaponry. If it wasn't for Midori's quick thinking, things could have gotten a whole lot worse." Toru said, sending the boy a small smile. "And then he used us as puppets, controlling us for his own twisted purposes, and when he was done, he cast us aside like sinful offerings, defiled and discarded," Abara said, her tone heavy with disgust and a hint of righteous indignation. Recovery Girl nodded. "From what we've learned, Ghostfreak has conquered multiple worlds, shrouding them in darkness. This likely allows him to rule without fear of the sun's power, which would..." She trailed off, not wanting to bring a sore spot for Izuku. The group exchanged uneasy glances, their faces reflecting a mix of horror at Ghostfreak's actions and relief that the ordeal was over. "I'm just relieved we won't be facing that ectoplasmic menace again," Kyoka said, shuddering. "I'm not a fan of horror movies, and living through one was an absolute nightmare." Ochako shivered, still shaken from the night's events. "Why yeah, I think for the next couple of days, I'll just watch Puppies and Kittens on repeat." "I think I'm just gonna have to join you," Kyoka said. The girls giggled at the idea, while Abara shook her head, still looking a bit traumatized. "At least it's over, though," she said. Recovery Girl smiled warmly. "Be proud of yourselves, you might have just saved the world from a dark fate, pun intended, of course." Everyone gave a small smile, feeling a sense of pride in their actions, except for one person who still looked a bit unsure. Izuku's eyes fell upon the Omnitrix, weighed down by guilt and self-doubt. "I couldn't have done it without you guys," he admitted, his voice laced with regret. Everyone turned to him, concerned by his words. Because of me, you all got injured, and a girl may never use her arms again, Izuku said, his voice cracking. If I wasn't so weak, or if I hadn't even been here, the world wouldn't have needed saving in the first place. Dekiru, that's how you feel? Ochako asked, eyes wide by the statement. Even now I'm still that useless, worthless. Deku who can't save everyone, just a burden to everyone around. Izuku said, looking down as an uncomfortable silence. Todoroki and the others outside, who had been listening in, exchanged determined glances. As Todoroki opened the door, they nodded to each other before entering. A blond boy, who had been eavesdropping, let out a frustrated tch of annoyance. As they entered, they caught the attention of everyone in the room. Oh, Todoroki, Shoji, Izuku said, trying to get out of bed. However, his body felt heavy like lead, and his muscles and joints ached all over. Ochako and Itsuka had to catch him, but he managed to stand up and waved them off. I'm fine, thanks, Izuku said, his voice weak. Tenya, seeing his friend mentally distraught and barely able to stand on his own, thought to himself, Midoriya is an excellent friend, always helping others. I couldn't help him in his battle with Ghostfreak, but maybe I can help him in some other way. An idea soon came to mind. Shoji and Shoto bowed respectfully. If it isn't too much to ask, we would like to speak with Midoriya alone, Shoto requested. Izuku noticed the bandaged left side of Shoto's body and the burn scar that would likely remain. ... Recovery girl smiled warmly. Of course, make sure you knock some sense into the boy, she said before returning to her monitor. Izuku began to follow Shoji and Shoto out, with everyone slowly following behind. When he stepped out, he noticed the rest of the girls waiting outside. What are you guys doing here? Izuku asked, confusion etched on his face. Momo quickly walked up to him, and Izuku saw tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Momo, what's the matter? Izuku asked, shock and concern in his voice. Izuku, I wish to. Momo began, her voice trembling, when they were interrupted by mocking laughter that echoed throughout the area. Everyone groaned in annoyance. Ha 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 ha, Midoriya, buddy, come here with me for a minute, buddy, Monoma said, slugging Izuku's arm over his shoulder. Izuku, still exhausted and somewhat annoyed by the sudden invasion of his personal space, groaned in annoyance. Monoma, what are you doing? Itsuka asked as Monoma began to drag Izuku away. Oh, come on, Kendo. I just want to have a conversation. You're completely fine with that, right? Thanks, bye, Monoma said, his tone sarcastic, as he continued to drag Izuku away. Hey, wait a minute, Kendo exclaimed in annoyance, but before she could follow, Todoroki stopped her. No, wait, this could be better, Todoroki said, his eyes fixed on the retreating forms of Izuku and Monoma. Better? What are you talking about? You know that asshole is just going to spout whatever he wants. He doesn't have a heart, Itsuka protested, her voice rising in frustration. Todoroki glanced at her, then looked over at Izuku and Monoma, who were now some distance away. The two walked in relative silence for a bit before walking up the stairs to the rooftop. Some of the students began to follow discreetly. Look, I know I dragged you and your class into this mess, and I'm sorry, Izuku said, rubbing his hands together. Monoma stood at the edge of the roof, gazing out at the plumbers still repairing the school. He scoffed, his neutral expression twisting into a deranged smile. Apology not accepted, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Izuku winced as Monoma continued, after calling yourself useless, and putting us all in harm's way, you think a simple apology will make up for it? Ha, you're so close-minded. Monoma turned to face Izuku, shaking his head to the side. Your words cut deep, Midoriya. A mere apology won't suffice. I get it, Izuku thought to himself. Despite how he looks or sounds, he actually cares about his classmates. Monoma continued, his voice bitter. After nearly getting all of us killed, you were completely useless and worthless throughout the entire night. You did nothing that was even remotely helpful. Izuku winced, feeling a pang of guilt. He's right, he thought. What kind of hero gets his friends and classmates into this mess? I dragged all of them into this. If I wasn't such a burden to everyone. If I was just stronger. Monoma's expression twisted in a sneer. Yes, I mean, compared to the rest of us, you couldn't shake off his control when he possessed you. Oh wait, you did. The rest of us were just helpless while you fought back. Izuku raised an eyebrow, looking at Monoma with furrowed brows, confused by his words. But that's just semantics, Monoma said. We managed to save everyone from a black hole, running at impossible speeds, and rescuing everyone in the process. Oh wait, that was you again. We were just helpless, useless, and had to be saved by you. Izuku thought, is he going somewhere with this? Monoma continued, let's not forget how we created weaponry within the span of 3 hours to stand a chance against the fight. No wait, I'm sorry, that was you again. But that doesn't matter, just like your words. You were completely worthless, making no contribution whatsoever. Without you, the whole thing would have gone smoother, no one would have gotten hurt, and we would have somehow managed to fight him with the weapons. No wait, we wouldn't have had them. Izuku replied, but that was just Melissa, Mei, and Momo. I just gave them the schematics. Those are the ones you should be thanking. Monoma's tone turned rhetorical. You gave them detailed blueprints on the equipment they needed to make, and you think that isn't essential. You think knowing what's needed and how to make something isn't important. He paused, taking a deep breath. Tell me, Midoriya, in what way did we help? What difference would we have made if it were just you and that alien? Monoma asked, his tone laced with skepticism. Izuku looked confused. What, is he serious? I wouldn't have broken free from the control without them, he thought, before speaking up. Without you guys, I wouldn't have regained control over my body. Without you. Monoma cut him off, his voice blunt. Without us, you wouldn't have been put in that position in the first place. Izuku froze, taken aback by Monoma's words. Monoma continued, his frustration boiling over. Without us, you wouldn't have had to keep fighting for the whole night while he used our bodies as human shields. He slammed his fist, emphasizing his point. Izuku could only stare at Monoma with wide eyes, unsure of how to respond. Without us, you probably could have found a solution. Instead, he used us. You're the only person he couldn't control, the only one he wanted to control. Our goal was to prevent that, but you did that single-handedly. You fought off his control, Monoma said, his voice cracking with emotion. The only reason you had to give up your body was because we were so weak. We should have rescued the girls, but instead, you were forced to surrender because we weren't enough. Monoma exclaimed. Monoma, Izuku started to say. Monoma continued, his voice filled with admiration. We know we're not as strong as you. We know we can't run as fast as you. But watching you makes everyone want to push themselves. Yes, even me. We felt your quirk. We now know how much time you must have spent training to control that massive power. None of us can say we earned our quirk. None of us can say we had to train for 10 months just to use our power. While we were handed tools, you had to fight like hell just to use the bare minimum, Monoma said, his words filled with a mix of awe and regret. Do you have any idea how someone who works so damn hard, who broke their finger, scarred their body, fought off that bastard's control, outran a black hole, and saved everyone in the process can say they're useless? That they're somehow worthless, a burden. Izuku looked down, his fist clenched in frustration. That's different. I have had people supporting me, Izuku muttered. Monoma responded, his voice rising. Like we didn't. You think none of us had someone supporting us? You think we didn't have someone in our corner? Izuku remained silent, his eyes fixed on the ground. Monoma continued, his tone intense. Let me enlighten you, Midoriya. When you say you're worthless, it's a spit in the face to everyone. It's a spit in the face to those who can't run as fast as you. It's a spit in the face to those who had 15 years to master their quirks, while you had just one. None of us can say we worked as hard as you. None of us can say we saved the world today. None of us can say we fought off his control. So when you keep saying you're worthless, that's just bullshit, and everyone knows it. It's especially a spit in the face to everyone trying so damn hard to reach your level. Monoma's words hung in the air. The silence that followed was palpable. Those listening behind the door could only nod in agreement with Monoma. Izuku's gaze remained fixed on the ground, his expression a mix of shame and realization. Izuku's guilt began to rise. How can I be so stupid? How could I say that? He thought, regret washing over him. I need to apologize. I didn't realize, Izuku said, taking a step forward. Monoma's expression turned stern. Don't go and apologize, it's just going to make everyone feel worse. Izuku's eyes widened in confusion. What? But how can I make it up to everyone? Monoma's anger boiled over, and he turned to face Izuku, grabbing his collar and pulling him close. We don't want some damn apology. We want you to take some damn pride. Monoma shouted, his face inches from Izuku's. Take pride in the fact that you just saved the whole world. Take pride in the fact that your will was strong enough to overcome the possession of a being who's taken over entire worlds. Monoma exclaimed, his voice filled with passion. Take pride in the fact that you eliminated a stain on the universe, ensuring he can't torment another planet again. Take pride in the fact that even with All Might, the #1 hero and symbol of peace, you were the hero at the end of the day. Monoma said, releasing Izuku's collar and making his way to the door. Monoma opened the door and began to leave. Look, I don't know what you've been through, but I kinda get what you're going through. When everyone around you tells you that you're not meant to take the spotlight, that you'll be just a background character or... He chuckled. An extra. Izuku chuckled a little, a small smile on his face. Monoma continued, you can't let those words define you. If you do, then you're just letting them win. With that, he closed the door behind him. In the support course, a girl with pink dreadlocks, Mei, was working on her projects but struggling to make progress. Her brows furrowed, and her face scrunched up in frustration. No, she thought to herself, trying to make sense of her blueprints. Suddenly, Izuku's determined face, with his green eyes and diamond-shaped freckles, overlapped her blueprints in her mind's eye. Mei's face widened, and she turned bright red before scrunching up the blueprints and tossing them in the trash. She needed to calm her racing heart. Okay, let's get back to working on my babies, Mei said, trying to compose herself. She grabbed her jetpack and began to tighten a screw, and her face softened slightly as the memory of Izuku helping her soon came to mind, stirring a strange feeling within her. But as the feeling rose, her eyes shot open, and her face warmed up again. In a burst of emotion, she tossed the jetpack, making it crash into the wall. Mei shook her head, chuckling. That was weird. Anyway, let's get back to work on my projects. As Thomas Edison said, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. She grabbed her notebook and began to sketch out ideas, but her doodles inadvertently turned into drawings of Izuku's face. Mei's smile faltered as she scanned the page, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. She hastily tossed the notebook into the trash. Ah, she screamed, covering her face with both hands. She began fanning herself, trying to cool her flushed cheeks. What's happening? Mei wondered aloud. She attempted to rationalize her reaction. I'm exhibiting symptoms of facial hyperemia, increased blood flow to the dermal layer, resulting in visible redness and a sensation of warmth. But her mind kept drifting back to Izuku. Seems the cause is Izuku Midoriya, Mei said, her voice trembling slightly. Thinking about him triggers a blush response, which worsens the more I think about him. She clutched her chest, feeling her heart race as memories of their initial interaction flooded her mind. Izuku Midoriya-centric thoughts are inducing a cardiac acceleration response, resulting in increased heart rate and sympathetic nervous system activity, Mei deduced, trying to rationalize her reaction. Her mind flashed back to when she had felt his muscles, and her hands tingled at the memory. Elevated dopamine and oxytocin levels, increased blood flow. My body is exhibiting sensitivity. Rising temperature. Mei's voice trailed off as she realized the implications. She rubbed her thighs together, her face deepening into a profound shade of red. All signs of sexual arousal, she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips. Hypertherosis. My body must be reacting to the situation, Mei deduced, leaning back in her chair. The chair rolled slightly and spun, and Mei's gaze drifted to her jetpack, Izuku's face flashing in her mind. Her heart beat faster as she recalled how he had sacrificed himself for her. She gazed up at the ceiling, remembering the moment he broke his fingers, and how she had seen them from afar when All Might carried him away. May pondered for a moment, then sighed, cracked her knuckles, and smiled. She spun around to face her laptop and began typing away. The laptop screen flickered to life, displaying a video call with a familiar voice on the other end. Hello, Melissa said, widening in surprise as Mei Hatsume's face appeared on her screen. Hey, Shield's daughter, Mei said, scratching her head sheepishly. Melissa responded with a deadpan expression. Just call me Melissa, you client thief. Quote. Mei chuckled. Oh, come on now. Izuku Midoriya is an opportunity I simply can't let pass by. As Louis Pasteur once said, chance favors the prepared mind. Louis Pasteur, my ass. Melissa exclaimed, her hand slamming onto her desk as her face contorted in comedic anger. He's my client, and you're trying to steal him from me. Just like Robert Hooke accused Isaac Newton of plagiarizing his work on optics, you're trying to pilfer my client. You're attempting to snatch Izuku away from me, just as Hooke claimed Newton snatched his ideas. How dare you compare me to Hooke? Mei said with outrage within her tone. I'm simply seizing an opportunity, especially when you're isolated on a floating island while I'm just a hop, skip, and jump away from Midoriya. Melissa retorted, if you expect me to hand him over without a fight, you're denser than a black hole. Mei laughed. Harsh, but fair. Anyway, that's not why I'm calling, Shield's daughter. I have something else on my mind. Melissa raised an eyebrow from the other side of her screen, her arms folded. Oh, what's that? I want to help Midoriya, Mei said. And since you're his baby designer, I figured you'd have valuable insights. Melissa's face flushed slightly. Don't call me that, geez. I'm sure you have expertise on preventing injuries during fights, Mei continued. I'd like to help. Midoriya speaks very highly of you, and I believe you've created some innovative baby to enable him to use his quirk at full capacity without risking injury. Mei said enthusiastically. Melissa's skeptical expression remained. What makes you want to help him? Mei's eyes shone with sincerity. I'm at UA with him, and I want to support him physically. I can study his abilities, provide notes on his physicality. I just want to do something for him. You know. Melissa's gaze lingered on Mei's face. She saw the sincerity in her eyes and the small dusting of pink before nodding. You can provide his physical data. I'll need it weekly. The girl began as Mei began taking notes. The big three, Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire, walked through the hallways, observing the commotion. Any clue who those guys in white are? Mirio asked, nodding towards the mysterious figures. Amajiki replied, apparently, they're some kind of secret service. They've been tracking down the villain from last night's incident. Mirio's eyes sparkled with excitement. Like spies? He asked, his voice full of intrigue. Meanwhile, the men in white were busy repairing the damaged buildings using advanced, unfamiliar technology. No, from what I heard they are the FBI, Amajiki said. Mirio's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, what's the FBI doing in Japan? Amajiki leaned in, lowering his voice. Apparently, they were working with the Japanese authorities to capture the villain, but things went south. Now, they're trying to keep it under wraps because they don't want to admit they were operating on Japanese soil without proper clearance. It's a political mess. Mirio's expression turned skeptical. So, they're trying to cover their tracks. Amajiki nodded. Exactly. They don't want the media to know that their incompetence put our school in danger. It's a sensitive situation, and they're trying to avoid an international incident. So, that's why everyone's been given a gag order? Mirio asked. Amajiki nodded, his tone laced with suspicion. Yeah. Mirio picked up on it. You sound a little suspicious. What's going on? Amajiki's eyes narrowed slightly. That Midoriya guy, what do you know about him? Mirio thought for a moment. Not much, besides the fact that he seems like a good guy. Then, a memory from his internship flashed back. Wait, Sir Night-Eye seemed to have an interest in him. Or maybe it was the opposite. When I brought him up, Night-Eye almost seemed annoyed by him. Really, You think the guy who has the same quirk as All Might would be Sir Night-Eye's next golden boy? Amajiki asked skeptically. Mirio shrugged. I don't know, but I'd love to spar with him. I've never fought someone with an intangible quirk or one similar to my own. Amajiki raised an eyebrow. Your enthusiasm is blinding me. Mirio grinned. But the guy seems pretty cool. I mean, Nejire seems to like him. Amajiki nodded. True, but Nejire sees the best in everyone. Mirio looked curious. You don't think he's a good guy? Amajiki clarified. I didn't say that. I mean, the way he sacrificed himself for Nejire earned my respect. That was impressive. Amajiki's expression turned serious. But, remember how the teachers reacted. They looked terrified at the idea of Midoriya being possessed. And from what I saw, it could have been true. Amajiki slumped, looking concerned. I just can't shake this feeling that there's more going on here. Mirio nodded in agreement. Yeah, me neither. Before the two turned around, they saw Nejire gazing out the window, her eyes distant. How's Nejire doing? Amajiki asked, nodding towards her. Mirio turned to Nejire, who was rubbing her bandaged arms. I wonder if Izuku and Yu are alright, she thought aloud, her gaze drifting back outside. Mirio smiled mischievously. Amajiki sighed, anticipating what might come next. Don't do it. Mirio feigned innocence. I have no idea what you're talking about. But before Amajiki could react, Mirio suddenly phased through the ground, popping up behind Nejire. Amajiki sighed, shaking his head. Nejire, lost in thought, walked mindlessly towards the window. Hey Nejire, Mirio said, his voice coming from behind her. She turned to see Mirio showing off his rear end. I heard a peach can cheer up anyone. He exclaimed. Nejire blinked, taken aback, before letting out a small chuckle. PFF'd. Wow, massive success. Mirio celebrated, grinning. Nejire giggled. Mirio, what are you doing? This feels like sexual harassment. Mirio stood up, scratching behind his head sheepishly. Sorry, I just wanted to cheer you up. You looked really gloomy. Nejire smiled. I'm fine, just worried about Yu and Midoriya. Mirio placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Let's go check on them. I'm sure Midoriya's awake by now, and he'll appreciate seeing a pretty face. Nejire's expression softened. That's sweet of you, Mirio. Mirio grinned. Yeah, my face is the best medicine, right? Nejire playfully hit his arm, and they shared a laugh. Alright, let's go, Nejire said, and they headed to the infirmary, dragging Amajiki along. Nejire rolled her eyes good-naturedly as they walked. You know she'll beat us with her cane when we enter, right? She hates loud noises, Amajiki said, being dragged by his two friends. And you two are as quiet as present mic in a karaoke competition. Amajiki said, his feet being dragged to the hallway by the two. Come on, Amajiki, we'll be super quiet, Nejire assured him. Amajiki remained skeptical. We're totally going to get beaten by that cane. Mirio chuckled. Besides, she can't hit me, I can pass through stuff. Amajiki exclaimed, that doesn't apply to us, Mirio. Bakugo lay in bed, tossing and turning in frustration, his face scowling as he stared at the ceiling. His hands and arms were wrapped in bandages. Ever since that fucking sludge villain's attack, everything seemed to be getting worse and worse every fucking day. Bakugo's anger simmered, his thoughts consumed by Izuku Midoriya. How does that quirkless loser, the fucking laughing stock of our school, the punching bag for the entire school, suddenly get the quirk of the #1 fucking hero? Bakugo clenched his fists, incredulous. All Might himself fucking said it's the same. And he would know better than anyone. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling as if he saw Izuku's face there. I've had fucking 15 years to train my quirk, and that bastard somehow got controlled within a fucking year. Bakugo thought, his eyes blazing with resentment. Bakugo's fists clenched tighter as he sat up on his bed, grabbing his face in frustration. What the hell is going to happen when he gets 15 years of training? I can't even beat him without his forms. He just keeps rising, climbing. His breathing became rapid and shallow, his face reddening as his anger rose. Suddenly, He heard the doorknob turn effortlessly, and the door creaked open. Kyoka entered his room, her usual deadpan expression unchanged. "How the fuck did you get in? I didn't give you a key," Bakugo exclaimed. Kyoka's head was down, her hair falling like a curtain around her face. She recalled how the green-haired boy, Izuku, had berated himself, calling himself useless and worthless. Even after saving everyone, he still considered himself useless. She clicked her tongue in disapproval. "Stay away from Midoriya," she said bluntly. Bakugo scowled at the girl before responding, "Huh." His voice was heavy with sarcasm, as if saying, "Are you serious?" She looked up at him with a glare that shot daggers. "I said, stay away from Midoriya." Bakugo did not yield to her glare. Instead, in an attempt to show dominance, he began to crackle explosions in his hand. "And what if I said no?" Kyoka sighed, looking down for a moment. "I'll blow your fucking eardrums apart." Her voice was low and menacing, barely above a whisper. "Huh, what was that earlobe, bitch?" He was abruptly cutting off. "I said I'll fucking blow your fucking eardrums," she exclaimed with a devastating sonic blast. The sonic blast sent Bakugo flying across the room, slamming into his desk with incredible force. The wood splintered, the window cracked, and Bakugo's body crashed to the floor. His ears were ringing in agony. Bakugo struggled to get back up, his battered hands barely able to muster an explosion. His ears still rang from Kyoka's sonic blast, and he winced in pain. "What the fuck is it to you? Me and Deku are not your problem. This has nothing to do with you, earlobe bitch," Bakugo shouted, his voice hoarse from the ringing in his ears. Kyoka's expression remained unyielding. "You're actually asking me why? Gee, I don't know. Maybe it's because the guy who did everything to save everyone somehow thinks he was completely useless and worthless through the whole thing. And I know exactly who's to blame." Bakugo's eyes widened in realization. He told you." Kyoka nodded. "I'm best friends with the smartest girl in school, who figured it out weeks ago. It wasn't hard to connect the dots. The way you constantly insult him, belittle him, and how those bullies from the sports festival were chummy with you. It's not rocket science." Bakugo's face twisted in anger. "Oh, so now you're going to be his fucking hero or what? This doesn't have anything to do with you. It's between me and Deku, stay the fuck out of it. Why the hell does it matter to you anyway? Just because you want to get pounded by him doesn't mean you can get into our business." "Why? Because it was you who made my friend suffer so damn much," Kyoka said, her voice trembling with anger. "You're the reason he has no self-confidence, the reason he doesn't think his life matters, that all his actions are somehow not important. You're the fucking reason he doesn't think his own life means a damn thing." Bakugo's mind flashed back to the entire year, how Deku kept beating him, how everyone praised Deku while pitying him for the sludge villain attack. The memory of how suddenly, when talks turned to who would be a top pro hero, Deku's name came up, fueled his anger. "Good, that's how he should feel." Bakugo spat, but his retort was met with a swift and merciless response. Kyoka unleashed a powerful sonic attack, the intense sound waves cracking the floor beneath Bakugo's prone form, causing the ground to shudder and splinter. Bakugo clutched his ears in agony as the blast struck him, his eardrums screaming in protest. He fell to the ground, his ears bleeding from the intense pressure. The sonic attack continued to assail him, each wave of sound making his ears throb with excruciating pain. Kyoka ceased her assault, and Bakugo, still breathing heavily, slowly removed his hands from his ears. He gazed down at his bandaged arms, now soaked in blood, and his anger intensified. As Kyoka walked away, he snarled, "If it weren't for my fucking arms, I would fucking kill you. It just shows how much of a fucking pussy you are, attacking someone at their lowest." Kyoka turned the knob of the door before stopping. Coming from the guy who beat up and repeatedly used his quirk on a quirkless kid, someone who couldn't fight back, your words mean shit. With that, she slammed the door behind her, leaving Bakugo sitting amidst the chaos, his ears still bleeding from the sonic attack. Izuku stood on the roof of UA, gazing out over the school with his arms crossed. As he reflected on his past, painful memories resurfaced. "I'm useless," he recalled saying. "I'm worthless. I'm a burden." He groaned, wincing at the harsh words. Frustration boiled over, and he clenched his fist, punching himself. "Stupid," he muttered. Running his hand through his hair, Izuku sighed. His body still ached and felt sore. "They probably don't want to see me right now," he thought, looking down. He activated the Omnitrix, swiftly dialing through the options before landing on Big Chill. With a decisive motion, he slammed down on the dial, unleashing a green flash that dispersed into the air. The temperature plummeted, and Big Chill declared, "Big Chill." As the warm June breeze gave way to a chilly gust, Big Chill's poncho-esque robes fluttered. He unfolded his four wings with a fluid motion, and with a surge of exhilaration, he took to the sky. Soaring above the campus, the wind rushing past his face, he felt alive. As he flew over the grounds, he saw students being tended to by the plumbers, some being questioned, and others receiving medical attention. A few students glanced up, noticing him. Big Chill's gaze shifted to the roof entrance, where the door swung open. Ochako, Momo, and Yui stepped out, their eyes locking onto him. It seemed they had been waiting. As Big Chill flew over the campus, he gazed down to see students pointing and staring at him in recognition. Whispering and muttering spread quickly, and he sensed a mix of trepidation and curiosity. The looks were familiar, yet different from the ones he received in Aldria. Big Chill's attention shifted back to the girls on the rooftop before he ascended higher into the air. Unaware, he soon found himself soaring beyond the campus boundaries. He turned invisible, realizing he needed to maintain a low profile. Talk to them later, Big Chill thought, I need some time to myself. He let the air currents carry him, surrendering to the thrill of weightlessness. As he glided effortlessly, his wings beat steadily. Big Chill soared higher, clearing his mind as he pierced the sky above Mustufu, Japan. He broke through the clouds, feeling the misty tendrils envelop him. From this vantage point, the city and world unfolded before him like a vibrant tapestry. As he gazed down, he saw people smiling and laughing, their joy infectious. A gentle smile spread across Big Chill's face, and Monoma's words resonated within him. Take pride in the fact that you just saved the whole world. The aroma of savory food wafted up from the central market below, enticing Big Chill's senses. Recovery Girl's words echoed in his mind. You've saved the world, and that's no small feat. He felt a sense of pride and wonder. As he descended, the sounds of the city intensified. He caught sight of Mt. Lady waving to the public, a villain securely restrained beside her. The crowd cheered, and Big Chill watched, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The pedestrians below looked like tiny figures, their faces upturned in awe. Big Chill's wings beat steadily, casting a gentle breeze across the rooftops. The sun cast a warm glow over the city, illuminating the vibrant colors of the buildings and streets. Invisible and undetectable, Big Chill flew effortlessly through the sky, his natural cold nature masking him from thermal vision. He hovered above the city, witnessing the joyous smiles of its inhabitants. A gentle smile crept onto his face as he soared higher, banking and turning to ride the updrafts. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming hydrangeas, their delicate petals swaying in the breeze. As Big Chill glided, the warm sunlight danced across his invisible form, casting no shadow. He basked in the serene atmosphere, feeling the rush of the wind and the gentle caress of the flowers, fragrance. Below, the city unfolded like a vibrant tapestry, neon lights twinkling, cherry blossom trees blooming, and the gentle hum of everyday life. As Big Chill ceased hovering, the world below seemed small and insignificant. He rarely used his powers for moments like these, and for once, he felt worry-free and weightless. Closing his eyes, he savored the gentle caress of the air, letting go of all concerns. Time seemed to stand still as seagulls glided by, their cries carrying on the ocean breeze, a familiar scent that brought a sense of calm. Big Chill's gaze drifted downward, and he smiled, seeing Dagoba Beach teeming with people. They relaxed, laughed, and swam, enjoying the sunny day. He recalled the time he had to clean the entire beach of trash, a stark contrast to the serene scene before him now. The memory brought a hint of satisfaction, knowing his efforts had contributed to this peaceful atmosphere. Dot 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 dot. It feels incredible, doesn't it? A voice said from above. Big Chill looked up, his green eyes widening in surprise, as Hawks hovered above him in midair. Hawks' bright red wings beat steadily as he gazed down at the invisible Big Chill. The number 3 hero, Hawks said, giving a smirk, yo. The two heroes hung suspended in midair, their wings creating gentle whirlwinds that surrounded them. Red feathers from Hawks' wings circled around Big Chill, enveloping him in a crimson halo. Big Chill gulped, trying to calm himself. Okay, relax, Izuku, he can't see you, he thought. However, Hawks seemed to notice something, despite Big Chill's invisibility. I saw you flying out of school before you turned invisible, Hawks said. My wings tracked your cold presence. Dot 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 dot. Hawks. Big Chill stuttered nervously. Hawks smiled. Okay, now, are you going to remain invisible or turn yourself visible? Big Chill's mind raced. Okay, Izuku, you're currently using your quirk without permission from your teachers, and you don't have a license. Yup. Goodbye hero career, hello vigilantism. But before he could dwell on that thought, Hawks spoke up. Vigilantism won't work out in the long run. Big Chill flinched, realizing he had thought aloud. He groaned and turned himself visible. I said that out loud, didn't I? Big Chill asked, his face flushing. Hawks chuckled. Yeah, you did. Dot 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 dot. Am I in trouble? Big Chill asked, his voice laced with concern. Hawks cupped his chin, seeming to ponder the question. You know what? Follow me, he said, his wings fluttering before he shot into the air. Big Chill was taken aback, but his moth-like wings instinctively followed, beating rapidly as he struggled to keep up. The wind rushed past him, creating an intense buffeting sensation as he realized just how much faster Hawks was. The pro hero sliced through the air with incredible speed, leaving Big Chill to trail behind. His speed is incredible, I'm barely able to catch up, Big Chill thought, his mind racing with concern. Plus, I'm still tired from last night's ordeal. Hawks quickly noticed the boy's exhaustion, his keen eyes picking up on the subtle signs of fatigue. He's exhausted, Hawks thought to himself. The Hero Safety and Protection Committee is already suspicious, especially after pedestrians reported hearing strange noises coming from the school. It sounded like a battle was unfolding, and then the school was suddenly closed off. Hawks' grin widened, his gold-brown eyes glinting with amusement. Can't keep up, huh? Thought you were faster than All Might, he teased, his voice laced with playful mockery. I am, it's just that I haven't mastered aerial combat yet, Big Chill stated, his voice strained from the effort of keeping up. As they flew through the air, they passed by a skyscraper, the wind rushing past them. Hawks expertly navigated the urban landscape, zigzagging between buildings with ease. Big Chill, on the other hand, phased through the structures, reappearing on the other side. They continued their high-speed flight through the Shizuoka prefecture, weaving past towering skyscrapers and neon-lit billboards. The city streets below became a blur as they soared through the air, their wings beating rapidly. Finally, Hawks led them to a sleek, modern skyscraper, its rooftop gleaming in the sunlight. He landed gracefully on the edge, his wings folding neatly against his back. Big Chill followed suit, his moth-like wings fluttering wildly as he struggled to maintain his balance. As they stood on the skyscraper's rooftop, Big Chill asked, Hawks, this is cool and all, but is there a reason you flew me over here? Hawks chuckled. I was going to ask about the League of Villains and the Secret Service at your school, but that seems boring. Look around, a bird's eye view is amazing, isn't it? Big Chill gazed out at the cityscape, taking in the breathtaking view. All your stress suddenly disappears. Those who can fly should fly. I get wanting to escape and just use your quirk to relax within the wind, Hawks said. Hawks smiled, flying a small loop around the radio tower. Our quirks are more than just tools for fighting. Everyone is so closed-minded. Our abilities are extensions of ourselves, not just weapons. I kinda get where you're coming from. I used to sneak out to have some sense freedom, fly through the sky. Where you can get away from it all. When I'm up here I don't feel cold, I just feel. Big Chill nodded, hovering a bit to get a better look at the city, free. Hawks landed beside him, grinning. Haha yeah, free. But, unfortunately our quirk laws are pretty strict, so we can't go around using them all willy-nilly. I'm a pretty cool guy, and won't come too hard on you, but you probably should head back to campus. Hawks said before giving a forced smile, which Big Chill did not pick up on. I'm a pretty cool guy, and I won't come down too hard on you, but you should probably head back to campus, Hawks said, forcing a smile that Big Chill didn't notice. By the way, kid, you've caught the attention of the Public Safety Hero Commission, Hawks continued. Your quirk is incredibly powerful and versatile, unprecedented, even. They're interested in you. Big Chill remembered the first day of internships when the HSPC approached him. Oh right, I remember they offered me an internship, but I didn't get it. Hawks nodded. There's even talk of a full scholarship to learn from them and become a hero like me. Big Chill's eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, really? You're only 20 and already the third best hero? But Hawk's expression turned serious. Don't take it, kid, he said. Big Chill was surprised for a moment. You seem like a good guy with big goals and ideals. You want to be a symbol of peace. Keep doing what you're doing, and trust me, you'll thank me one day. With that, Hawks dove towards the ground. Anyway, toddler, you should probably turn invisible. Don't want any sticklers for the rules or heroes from around Seijaku catching you. Big Chill raised an eyebrow, then shrugged. He opened his wings before flying off. Big Chill returned to his dorms, phasing through the building to reach his room. He was impressed by how quickly the damage had been repaired, especially considering that Class 1A and B, along with the other general course dorms, had been severely affected. Can't believe they managed to fix everything so fast, Big Chill thought to himself as he touched the dial of the Omnitrix. A green flash erupted, and Izuku examined the device. Looks like things are back to normal. Huh? No more timing out after 10 minutes, Izuku said, cupping his chin thoughtfully. But I remember when Ghostfreak possessed me, he could transform into different forms just by thinking about it. Izuku concentrated, trying to transform into Diamondhead, but his face scrunched up in frustration as nothing happened. Just then, the door to his room swung open, and Izuku was met with the piercing onyx eyes of Momo Yaoyorozu. He took a step back, gulped as Momo's eyes narrowed into slits. Hey Momo. Izuku stuttered, chuckling nervously. Momo remained silent, her expression unreadable as she closed the door behind her. Look, I know you're probably mad, and I'll apologize to Mina and Suyu. I mean, Sue. Izuku trailed off, his words faltering. Momo's lips pressed into a thin line, her onyx eyes still narrowed into slits as she gazed at Izuku. Momo walked towards him, her frustration evident on her face. Izuku took a step back, recognizing the same calm yet angry demeanor she had displayed when she slapped Bakugo. Look, Momo, if this is about me sacrificing myself against Ghostfreak, I'm really sorry, Izuku said, trying to placate her. Momo listened, her expression seeming to calm down slightly. Izuku rubbed his neck, continuing, I shouldn't have given up the Omnitrix like that. But before he could finish, Momo cut him off, her voice firm. You idiot. Her anger appeared to be rising again as she walked closer to him, her eyes flashing with a mix of frustration and concern. As Momo walked towards him, Izuku braced himself for a slap, but instead, she wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. They tumbled onto the bed, ending up in a tangled mess. Izuku's face turned bright red as he struggled to process the sudden embrace. Momo's grip only tightened as she buried her face in his shoulder. Izuku was stunned, whispering, Momo, as he gazed at her in surprise. Slowly, Momo raised her head, revealing tears streaming down her face, her eyes red and puffy. Why would you be so stupid, giving up everything? Just, she sobbed. For me. I'm just your classmate, and you. When I was just a burden on your shoulders. Momo's voice cracked as she poured out her emotions. Izuku was taken aback by Momo's tears, his mind reeling from the intensity of her emotions. He had never seen her so vulnerable before. Izuku felt a surge of guilt, and tears pricked at the corners of his eyes. Momo, of course, you weren't a burden. How could you even think that? He exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. Momo tightened her grip, her voice shaking. Please, just listen. She took a deep breath before continuing, her eyes still cast downward. I'm furious with you, Izuku. And I'm not the only one. Sue, Mina, and some of the other girls feel the same way. Momo's words echoed in Izuku's mind, recalling how Mina and Tsuyu had vowed never to forgive him. But Izuku had long since come to terms with their anger. Saving their lives had been worth the cost, even if it meant they'd never speak to him again. Momo's voice softened, her sobs gradually subsiding. And yet, you clearly have no concept of what you did wrong. You saved our lives, and we're grateful. Thank you. Tears still trickled down her face, dropping onto Izuku's shirt. But Momo's grip on him tightened, her breathing rapid with frustration. Why was it so damn easy for you to sacrifice your life like that? She shouted, her voice laced with anger. Izuku was taken aback, not just by her outburst, but also by her swearing. He knew she wasn't fond of profanity, and it was one of the reasons she kept her distance from Bakugo. Wait, you're mad at me for saving your life? Izuku asked, confusion etched on his face. Momo's frustration only grew. Because that's what a hero does, we sacrifice everything for the greater good. I know you're mad at me, but I would do it again in a heartbeat because you're important to me, Izuku exclaimed, his voice filled with conviction. Momo's response was immediate. Of course, that's what a hero does, but what you did was just turning yourself into a martyr, she shouted, her words piercing through Izuku like a dagger. Izuku froze, the weight of Momo's words hitting him like a ton of bricks. Did you even consider a solution where you could save us and yourself? Momo asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku felt a pang of guilt, realizing he hadn't thought of a way to save himself too. Was saving yourself not an option? Momo pressed on, her words laced with a mix of frustration and concern. Izuku's eyes dropped, feeling a surge of regret for not thinking of his own safety. I'm mad at you because you saved us, but you had no regard for self-preservation, Momo continued. You didn't think about the consequences of Ghostfreak possessing your body. In that moment, you did everything to save everyone except yourself. You didn't consider the long-term effects. Ghostfreak could have killed us when he possessed your body. Izuku's face contorted, feeling the weight of Momo's words. He knew she was right. He hadn't thought about the potential risks. She's right, I didn't even think about how Ghostfreak could have killed them when he possessed my body, Izuku thought. Momo's voice cracked as she struggled to hold back tears. You're amazing, Izuku. I'm sure if you tried, you could have found a solution that saved all of us. Maybe it's easier said than done, but when the only solution is you dying, turning yourself into a martyr. I just can't. Izuku felt his heart ache, seeing Momo so upset. He wanted to comfort her, but he knew he had to let her express her feelings. As long as everyone else is safe, then it was all worth it? Momo asked, her voice laced with emotion. Is everyone's life so important to you, but what about your own life? Does it hold no value to you? Momo's words cut deep, and Izuku felt a pang of regret. I'm mad at you, but most importantly, I'm mad at myself for putting you in that situation, Momo continued. When Ghostfreak took over my body, he managed to defeat the top students and 2 pro heroes, Bakugo, Todoroki, Tetsu, and Kirishima. Momo's expression softened, and she looked away, her voice barely above a whisper. He beat them without even using your quirk. Watching my body being used like that was unbearable, but it made me realize how inadequate I've been with my own quirk. I feel so useless. Momo, that's not true, Izuku said, trying to reassure her. But Momo shook her head. It is true, I haven't been using my quirk to its full potential. I have the knowledge and tools to create anything from molecular structures, but I haven't been creative with my abilities. I've been relying too heavily on the versatility and usefulness of my quirk. In terms of application, I have been using it poorly. I've been squandering my potential and my quirk, Momo continued, her voice filled with determination. Ghostfreak used your strategies and ideas to defeat the others. I don't want that to happen again. I want to stand by you, fight beside you as an equal. Momo's eyes locked onto Izuku's, pleading. Please, help me improve. I know I'll never be as strong as you, but I want to be as creative. I want to be a better hero who can fight alongside you and have your back. I don't want you to give up your life every time we're in a tough situation. Giving your life should be the last resort. As a hero, you should make sure everyone is safe, including yourself. Momo's eyes locked onto Izuku's, her conviction and sincerity shining brightly. Izuku was captivated, unable to look away from her intense gaze. Momo's breathlessness was palpable, her body heaving against his as she struggled to contain her emotions. Izuku could feel her exhaustion, her soft chest rising and falling rapidly against his own. Without warning, Momo's face drew inches from Izuku's, her breath mingling with his. She could feel his heartbeat, a reassuring sign that he was alive. In a sudden, impulsive move, Momo pressed her lips to Izuku's. He widened his eyes in surprise, jerking back slightly before Momo held him tight, her lips never leaving his. As the kiss deepened, Izuku's initial shock melted away, and he closed his eyes, surrendering to the moment. As Izuku slid his arms around Momo's hips, pulling her close, he worried he'd overstepped. But Momo responded by wrapping her arms around his neck, her fingers weaving through his messy green hair. Their lips still locked, Momo's tongue slipped through Izuku's, deepening their passionate, wet kiss. Momo felt sparks flying, her body temperature soaring. Electricity coursed through her veins as she tightened her embrace, unwilling to let him go. Izuku felt euphoric, as if he was on top of the world. One of the prettiest girls in school was kissing him, and he couldn't believe it. He tightened his hug, savoring the warmth of her body pressed against his. After a few moments, Momo suddenly felt something poke her, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. She let out a tiny eep, before slowly pulling away from the kiss, her breath still against his. A trail of saliva still connected their lips as they parted, their foreheads touching. Momo's face turned crimson as she pressed her forehead against Izuku's, both of them panting heavily, their hearts pounding against each other. Momo spoke up, her voice filled with emotion. I know being a hero means risking our lives, but that doesn't mean you can just throw away your life like it's worthless. Like it has no meaning unless you sacrifice yourself to save someone. Do you know how it would make us feel if you just died? Momo asked, her voice cracking. How would your mom feel if you just died because you think your life isn't worth anything? Izuku looked down, their foreheads still pressed together. Momo continued, dying or completely sacrificing yourself isn't the only way to save someone. You're smart, find a better solution instead of recklessly throwing away your life. How do you think I would feel? Momo's voice trembled. One of the first real friends I've made, the stupid guy who stole my first kiss, who makes me want to be a better hero, the selfless idiot who makes me want to throw caution to the wind. How do you think I would feel if the guy I'm in love with just ended up dying because he didn't think his life mattered? Izuku's eyes widened in shock, his face inches from Momo's. His grip on her tightened, his fingers digging gently into her hips. What? You're in, Izuku stuttered. Momo's eyes locked onto his, her voice filled with conviction. Izuku, I just kissed you. I don't know how obvious it is, but I'm in love with you. I fell in love with Izuku Midoriya, not some worthless, useless Deku. You mean a lot to me. As Momo spoke, Izuku's face softened, his eyes filled with wonder. He leaned in closer, his body language screaming that he felt the same way. So please don't take him away from me, Momo continued, her voice cracking. He means a lot. I know we're heroes, and getting hurt or dying is a possibility. I won't ask you not to risk your life, that's our job. Momo took a deep breath, her words pouring out in a rush. But please, just consider saving everyone, including yourself. Think about actually saving the day and making sure you come back, even if it's with a broken arm. Just take care of yourself. Momo's eyes pleaded with Izuku. I know I can't convince you of your worth, but can you at least save yourself and everyone around you, not for yourself, but for me? For everyone. Be my hero, and save the dumb guy the first fell in love with. Izuku's heart swelled, his face reflecting his emotions. He pulled Momo even closer, his voice barely above a whisper. I promise, I'll be a hero who saves everyone, including myself. Momo's face lit up with relief, and she wrapped her arms tighter around Izuku's neck. I'll hold you to that promise, Momo whispered, her lips brushing against his ear. Izuku's eyes fluttered closed, a soft smile spreading across his face as he held Momo close. Izuku, Momo said, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku responded, his voice muffled against her shoulder. Do you mind if we stop hugging for a moment? Momo asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. You're, poking me, Momo added. Izuku's confusion turned to mortification as Momo rubbed against him. He quickly realized what she was referring to. He let her go, and Momo giggled, moving to sit next to him, looking tired from their emotional moment. After an awkward silence, Momo broke the tension by scooting closer to Izuku. So, you find me attractive? She asked, her voice playful. Izuku's face turned bright red. Sorry, it was just a reaction. I didn't mean to. Momo smiled, parting her hair to the side. It's fine, honestly. I kinda thought you didn't find me attractive. Izuku looked at her in surprise. Momo, you're obviously beautiful. Momo hid her modestly sized breasts, looking down. I thought you liked more petite girls like Kyoka. You know, less. Izuku blushed again. So you guys overheard. Momo nodded. Yeah, sorry. Izuku put his hands on his face in embarrassment. Great, can things only get worse? Momo giggled and snuggled closer to Izuku, her shoulder touching his, and her head nestling into the crook of his neck. Izuku's face turned pink again, and he looked flustered. The door suddenly opened, and Momo and Izuku jumped in shock. Midoriya, Deku, Ochako and Toru shouted in unison, causing the two to quickly take a step away from each other. Toru's eyes locked onto Izuku before she enveloped him in a tight hug. I've been wanting to talk to you, Toru said, her voice filled with emotion. Izuku's face flushed bright red. Sure, he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Momo asked, is there a reason you guys came here, besides wanting to talk to Izuku? Her voice hinted at a slight jealousy, noticing the warm hug Toru gave Izuku. Ochako replied, Mr. Aizawa and Vlad King want to talk to us. They said it's something important. Toru broke away from the hug. Izuku glanced at Momo, who was avoiding eye contact. Ochako and Toru sensed that something had happened between them. As they made their way out, Ochako tugged on Izuku's sleeve. I also want to talk to you, she said with a small blush and pout. Izuku's face turned pink again, and he nodded before the group headed to the common room. As they walked, Aoyama stepped out of his room, his eyes darting to Izuku with a trembling fear before quickly looking away. Sorry, Mon Amy. We can't keep the teachers waiting, he said, hurrying off at a quick pace. Izuku's eyes dropped in guilt, but Ochako patted his back reassuringly. Hey, Dekiru, don't worry about Aoyama, he's always been a scaredy cat. Just give him some space and time, and I'm sure he'll come around. Toru nodded in agreement. Yeah, she's right. Even during the USJ attack, he was, actually, where was he during the USJ attack? Ochako's expression turned confused. Oh, he was, actually, I'm not sure. Momo chimed in, I think I remember him saying he was in the fire zone during the interviews with the police officers. Toru raised an eyebrow. That can't be right. Ojiro was in the fire zone, along with Togaru from Class B, and they said it was just the two of them. Izuku pointed out, the zone is pretty big, though. Momo countered, but we were dropped relatively close to each other when they warped us. Ochako defended Aoyama, so, you think Aoyama just hid the whole time? Don't be ridiculous. He may be self-centered, but he wouldn't abandon his classmates. The girls exchanged small smiles, and Toru waved it off. Yeah, probably. As they entered the common room, they found the atmosphere subdued, with only Mina and Setsuna attempting to make conversation. As Izuku entered the common room, he was met with a mixture of gazes. Kuriro's eyes narrowed in disgust, his lips curling into a sneer. Others cast cautious, judgmental glances, their expressions unreadable. Izuku then remembered Monoma's words. He took breath in and strode his head up, walking in the room ignoring the gazes. Monoma gave small smile of begrudging respects alongside others. Seeing the friend walk in with a little confidence brought Todoroki a small smile, a nod of approval. Tetsu and Kirishima flashed small grins, their eyes crinkling at the corners. Setsuna's face lit up with a warm smile, her eyes shining with admiration. Meanwhile, Mina and Tsuyu exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowed in concern. Mina's arms were crossed, her eyes fixed on Izuku with a mix of worry and frustration. Tsuyu's eyes met Izuku, before darting away. I still want to talk to him alone, he needs to know how important he is to me. Ribbit. What did Aizawa and Vlad King want? Izuku asked Todoroki, sitting down beside him. Just then, the two teachers entered the room. Is everyone here? Aizawa asked, scanning the room. Ah, Bakugo isn't here, Kirishima replied. Right on cue, Bakugo burst in, his ash blonde hair disheveled, his ears wrapped in thick, white bandages. The bandages were slightly rumpled. As he took his seat, Bakugo shot Kyoka a glare, his eyes narrowing accusingly. But Kyoka didn't flinch, her expression remaining neutral as she gazed straight ahead. Shiro, Mineta, and Kaminari turned to Bakugo with concern. What happened, Bakugo? Shiro asked, eyeing the bandages. Did you get into a fight? Mineta added, his voice full of curiosity. Was it Jiro? Kaminari whispered, eyes darting between Bakugo and Kyoka. Bakugo ignored them, his scowl deepening as he crossed his arms over his chest. Aizawa and Vlad King stood before the students, their expressions serious. Class 1A and B, we know the recent Ghostfreak incident has been taxing, Aizawa began. Vlad King continued, to help you all unwind and recharge, both mentally and physically, we've organized a small trip. The students exchanged skeptical glances. Really? So soon? Someone asked. Vlad King nodded. Yes, it will be held next week. You can go home this week and decide if you wish to attend. The trip will last for a week. Aizawa added, Midnight and Hound Dog will also be there for those who wish to have a session to talk about their experiences, if that's what you wish. Vlad King's expression turned somber. We have put you all in grave danger, first with the USJ incident and now this. Our negligence and incompetence have been detrimental to you all. He bowed deeply to the students, his eyes cast downward. Aizawa followed suit, his face uncharacteristically contrite. The students gasped, shocked by the usually stern teacher's apologetic gesture. Vlad King's voice was laced with remorse. Think of this as our apology. A moment of silence followed before Aizawa spoke up again, his head lifting to gaze at his students. It will be the renowned Kaminoji Tanabata Festival, he announced in his signature monotone. The students' jaws dropped in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. No way, that festival! Kirishima exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Mineta's face lit up with a grin. Cool, he chimed in, clearly thrilled. Aizawa nodded, his expression unchanging. That's right, this won't be a training exercise. This will be a genuine attempt to help you all unwind and relax. Details of the trip will be finalized and shared with you by the end of the week. Until then, take it easy. You've earned it, Aizawa said, before turning to leave with Vlad King. As the two teachers departed, the tension between the two classes began to dissipate, replaced by an infectious excitement that spread throughout the room. Oh, man, the Tanabata Festival. That's going to be epic. Kirishima exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. I've always wanted to experience a festival in Japan. Pony said, bouncing up and down in her seat. Me too, and it's a whole week. This is going to be amazing. Rin added, her face lighting up with enthusiasm. Vlad King and Aizawa smiled at each other, seemingly pleased with the students' reactions, before turning to leave. Don't forget to pack your sunscreen, Aizawa called out over his shoulder. The room erupted into a chorus of cheers, with both classes raising their fists in the air. Woo-hoo, they exclaimed in unison. This is going to be so much fun. Setsuna said, grinning from ear to ear. I'm totally down. Let's make this a week to remember. Ochako exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Izuku's smile faltered as he remembered the bizarre encounter with the mysterious man. He quickly caught up to Aizawa, who was exiting the building. Mr. Aizawa, Izuku called out. Aizawa turned around, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yes, what is it, Midoriya? Izuku hesitated, unsure how to phrase his question. Who was the man being held in a secure cell on level key? He asked, trying to recall the details. Aizawa's eyebrow shot up. Level key doesn't exist within UA's facilities. I'm not aware of any such level. Izuku furrowed his brow, trying to remember. But I saw him. He was in a cell, and I think it was designed by Tesla. You know, the person you're holding captive. Aizawa's and Vlad King's eyes snapped open, their faces frozen in shock. Prisoner, Aizawa muttered, his voice low and serious. Izuku swallowed hard, realizing he might have revealed too much. Midoriya, are you certain you saw someone? Aizawa asked, hoping his student was mistaken. Izuku nodded nervously. Yes, I'm positive. Aizawa's and Vlad King's faces darkened, their expressions a mix of anger and concern. They turned to leave, but not before Vlad King spoke up. Aizawa, do you have any idea what he's talking about? Detaining a prisoner, especially near students, is unacceptable. Aizawa's face was beet red, veins bulging from his neck and forehead. No, I had no knowledge of this. A girl with messy buns gazed at her phone, its screen smeared with dried blood. She watched a video of the heroes frozen in combat against the hero killer, her eyes fixed on Ochako. Ochako's black suit was drenched in her own blood, the pale pink design now a deep crimson. Blood streamed down her sleeves, pooling at her wrists, and her boots had deep pink soles stained with crimson. Her gauntlets, used to control her blood pressure, were smeared with blood, and her cuffs were soaked with a sticky, red liquid. The girl's eyes lingered on Ochako's battered form, her gaze fixed on the blood dripping from Ochako's wounds. Oh, you look so cute. Everything about you is so cute, she said, her voice laced with an unsettling enthusiasm. God, Ochako, you look so damn cute all bloody like that, the girl said. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she struggled to stifle a giggle. Her eyes shone with an unsettling excitement as she gazed at the screen. On the ground, a man lay clutching his throat, his hands slick with the blood pouring from the gash in his neck. His eyes bulged as he desperately tried to reach for the phone in the girl's hand, his fingers scrabbling wildly. His face was contorted in a silent scream, his skin pale and clammy. A crimson pool spread around him, soaking into the floor as he struggled to breathe, his choking noises growing weaker. The girl's gaze remained fixed on the phone, oblivious to the man's distress, her attention consumed by Ochako's bloodied form on the screen. Shish, the girl said with her finger to her mouth. Her tone was in a playful whisper and teasing. Don't interrupt a girl while she's fantasizing, she pouted, her eyes still fixed on the phone screen. The man's choking noises grew fainter, his body weakening as he struggled to speak. I can't wait for us to meet Ochako, the girl continued, her voice dripping with excitement, and that sweet, green protector of hers. She licked the blood off her blade, her tongue moving slowly, savoring the taste. The girl's gaze never wavered from the screen, her attention consumed by the bloody image of Ochako, as the man's struggles grew weaker, his body slipping into unconsciousness. 3 days had passed since the Ghostfreak incident, a dramatic event that had left Class 1A and 1B reeling. With tensions finally beginning to ease, the students were granted a well-deserved reprieve, allowed to return home for a brief period of rest and relaxation. Parents had been discreetly informed of the incident but were issued stern instructions to maintain confidentiality. The authorities were keen to avoid a national scandal, and any leakage of information would have severe consequences. Izuku currently slumbered peacefully, enjoying the best sleep he'd had in months. He had expected to be plagued by nightmares of Ghostfreak for weeks to come, but their absence left him feeling strangely guilty. Perhaps, he thought, his subconscious had found solace in knowing that Ghostfreak could no longer harm his friends. The Omnitrix on his wrist suddenly emitted a bright green glow, illuminating his dorm room with an ethereal light. The intense radiance seeped through the windows, casting a faint green hue on the outside walls. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, and he groggily lifted his head to investigate the source of the light. As he looked under the covers, his eyes widened in surprise to see the Omnitrix bathing his room in an eerie green glow. What the heck? Izuku exclaimed, alarm etched on his face as he stared at the Omnitrix's hourglass glowing with an intense green light. He watched in surprise as the dial popped up, revealing a diamond shape formed by the merging black triangles. Omnitrix. Diagnostic check request initiated. Awaiting authorization from user Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's confusion deepened. The Omnitrix had never spoken to him before. He glanced around the room, wondering if he was hallucinating, before hesitantly addressing the device. Hello, Omnitrix. The Omnitrix responded, its voice firm and robotic. Omnitrix. Diagnostic sequence pending. User Izuku Midoriya permission required. Izuku's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, you can talk. Why haven't you spoken before? How many alien forms do you have? Who created you, and what was the purpose of your creation? Izuku asked in rapid succession, his curiosity getting the better of him. Omnitrix. Omnitrix prioritizing self-diagnostic protocol. Non-essential queries ignored. Please grant permission for Omnitrix to execute the diagnostic check. Izuku's confusion deepened. Diagnostic check? You mean, like, checking what's wrong with you? Why would you need to do that? Omnitrix warning. Ectonorite DNA contamination risk detected. Diagnostic analysis and recalibration necessary to mitigate future threats. Ectonorite. Ghostfreak. You're doing this to prevent another alien like Ghostfreak from taking over? Izuku asked, his eyes locked on the Omnitrix. Omnitrix. Affirmative. Do it, Izuku exclaimed. The Omnitrix's dial began spinning rapidly, its white edges glowing vibrant green. Izuku watched, transfixed, as the device hummed to life on his wrist. 10 minutes passed, and Izuku yawned, glancing at the time. Man, it's already 5 a.m. How much longer will this take? He asked aloud, not expecting a response. To his surprise, the Omnitrix replied, Omnitrix, diagnostic check estimated duration, 6 minutes, 12 seconds. Recalibration protocol, 30 minutes. 36 minutes, got it. It's already early, and class isn't till 8:30, so I guess I can wait, Izuku said, yawning slightly as he struggled to stay awake. As he sat there, Izuku became aware of the lingering pain in his body. His muscles still felt tired and sluggish, with a few aches and soreness lingering. He picked up his phone and scrolled through the list of relaxation techniques Tenya had sent him. Kendo stretches. Avoid working out. Get enough sleep. Take hot baths. Izuku's eyes landed on kendo stretches, and he couldn't help but smile as he thought of a certain orange-haired girl. As the Omnitrix continued spinning and glowing on his wrist, Izuku assumed the Fudo Aki stance, standing with his feet shoulder-width apart and arms extended. He took slow, deliberate breaths, inhaling and exhaling calmly. Just as he relaxed, the Omnitrix's glow shifted to a vibrant red, bathing his room in an intense crimson light. Omnitrix. Error. Polymorph crystal detected within Omnitrix framework. Izuku's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a startled, ow. Polymorph. He muttered, confusion etched on his face. The Omnitrix issued another warning. Omnitrix. Warning, polymorphic crystal integration unsanctioned. Albedo's actions flagged. Izuku's eyes widened. Albedo. The Omnitrix continued. Omnitrix. Recalibration sequence initiated. Estimated duration. 2 hours. Evolutionary function is potentially hazardous. To ensure user safety, integration of the polymorph crystal will be accounted for within the recalibration. Evolutionary function, Izuku asked, his voice barely audible over the rising hum of the Omnitrix. Suddenly, the device erupted in a vibrant green glow, and emerald electricity exploded throughout his room. Izuku shielded his eyes, grateful for the soundproofing that prevented the chaos from spilling into the hallway. The entire dorm would have been alerted otherwise. The air crackled with energy, transforming his room into the eye of a thunderstorm. Electricity danced across the walls, illuminating the space with an otherworldly light. The Omnitrix's power coursed through every molecule, making Izuku's skin tingle. Izuku couldn't help but smile a little. He didn't know why, but he could tell he was getting stronger. 20 minutes passed, with the storm raging unabated. Then, gradually, the crackling subsided, and the sparks ceased. The Omnitrix's hourglass symbol shifted to a soothing blue hue as steam coursed of the Omnitrix. Izuku cautiously opened the door of his room, looking side to side. No one seemed to notice a thing as he sighed. I probably need to thank who have decided to make our dorm room soundproof. Izuku's pounding heart slowed as he collapsed onto his bed, staring at the Omnitrix in awe. He brought the device to his face. He saw the green hourglass turn blue before his arm slumped. Class 1A and B buzzed with excitement, their chatter filling the air as they anticipated their upcoming trip. The room's energy was electric. Suyu walked into the dorm room, accompanied by Yui, who was smoothing out her ruffled hair with a hint of annoyance. "Hey, Su," Ochako exclaimed, flashing a bright smile as she sipped from a juice box. Suyu returned the greeting, her voice slightly weary. "Hey, Ochako. ... Hey, what's wrong?" Mina asked, noticing Suyu and Yui's frazzled expressions. Yui let out an exasperated sigh. "The media and press are swarming the UA gates again. It's just like when All Might's around," Suyu added, shaking her head. Yui dropped her backpack and headed to the kitchen to grab some snacks. "They wouldn't let us leave until we answered their questions. It was infuriating." Ochako's expression turned sympathetic. "Ah, sorry you guys had to deal with that." Suyu waved it off, a hint of a smile on her face. "No worries, President Mike intervened and saved us from answering any questions." Ribbit. Momo descended the stairs, wearing a green sweater and sporting a subtle smile. The intimate moment with Izuku still lingered in her mind, making her cheeks flush slightly. She scanned the room quickly, noticing the absence of the boy with fluffy green hair. Has Izuku already headed to class?" Momo asked. Tenya spoke up, "He's still sleeping in. I thought I'd let him rest." Aoyama chimed in, "By the way, did you guys feel that strange thunderstorm-like sensation last night?" Mineta stuttered, I thought I was the only one." Tenya offered, "I'll go wake him up." But Momo quickly intervened, "No, let me." Toru's anxiety spiked as she recalled hugging Izuku earlier. She had detected Momo's scent on him and noticed the faint trace of Momo's lip gloss on his lips. "And no, I'll go," Toru stammered. Momo's smile hinted at amusement. "Don't be silly, I'm more than capable." Momo hastened upstairs, leaving Toru feeling flustered. Toru gripped her thighs, her mind racing. Did they kiss? Did he kiss her? I'm sure they did. Her face turned redder by the second. Determined, Toru stood up, her expression set in a blush and determination. "No way, I'm going to lose Midoriya." She trailed after Momo, her heart pounding. Izuku lay on his bed, his eyelids fluttering open as he slowly emerged from his slumber. His mind foggy, he struggled to focus. "Izuku," a soft voice whispered, piercing through his haze. Groggily, Izuku opened his eyes to find Momo hovering above him. He sat up with a start. "Yaoyorozu," Izuku exclaimed, shock etched on his face. Momo's smile illuminated her features, a delicate blush tinting her cheeks. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's time to get up, we have classes today." Izuku's gaze met Momo's, and he was struck by her radiant smile and the faint flush on her face. Memories of their intimate moment yesterday resurfaced, making his heart skip a beat. As he took in Momo's blushing face, Izuku's own cheeks began to warm. He hastily looked away, his blush deepening. "Morning," Izuku muttered, his face still flushed. "Morning," Momo echoed, her smile lingering. An awkward silence followed, punctuated only by Izuku's nervous stuttering. Before Izuku could continue, Toru burst into the room. "Midori," Toru exclaimed, causing both Izuku and Momo to flinch in surprise. Toru's gaze darted between the two, her expression panicked. However, her concern shifted to confusion as she took in the room's disarray. What happened to your room?" Toru asked, incredulous. Momo's brow furrowed, mirroring Toru's confusion. "Yeah, what happened?" Momo repeated. Izuku's eyes scanned the room, taking in the chaos. Posters that once hung straight now leaned crookedly, some partially burned or torn. The red and blue curtains, once vibrant, now hung singed and burned. The air conditioning unit hummed steadily, a stark contrast to the disorder. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he took in the devastation. Figurines lay scattered, scratched, and broken. 5 or 6 books had been knocked off the shelf. But one sight stopped his heart. A melted figurine, once a prized possession, is now unrecognizable. Izuku rushed to the figurine, cradling it in his hands. He sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "My limited edition All Might figurine, only 1,500 made." "No," Izuku wailed, his voice cracking. Momo and Toru exchanged a knowing glance, their faces sporting faint blushes and sweat drop expressions. Can't believe he's the guy the first fell for, Momo thought, a mix of amusement and affection. Though it's cute, watch him fuss over figurine like that. Toru's inner monologue mirrored Momo's. Who knew he was such a sentimental softie? After helping Midoriya clean up the room, fixing the curtains, and gathering scattered books and notebooks, Toru asked, "So, what exactly happened?" Izuku hesitated, glancing at the Omnitrix, still glowing blue. Nothing important. Just the Omnitrix trying to prevent another incident like Ghostfreak. Momo's concern was palpable. Did it break or malfunction? Izuku clarified, "No, it's just adapting to ensure what happened with Ghostfreak doesn't happen again." Toru's relief was evident. "That's good. I don't think I could handle another alien trying to kill you. We were super worried when Ghostfreak possessed you." We were terrified." Izuku's eyes met Momo's, his expression apologetic. I promised. I'd be more careful." Momo's smile hinted at forgiveness. "Toru?" With hint trepidation she asked. "Oh, so that's all that happened yesterday." She parted her hair, meeting Izuku's eyes. Izuku and Momo's faces turned bright red, their expressions guilty. "Why yeah," Izuku stuttered. "And nothing, I can recall," Momo added, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku's gaze dropped, and he bent to retrieve something from under his desk. His eyes landed on a figurine, but his mind was elsewhere. A memory resurfaced, and Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Toru's words from yesterday echoed in his mind. "I love you, idiot." His face exploded into a deep blush, and his heart began racing. Izuku's hands trembled slightly as he clutched the figurine. "Midori, did you find what you were looking for?" Toru asked. Izuku's head jerked up from under the desk, but his hasty movement earned him a painful collision with the wooden surface. "Midori." "Izuku." Momo and Toru exclaimed in unison, rushing to his side. Rubbing his sore head, Izuku met Momo's onyx eyes and Toru's big, round ones. His face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm fine," Izuku stammered, hastily standing up. "Well, thank you. I need to take a shower," Izuku blurted, his words tumbling out in robotic haste. Without another word, Izuku bolted out of the room at incredible speed that would make Fasttrack blush, leaving the two girls stunned. Izuku stood under the soothing hot water, his sore muscles and joints relaxing. His mind, however, was elsewhere, fixated on the invisible girl. Why would she say that? Izuku wondered. Did she only say it to prevent me from getting possessed? His heart skipped a beat. Right. That's the reason. She just wants to protect me. But before he could convince himself, images of Momo and Itsuka flooded his mind. The confessions and how sincere were the soft lips pressed against his. His face turned beet red in an instant from the memories. Izuku groaned, smacking his forehead against the shower wall. How did I end up with two girls liking me? Me, of all people? He sighed, nostalgia washing over him. I wish I could talk to Dad about this. Mom said he was good at giving girl advice even though he was clueless. He always knew what to do when coming to girls. He probably would have given me some advice like Izuku, don't keep a girl's heart waiting. Show her your love or Izuku said, trying to mimic his father. Shaking off the thought, Izuku resolved, I'll ask Toru about it later. Just then, the Omnitrix beeped, snapping Izuku back to reality. He raised his arm to find the blue light replaced by the familiar green glow. Omnitrix. Systems restored. Normal operational parameters re-established. Evolutionary function available. Izuku's curiosity piqued. Evolutionary function. What does that mean? He asked, but the Omnitrix remained silent. Izuku sighed. Guess things are back to normal, but what is this evolutionary function? Sounds awesome. He pressed the Omnitrix's button, scrolling through his available forms. Everything looks good. I'll test it during training today. Izuku grabbed his towel before he headed to his room to change into his clothes, before he heard a knock on the door. Izuku adjusted his tie and opened the door, revealing Mina Ishido's striking black sclera and golden irises. Her neutral expression caught him off guard. Mina. Izuku stuttered, surprised. What's up? Mind if I walk with you to class? She said, her tone casual. Sure. Let me just, Izuku began, but Mina swiftly grabbed his arm and started dragging him out the door. Whoa! Izuku exclaimed, hastily grabbed his backpack. Hold on. He protested as Mina continued to pull him along. Izuku and Mina walked side by side, Mina's hands clasped behind her back. Izuku felt a growing sense of awkwardness as he glanced at the pink-haired girl beside him. Man, this is so awkward. Izuku thought, anxiety creeping in. Maybe she's still mad at me. Mina suddenly stopped, her eyes locking onto Izuku's. She pushed him gently against the wall, her right hand on his shoulder, her left leg positioned to prevent his escape. Izuku's gulped, anticipating a confrontation. She must still be mad. We haven't really talked in 3 days. But instead of anger, Mina's expression softened. I'm sorry, she said, her voice sincere. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. What? Mina's gaze dropped, her voice barely above a whisper. I haven't talked to you in 3 days, and I said something really hurtful. I'm sorry. Izuku's tension eased. It's okay, no need to apologize. Mina's eyes met his, determination shining through. Look, I know we're heroes in training, but I want to be a hero too. I don't want you to feel like you need to protect me or save me every time something crazy happens. Her gaze faltered, a hint of vulnerability creeping in. And I should have thanked you for saving me, so, thank you. Mina's lips brushed against Izuku's cheek in a gentle kiss. Izuku's face flushed as Mina pulled back, a radiant smile spreading across her face. Izuku's eyes dropped, still flustered. I'm sorry too. Mina's brow furrowed. What are you apologizing for? Because of Ghostfreak, a lot of you got hurt. Izuku began, but Mina swiftly pressed a finger to his lips. Okay, first off, stop blaming yourself for everything. Did Ghostfreak escape your watch? Sure. But a dummy, you didn't put him there. B, you're not the one who let him out, and C, you're the guy who stopped him from hurting people. Don't be so hard on yourself, Mina said. Mina's sly grin reappeared. And you saved the hottest pink-haired chick in UA. Izuku chuckled, his smile growing. Oh, I didn't know Esther was at UA. Mina's face transformed into a picture of betrayed shock. Her mouth agape, she began rapidly punching Izuku. How dare you, Izuku? Do you think she's hotter than me? I'm your classmate, you jerk. Mina exclaimed. And I'm way hotter. My body is way muscular. Izuku shielded himself, laughing. Just kidding, please stop hitting me. Mina's pouting expression softened, her arms folding across her chest. I'll tease you endlessly on our school trip. Izuku smiled, relieved, as Mina turned away, her face flushing lilac. I'm still mad at you, though, Mina said, her voice laced with concern. You're my friend, and seeing you nearly get yourself killed. Really, it scared me. Mina struggled to find the right words. Look, you're super important to me, okay? I don't like the idea of you sacrificing yourself like that. Izuku's apologetic expression deepened. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking about how it would affect everyone. How can I make it up to you? Mina's mischievous grin resurfaced. She leaned in, whispering something in Izuku's ear. Izuku's eyes widened, his face exploding into a deep blush. Mina, I'm not doing that, he exclaimed, hastily retreating with his full cowl covering his ear. Mina's husky laughter sent shivers down Izuku's spine. Come on, Midori. She batted her eyelashes, her face turning lilac. Izuku's face burned brighter. No way. Mina's voice took on a flirtatious tone. It'll be quick, I promise. We're hero course students. We could die anytime. Why not have some fun? No, we're too young. Come on, we need a little relief here and there. She whispered in his ear. Izuku felt her breath dance across his ear. Izuku's eyes threatened to roll back in his head as Mina's face hovered inches from his. Just as suddenly, Mina burst into laughter, her arm wrapping around Izuku's shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Oh man, your face is priceless. She exclaimed, her body shaking with uncontrollable mirth. Izuku's flush lingered. And not funny. Mina's laughter subsided, replaced by a sly grin. Yes, it was. No, it isn't. You can't joke like that, Izuku protested. Mina stuck out her tongue, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Seriously, can't the media leave us alone? Sato grumbled, annoyance etched on his face. I know, right? Kaminari replied. Every channel's making a big deal out of it, even though the plumbers told them it was just a freak tornado. Kyoka chimed in, they're probably desperate for a scoop since UA denied them an interview with All Might, Midoriya, and Ochako. Ochako's eyes widened in comedic shock, her face turning bright red. Wait, they wanted to interview me? Shoji nodded. Yeah, you and Izuku took down the hero killer, and that's huge news. Plus, since you two don't have licenses yet, it's controversy gold. Kyoka added, Aizawa's right, the media's like vultures, sensationalizing everything. Ojiro spoke up, there's even a video interview with Kazuki making the rounds. Mina's eyes sparkled. Oh, I love her, she has eyes just like mine. Izuku's curiosity was piqued. Video? What video? Ojiro explained. You two haven't seen it? It's pretty popular. They're discussing the hero killer case and your involvement. Izuku looked sheepish. I've been avoiding social media. It's weird hearing people talk about me. Ochako giggled. I used a flip phone most of my life, and when Izuku upgraded me, I wasn't interested in social media, except for cat videos. Those are adorable, she squealed, bouncing up and down. Izuku and Tsuyu exchanged amused glances. Cute, Izuku thought to himself. Adorable, Tsuyu agreed silently. Though I am a little curious on what the video is. Mind if I check it out? Ochako said. Kyoka began to scroll through her phone before playing it. Izuku and Ochako scooched to check it out. Video. Live broadcast. Heroic actions under scrutiny. Moderator Chizuru Kazuki sat across from guest commentator Ryota Kuroba, a stern-looking man with distinctive horns and glasses. Ryota leaned forward, his voice critical. While Izuku Midoriya's actions may seem heroic, we must not praise his recklessness. Maruko, a seasoned pro, allowed Midoriya to operate outside her jurisdiction. This lack of oversight nearly got him killed. Chizuru's expression turned skeptical. That's a rather harsh assessment, Ryota. Don't you think you're misrepresenting the facts? Ryota's eyes narrowed. I'm stating the obvious. Midoriya has no license, and his methods are unorthodox. He engaged the hero killer without proper training or backup. Chizuru countered, that's a misconception, Ryota. Midoriya wasn't hunting the hero killer. He stumbled upon the situation and reacted. We should commend his bravery, not criticize his lack of licensure. Chizuru's expression turned incredulous. And let's not forget, Midoriya was responding to a distress signal, while Uraraka stumbled upon the hero killer about to kill Native. What was she supposed to do? Ask the hero killer to wait. Chizuru's sarcasm dripped from her words. I'm sure the hero killer would have loved to oblige. Please, don't kill Native just yet. I need to call a licensed hero. She rolled her eyes. Ryota shifted uncomfortably. These young teenagers clearly let emotions cloud their judgment, the boy's obvious feeling of love to Uraraka. Chizuru cut in, her voice rising. Emotions? Love for the girl? You're simplifying their bravery. Midoriya didn't have time to call another pro. How was he supposed to know Uraraka was fighting the hero killer? She mocked Ryota's logic. Next time, she'll text, Hey Midoriya, I'm about to fight the hero killer. Join me, in a life or death situation, every second counts. Ryota's face reddened, but they didn't follow protocol. Chizuru's tone turned biting. Protocol? You want them to ask the villain, wait, I need to call a licensed hero. What kind of logic is that? Her voice rose. No, you use your quirk and do what's necessary. Licenses don't guarantee survival. Any hero can die, regardless of experience. But using their quirk gives them a chance. Chizuru's passion filled the screen. Even civilians who use their quirks, despite the risks of punishment, sometimes survive. At least using a quirk offers a chance at survival. The camera cut off as Chizuru's words hung in the air, leaving Ryota speechless. Video ended. Izuku cupped his chin thoughtfully. That's why they wanted to interview you two, to understand the next generation of heroes' perspective on this issue, Kyoka explained. I don't entirely agree with Chizuru, Momo said. Our laws are in place for a reason. If people use their quirks freely without proper training and control, it could result in severe harm. Tsuyu nodded in agreement. Ribbit, I share Momo's concerns. Using quirks without a license is considered a crime for a reason. Many individuals don't know how to control their abilities, and it could lead to unintended harm. Izuku didn't entirely agree, but he hesitated to speak up. He knew Tsuyu and Momo had valid points, and he understood the reasons behind the laws. However, he believed that there were times Go Hero consequences be damned. He glanced at Tsuyu, wondering if she was still upset with him. Izuku didn't want to stir up more tension, so he decided to keep his thoughts to himself, for now. He hoped to have a chance to talk to Tsuyu privately and clear the air. Hiroshima's dramatic outburst cut off Izuku's thoughts. Man, when you girls were floating in the air, I was so worried. But the way Midoriya risked his life was totally heroic. Hiroshima exclaimed, tears welling up in his eyes. Mina rolled her eyes, exasperated. Mineta, however, took a disturbing turn. It was terrifying. I thought I'd lose my future harem members. I couldn't bear the thought of losing Ashido's plump ass, Momo's soft voluptuous. Izuku swiftly intervened, delivering a precise neck chop that sent Mineta crashing to the table, foaming at the mouth. That's enough out of you, Izuku warned. Zero shook his head. Dude, somehow not sexually harassing the girls this time has made your comments even grosser. Kyoka muttered under her breath, I wish we could ban his existence. Mineta's outrageous remarks drew the attention of the entire class. As they turned to stare, their gazes shifted to Izuku, and shock registered on their faces. Their whispers began to circulate. How is he not in agony? Sato said. I'm still feeling the aftershocks of his quirk. Ojiro said. My muscles have been sore for 3 days. Kaminari said in pain. Dude, how do you do it? Kaminari asked, eyes wide with wonder. Yeah, I never noticed your pain tolerance was that incredible, Ojiro added, wincing slightly. Despite Recovery Girl's treatment, he still felt the lingering strain of Izuku's quirk. Izuku surveyed his classmates, noticing the telltale signs of lingering discomfort. Some slumped in their seats, while others stood with hunched postures. Sato winced with every movement, his face scrunched in pain. Shoji massaged his sore neck, his usual calm demeanor replaced by a grimace. Many students who normally stood proudly now sat in their seats, looking drained. Momo, usually radiant, leaned against her desk, her eyes slightly sunken. Ochako's shoulders drooped, and even Kirishima's energetic posture had given way to a subdued slouch. I didn't realize how much pain your quirk must cause, Kaminari said. When Ghostfreak possessed me, I experienced a fraction of your power. Even with Recovery Girl's healing, I still feel the lingering strain. Shoji said. Todoroki nodded in agreement. My flames have never burned so intensely. My body felt like it was screaming. But thanks to that bastard's training. His voice trailed off, fists clenched in anger. His expression softened, sympathetic. I'm surprised your pain tolerance is so high, Midoriya. Shoto's expression turned thoughtful, laced with concern and a hint of suspicion. That kind of pain tolerance isn't normal, Midoriya. Having such a high threshold for pain is unusual. His attention turned to Bakugo, who had been scowling. Izuku reflected on his experiences. I guess I never really noticed how high my pain tolerance was. When my quirk activated, I had to break my bones daily to gain control. The pain was never overwhelming. The class erupted in shock. Daily, they shouted in unison. Ojiro's eyes widened. Going from essentially quirkless to getting the same quirk as All Might's power must have been insane. Ochako's bright smile returned. You must have been thrilled to have the same quirk as the #1 hero. Izuku smiled, nostalgic. Yeah, it was exciting. Toshinori-sensei really helped me out, though I could have done without the bone breaking. Sato shook his head. After feeling the effects of your quirk, I don't envy you. By the way, how did you discover your quirk? Shoto asked. Izuku hesitated, looking uncertain. Well, Toshinori-sensei said he could just tell, I guess. I don't really know. Ochako's eyes sparkled. I just wish it wasn't so destructive for you, Izuku. But having the same power as All Might must be amazing. She mimicked punching movements, her fists flying through the air. Bakugo's face twisted in rage as he listened, his red eyes blazing with intensity as he bored into Izuku. His anger had been simmering, fueled by 2 major irritants. Firstly, there was that earlobe-pierced girl who thought she could threaten him. Who the fuck does she think she is? He seethed inwardly. Secondly, All Might's revelation still grated on him. That Deku, of all people, he had the same quirk as the #1 hero. That nerd has the same quirk as the fucking #1. Damn it. I need to put my A game in training today. He's just going to keep rising, Bakugo thought, clenching his fist in anger. Bakugo's clenched fist trembled with suppressed fury. Just then, Tenyaita's voice cut through the tension. Homeroom is about to begin. Everyone, please keep quiet and take your seats. He stood tall, arm raised for emphasis. Dude, we're all already sitting, Kirishima pointed out, chuckling. Zero added with a grin, yeah, you're the only one standing. Tenya's face flushed as he realized his mistake. He glanced around, confirming everyone was indeed seated. Rushing back to his seat, he clenched his fist in embarrassment. Dang it. Ochako offered a reassuring pat on the back. Don't sweat it, Tenya. Just then, the door slid open, and Mr. Aizawa walked in, commanding the room's attention. He stood before his students, his expression characteristically stern. Morning, Aizawa said, his voice low and even. Morning, Mr. Aizawa. The class responded in unison. Now, let's discuss the upcoming festival, Aizawa announced. The class erupted into a chorus of excited cheers. Calm down, Aizawa ordered, his expression unyielding. The room fell silent, with only a few lingering grins. Good, Aizawa continued. The festival in question is the Tanabata Festival in Kominoji. We will be attending for an entire week. You will be staying at the Nabu Oasis Resort. The class's eyes widened in unison. No way, that place is super expensive. Kirishima stuttered. Zero nodded. Yeah, it's exclusive as hell. Only ridiculously wealthy people get to go there. Mina's curiosity got the better of her. So it's super exclusive. Momo confirmed, yes, with private hot springs and incredible service. And from what I've heard, the scenery is breathtaking. Ochako could barely contain her excitement, her eyes fixed on her phone as she looked up the resort. I've never been to such a high-end resort in my entire life. Oh my god. Aizawa's stern voice cut through the chatter. Quiet. The room fell silent. Aizawa's gaze swept the room, his warning clear. If I have to say it again, you won't be going. Good, Aizawa continued. This trip is a unique opportunity to bond outside of academics and hero training. I expect you all to relax and recharge. Let's avoid causing trouble. He paused, his eyes lingering on Bakugo, whose forehead now sported a prominent cross vein of annoyance. Aurora Wings Resort offers various activities, including a water park and beach, Aizawa announced. I expect you all to be on your best behavior, as it will reflect UA's values. Yaoyorozu and Midoriya, please distribute the permission slips, Aizawa instructed. Momo and Izuku stood up and began handing out the slips. Please return your signed permission slips and medical clearance by Friday, Aizawa reminded the class. As Izuku and Momo distributed the forms, Aizawa continued, you'll each have your own room at the resort, but you'll be sharing with a designated roommate. Ensure you respect each other's privacy. Let's avoid any behavior that would tarnish UA's reputation, Aizawa emphasized. Zero quipped, so, basically, don't do anything Mineta would do. Mineta protested, hey, Aizawa's expression remained stern. Exactly. Now, that's all. Remember, the trip is next week. This week, focus on your training. If necessary, you're free to schedule sessions with Midnight or Hound Dog. The class responded in unison, yes, sir. During lunch, the Tanabata Festival dominated the conversation. The girls from Class A joined some of their Class B friends, eagerly discussing the upcoming celebration. I adore the Tanabata Festival, Mina exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. The whole town radiates romance. Tsuyu turned to Ochako, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Ochako, you know Izuku well. Do you think he believes in the legend of Orihime and Hikoboshi? The girls exchanged knowing glances, their faces flushing slightly. Pony, however, looked perplexed. Wait, what exactly is the Tanabata Festival? Yui opened her bento box, her neutral tone infused with a hint of enthusiasm. Imagine a mix of Valentine's Day and the 4th of July, but with a Japanese twist. The Tanabata festival is rooted in an ancient legend, she explained, about two star-crossed lovers, Orihime and Hikoboshi. Momo added, the tradition dates back to ancient China, where the weaving maiden, Orihime, and the cowherd, Hikoboshi, were separated by the Milky Way. The festival honors their brief reunion. Mina's eyes grew dreamy, her expression wistful. It's so romantic. They can only meet once a year. Itsuka explained, during Tanabata, we write wishes on paper strips called tanzaku and hang them on bamboo trees. It's like making a wish upon a star. Toru's eyes sparkled, and we get to wear yukatas. Pony's tail twitched excitedly, I've always wanted to wear a yukata. Mina's face glowed with enthusiasm. Fireworks, lanterns, and a romantic setting, it's perfect. Legend says that walking together under the stars means you'll be together forever. Mina's golden eyes met Izuku's green gaze, and she gave him a subtle wave. Izuku's face turned bright red before he swiftly turned away, engaging Shoto in conversation. Itsuka continued, exchanging gifts during Tanabata is believed to seal your love and commitment. Ochako's perpetual blush deepened as she entwined her index fingers. And if you share a kiss under the Tanabata lanterns, legend says your love will last forever. She smiled wistfully. My mom and dad shared a kiss under the lanterns, and they've been together ever since. The girls couldn't help but sneak glances at Izuku, who was now laughing with the other guys. ... Kirishima exclaimed, the resort has a water park and restaurants. This is going to be epic. Ojiro grinned. I'm still bitter about the Ghostfreak incident, but I'm stoked for this trip. We'll be there for an entire week, there's so much to do. Tenya, ever the organizer, reminded them, don't forget, we'll need to buy sunscreen, swimwear, and other essentials. The packing list is detailed on the permission slips. Kaminari chimed in, and the best part, there are designated areas where we can use our quirks. Kirishima's eyes widened. Really? That's awesome. Kaminari beamed. This is going to be the ultimate week. Shoji added, I heard the resort has an obstacle course designed specifically for quirk users. Can't wait to test my skills. Tokiyami nodded, and the nighttime activities sound intense. I'm looking forward to the glow-in-the-dark sports tournament. Oh, my naive fools, you know what's the best part of this upcoming trip? Mineta asked. He soon began to drool, a perverted expression on his face. All the girls will be in bikinis. Mineta exclaimed, a lecherous expression on his. Izuku's eye twitched in annoyance. He didn't know why, but every time Mineta said something creepy referring, he had to suppress the urge to punch him in the face. It was very uncharacteristic for him. Why do I want to punch him in the face? It's not like me at all. Wait, am I jealous? He drooled, his face twisting into a perverted grin. All the girls will be wearing bikinis. Izuku's eye twitched in annoyance. He couldn't explain why, but every time Mineta made a creepy comment, he felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Why do I want to punch him? His comments are kinda annoying, especially the wants to Jiro. She is beautiful, and the way she twirls her jacks. Her legs. Izuku's face turned crimson before shaking off his blush. Though the comments he makes about the other girls are annoying, I don't want to hear the pervy things he wants to do the girls. It is almost like nails on a chalkboard. Izuku thought. Izuku wondered. It's not like me at all. Wait, am I jealous? Mineta's fantasies continued uninterrupted. Oh man, can you imagine Yaoyorozu in a hot, skimpy bikini? And with the water park, they might accidentally lose it, and I'll burn the image into my brain. Mineta's psychotic gaze sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. No, I'm definitely not jealous, Izuku reassured himself. But if he keeps leering at the girls like that, the next time I turn into wrath, I might actually seriously hurt him. Izuku's thoughts took a darker turn. He shook his head, slapping himself to clear his mind. Calm down, Izuku. The girls aren't your property or your girlfriends. You have no right to be so possessive. I can't hurt Mineta just because he makes a few comments that I really don't like. Mineta's sinister chuckle grated on Izuku's nerves. Hehehe. He rubbed his hands together, drooling. Izuku's resolve crumbled. Single quote ... I still want to punch him in the face, though. ... After lunch, Class 1A gathered for heroics training, and Izuku was bursting with excitement, eager to test new features of One for All. The door swung open, and All Might and Midnight walked in, commanding attention. The boys couldn't help but stare at Midnight, their faces flushing. "Good afternoon, Class 1A. All Might boomed enthusiastically. "Are you ready for today's training?" Midnight smiled, her confident demeanor captivating the students. "Today, we'll focus on restraining villains with minimal bodily harm. I'll demonstrate the most effective techniques." Bakugo raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched on his face. "Why bother? Beating them up just makes sure they won't cause trouble again." Midnight's expression turned serious. "That's a common misconception, Bakugo. Excessive force can lead to unintended consequences. Innocent bystanders harmed, villains radicalized, or even creating more problems in the long run. All of you will encounter situations where restraint is crucial," Midnight explained. "What if the villain is actually a civilian under mind control or struggling with uncontrolled powers? We must prioritize saving lives of everyone, not everything is black and white." Bakugo scoffed, but some students nodded in agreement. "I think it's cool," Kirishima said. "I don't want to beat up someone who's just being mind controlled. That would be so unheroic." Mina and Kaminari exchanged excited glances. "You two seem particularly enthusiastic," Kyoka observed. Mina beamed. "My quirk melts things, and I'm not fond of hurting people. This training means I can learn to subdue villains without causing unnecessary harm." The door walls shot open as the 19 suitcases shot out. "Wait, 19. Huh, where the fuck is my costume?" Bakugo exclaimed, his anger boiling over. Midnight smiled wryly. "Ah, glad you brought that up, Bakugo." All Might intervened. "Now, do you all recall the last rescue exercise?" Mineta snickered. "You mean the one where Bakugo absolutely fucked all of us over by going AWOL, thinking he could do everything by himself? Claiming it would be a flawless victory, but instead, it was the biggest loss in UA history." Bakugo's face reddened. "Shut up, grape-haired bitch." Mineta smiled smugly, grateful to be sitting behind Izuku, who would protect him from Bakugo's wrath. Midnight's expression turned stern. "Yes, that's correct. Now, let's review why you all failed. Consider the simulation's context. A flood zone. What do you think went wrong?" Her gaze swept the room. "I'm sure you've all reflected on your mistakes. Share your insights." Momo raised her hand. "We were all to blame because we didn't account for Bakugo's behavior. He refused to work with us and made his own reckless plan, causing the dam to erupt and flood the city. We should have done more than just leave him to his own devices." Midnight nodded, her tone serious. "Partially correct. As the media, we wouldn't care whose fault it was. The extreme loss of life would mean all of you would be held accountable. Now, let's shift roles," Midnight announced. "We'll be acting as the Hero Safety and Support Commission (HSPC). What would happen next?" Tenya spoke up. "We would each have to write detailed reports of the events, documenting everything that happened." Midnight nodded. "Exactly. As part of the HSPC's investigative process, you'll need to provide thorough, written accounts of your actions and decisions during the simulation." "Bakugo screwed us over?" Zero asked. Momo nodded. "His hubris and need to prove himself cost us the exercise. Though I understand the teacher's lesson," Momo continued, "I feel Bakugo didn't face adequate consequences for his reckless actions." Bakugo's face reddened, his anger simmering. "If you idiots had followed my lead, we would have succeeded. But no, you chose to follow Deku's instead," he shouted, spittle flying from his lips. Kyoka rolled her eyes. "What a mystery why no one wants to follow the guy who screams at everyone and belittles them." Bakugo slammed his fist on the table, making everyone jump. His glare locked onto Kyoka, his eyes blazing with fury. His jaw clenched, veins bulging on his neck. Kyoka met his glare, unwavering. Her eyes flashed with defiance, her chin tilted upward. Bakugo's face twisted, his anger boiling over. He took a step forward, his fists clenched, but All Might's warning glance stopped him. Tsuyu spoke up, her voice calm and measured. "It wouldn't make sense for all of us to follow Bakugo's lead when the majority agreed to follow Midoriya and Yaoyorozu's lead." She glanced at Midnight, her eyes seeking confirmation. I agree with the teachers that leaving Bakugo to his own devices was an oversight, especially since Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were the leaders in the simulation. Tsuyu's gaze turned critical, focusing on Bakugo. But what really concerns me is your unwillingness to work with others, Bakugo. The fact that you hit Izuku-chan proves that you expect everyone to follow your lead without listening to anyone's opinions or collaborating with others. Bakugo's face reddened, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Tsuyu. His jaw clenched, veins bulging on his neck. Tsuyu stood her ground, unwavering under Bakugo's intense glare. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were willing to work with everyone and listen to our opinions. And bonusly, I wouldn't want to work with someone who resorts to physical violence whenever they disagree. It's a waste of time and taxing. I see. Is this how you all feel? Midnight asked. Ochako spoke up, supporting Tsuyu. I agree. We can't force Bakugo to work with us, and I really don't like how he hit Dekiru. Bakugo's anger boiled over, his face purpling. I can work with anyone. I just don't want to work with that Deku. If you extras had just followed me, we would have won. But Dekiru didn't do anything to warrant being hit. He just wanted to work with you. Ochako shouted back, her voice firm despite Bakugo's intimidating glare. Bakugo's scowl deepened, but Ochako stood her ground, unwavering. Mina spoke up next, her voice steady. Bakugo was violent and uncooperative. Midoriya, on the other hand, is much easier to work with. Plus, he doesn't constantly call me raccoon eyes. Shoji nodded in agreement, offering Mina a sympathetic glance. Kota held up a handmade sign, its letters wobbly. He's scary. Todoroki's voice cut through the tension. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu's quirks are far more versatile and suited the situation. They understand our quirks and know how to utilize them effectively. His gaze locked onto Bakugo. How do the teachers expect us to work with someone who constantly insists on leading, or more accurately, refuses to let Midoriya lead? Someone who doesn't even take the time to learn our names. Unlike Bakugo, who doesn't bother learning our quirks or even our names, instead resorting to degrading nicknames, Toru said, I don't want to waste my time explaining my quirk only to be insulted. Bakugo's face reddened. I know all I need to know about you extras. He snapped. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. Really? Then what's Kota's quirk? Bakugo's expression twisted in rage, his eyes scanning the room as he realized he didn't know Kota's quirk, or even who Kota was. Shut up. I don't have to prove anything. Bakugo exclaimed, his voice rising. Kyoka smiled wryly. My point exactly. Bakugo's cool, but I kinda agree with everyone else, Kirishima said. Midnight's expression turned stern, a hint of disappointment in her voice. It seems there's a consensus. Katsuki Bakugo, for the next 2 weeks excluding the upcoming vacation week you will be suspended from the hero course, Midnight announced. The room fell silent, with everyone's eyes widening in shock. Bakugo's face paled, his eyes bulging in horror. Wait, Bakugo's getting suspended from UA. Someone exclaimed. Kyoka's expression remained neutral, but a flicker of satisfaction crossed her face. Midnight's voice remained firm. This suspension means you won't participate in hero classes for the next 2 weeks. However, you may observe alongside the teachers, nothing more. Bakugo's face darkened, his anger and humiliation palpable. What the fuck? How is that fair? Bakugo shouted, his face reddening with rage. All Might's expression remained stern. UA prepares you for the real world, where heroism has consequences. In a situation like this, a hero would be stripped of their license immediately. Bakugo's eyes widened, the weight of All Might's words sinking in. All Might's gaze swept the room. Take this as a lesson, students. Bakugo isn't the only arrogant pro-hero you'll encounter. Unfortunately, many professionals I've worked with have risked lives to prove a point, especially when working alongside someone at the top. His eyes flicked to Todoroki and Midoriya. You two, in particular, will face heroes like this. Being at the top invites competition. Ambitious heroes will try to surpass you, to prove they're the next top pro-hero by outdoing you. Izuku and Todoroki listened intently, absorbing All Might's words. Bakugo's anger swerved to the two. He thinks these two will be top heroes. Them. What about me? I work just as hard as any of these extras. Bakugo thought in anger. Being a top hero is never easy, All Might said, his voice laced with experience. Many will feel envious and, driven by pride and arrogance, disregard what needs to be done. I wish it weren't so, but it's a harsh reality I've faced myself. His gaze shifted to Momo. That's why we were so harsh on you and young Midoriya. You both have the potential to become top pros. Momo's face flushed, basking in the praise from the number one hero. Bakugo's teeth gritted, his jaw muscles tense and bulging. That ponytail bitch, she has potential to being the top. He then remembered when Ghostfreak possessed her body and how she beat him so easily. He then sent the girl a piercing, unyielding glare, his face into a menacing scowl. All Might's expression turned serious. But being at the top means shouldering the weight of responsibility. The media will scrutinize your every move, and they won't hesitate to tear you down. When incidents like this training exercise occur, they won't care about fault or context. His voice took on a cautionary tone. They'll sensationalize the story, saying, "You're top pro heroes, how could you let so many lives be lost?" The public's trust will waver, and your reputation will suffer. Izuku raised his hand. Wait, is this why you usually work alone? All Might nodded. Yes, as the number one hero for so long, many people grow resentful, feeling they can't reach the top. Shoto looked down, his thoughts drifting to his father, Endeavor, and how his resentment towards All Might had driven him down a troubled path. Izuku noticed his friend's expression and looked at him with concern. All Might continued, at the end of the day, heroes are human, susceptible to emotions like envy and resentment. These feelings often get directed at whoever holds the top spot. If you aim for the top, be prepared to handle heroes like Bakugo, whose arrogance and pride can put lives at risk. His gaze turned stern, focusing on Bakugo. And speaking of risks, Bakugo, your actions during the exercise were unacceptable. Physically lashing out at Midoriya was completely unjustified and unacceptable. It undermined teamwork, put your peers in harm's way, and ultimately cost everyone victory. All of you were on the brink of success, and your outburst sabotaged that. Your behavior was not only harmful but also contradictory to the values of a hero. Bakugo's face reddened. Those dumbass extras didn't listen to me. My own team abandoned me to work with Deku. Midnight's voice remained calm but firm. How can you expect them to follow you when, as Ashido pointed out, you constantly demean them? Your yelling doesn't command respect, it instills fear and distrust. Your inability to set aside your feelings towards Midoriya and do what's necessary shows a lack of maturity. When someone offers you a hand, asking to work together, and you respond by hitting them, that's not the sign of a hero. It's the behavior of a child throwing a tantrum, All Might said, shaking his head. Comically, he pulled out a picture of Bakugo with, temporarily banned, scribbled across it. So, on top of your 2-week suspension from heroics training, you will not be allowed to train within UA facilities. Bakugo's eyes widened in anger and disbelief, his face shaking with rage. All Might's expression turned stern. This simulation mirrors the consequences of being stripped of your hero license. Without it, you cannot train your quirk as a hero. Those who lose their license face harsh restrictions on quirk usage. His voice emphasized the gravity of the situation. UA will not coddle you lightly because your first years. You must understand the consequences of your actions. 2 weeks. 2 weeks I'll be sidelined, watching Deku surpass me. Bakugo's thoughts seethed with anger and desperation. His gaze snapped to Izuku, eyes blazing with a fierce intensity, sending a death glare that made the air seem to vibrate with tension. Everyone felt the weight of Bakugo's rage, the room falling into an eerie silence. All Might's voice cut through the tension. After your 2-week suspension, Aizawa, as your homeroom teacher, will help you catch up with the missed work through after-school remedial classes. Now, everyone except Bakugo, follow me in midnight, All Might instructed. As the others began to file out, Bakugo's glare never wavered from Izuku. His fists clenched, fingernails digging into his palms, drawing tiny droplets of blood. The pain only fueled his anger. When the last student left the room, Bakugo's rage boiled over. He slammed his fist onto the table, making the chairs shake. His face contorted, eyes bulging, and veins throbbing on his forehead and neck. Fuck! Bakugo bellowed, his roar echoing through the empty room. 2 weeks. Deku's going to surpass me. That nobody, that useless Deku, that bastard. Why is everyone on his side? Back in Aldria everyone knew I was the best, my way or the fucking highway, yet everyone just seems to agree with that bastard. Bakugo thought in anger. His chest heaved, breaths coming in ragged gasps. Bakugo's eyes remained fixed on the door, his mind burning with resentment towards Izuku. The staff members gathered around the U-shaped table in the office, enveloped in an uneasy silence. Night had fallen, casting a somber tone over the meeting. Principal Nezu, still recovering from his recent ordeal, sipped tea calmly, his eyes closed. Aizawa's narrowed gaze betrayed his tension, while All Might, in his slender form, clasped his hands together anxiously. Vlad King's eyes also held suspicion, fixed intently on the principal. The other teachers present could feel the weight of the tense atmosphere. Nezu opened his eyes, breaking the silence. So, whatever prompted this urgent meeting? Aizawa's voice was laced with skepticism. You're intelligent, Nezu. Why don't you tell me? Nezu set his tea down, his expression serious. I'm not fond of games, Aizawa. Say what's on your mind. The fact you convened this meeting as soon as I awoke suggests it's a matter of great concern. Who's on floor key? Aizawa asked bluntly. Nezu's composure faltered, his eyes flickering with unease. Ah, so you've met him. Vlad King's face reddened with outrage. So it's true, you're keeping a prisoner under Ua. He slammed his hands on the table, his voice echoing through the room. 13's voice rose in concern. Nezu, this is unacceptable. Holding a prisoner beneath the school puts students, faculty, and the community at extreme risk. Is the facility even sanitary and humane? None of us have seen it. What are his living conditions? We're violating basic human rights. All Might's expression turned grave. This betrays our trust, Nezu. After all you've endured, how could you subject someone to such an ordeal? We thought we knew you. The room fell silent, awaiting Nezu's response. He sighed, collecting his thoughts. Are you all done? Nezu asked, his voice measured, hinting at a mix of resignation and defensiveness. Firstly, I didn't put him there, Nezu clarified. The school was built around him. UA was originally the first plumber base. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, his arms crossed, signaling skepticism. All Might's eyes widened in surprise. The first plumber base. I thought it was established in America. Present Mike's voice filled with intrigue. I've heard the first plumber base held, the first alien ever captured. Midnight's gaze dropped, her brow furrowed, contemplating the implications. Snipe's eyes darted between Nezu and Aizawa, his expression unreadable. Are you telling me he's been imprisoned there since the plumber's inception? Present Mike asked, incredulous. That's 200 years before quirks emerged. How is that possible? Nezu's expression turned somber, his paws clenched in anguish. Aizawa's jaw clenched, his eyes flashing with anger. He leaned forward, elbows on the table. I know, it's appalling, Nezu continued. But I implore you to trust me. There's a reason for his imprisonment, though it sickens me to acknowledge it. Vlad King's face twisted in disgust. 200 years. That's inhumane. Snipe's eyes locked onto Nezu, his voice low. What's the alien's condition? Nezu's voice dropped to a whisper. I was given explicit instructions to never release him. It was a dying man's plea, the same man who saved my life. I owe him that debt. The teachers exchanged nods, their faces reflecting a mix of understanding and concern. Despite Nezu's secrets, they knew he always prioritized their well-being. Thank you, Nezu said, his voice filled with gratitude. He turned to Aizawa. I'm relieved you came across him. Aizawa cut him off, his expression stern. I didn't come across him. Nezu's confusion deepened, his brow furrowed. Then how did you? Midoriya did, Aizawa stated flatly. Nezu's eyes widened in horror, his face pale. His cup of tea slipped from his trembling hands, shattering on the floor. The room fell silent. For the first time, they saw Nezu truly terrified. His paws shook, and his ears folded back in distress. His usual calm demeanor cracked, revealing a deep-seated fear. Vacation all I ever wanted. It had been a week. Vacation had to get away. As they headed to the buses, excitement filled the air. Everyone had secured their parents' signatures for the trip. Vacations meant to be spent alone. Mina sang, her enthusiasm palpable, alongside Setsuna and Toru. Setsuna gazed at Izuku and flashed a toothy grin. "Can't seem to get my mind off you," she teased. Toru and Mina chimed in, laughing. Yeah. Hiroshima's voice boomed with anticipation. This trip is going to be epic. A full week of sun, fun, and freedom. Awase yelled, matching Kirishima's energy. I didn't realize how much I needed this vacation. Kaminari nodded vigorously. Dude, I know, with all the villain attacks, this feels like a well-deserved reward. Setsuna shouted, her voice carrying across the group. A whole week of us just being teenagers, without worries. Mina sang along, swaying to an invisible beat. Back home, there's nothing to do. Izuku smiled, warmed by his classmates' enthusiasm, as they gathered outside the main building with Aizawa. Ochako's eyes sparkled with excitement. A whole week of luxury. I've never felt so pampered, she exclaimed. Tsuyu's voice croaked with anticipation. I'm eager to hit the pool. This trip will be unforgettable, Ribbit. We'll create so many memories. Shoto's smile hinted at a mix of excitement and relief. This would be his first festival experience with friends, a departure from his usual intense training with his father. Yeah, we will, Shoto agreed. Tenya, ever the planner, pulled out a detailed itinerary. That's why I've prepared an entire schedule. Every moment is accounted for, from activities to free time. Aizawa watched his students, a hint of a smile on his face. Bakugo walked ahead, his head down, his frustration simmering. For the entire week, he'd been forced to watch Deku constantly fight and grow stronger, while he was sidelined. Hiroshima turned to Shiro, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm getting worried about Bakugo. Shiro nodded in agreement. The teachers weren't kidding. He can't even train in the gym. They're not holding back. Kaminari chimed in. Do you think we should talk to him? He seems like he's on the verge of exploding, and I don't mean his quirk. Hiroshima suggested. Maybe we can get Midoriya to talk to him. They've known each other for a while. However, Shiro countered, that's not a good idea. Those two aren't exactly friends. Bakugo despises Midoriya, and Midoriya seems uncomfortable around him. Yaoyorozu and Jiro have been keeping them apart for a reason. Undeterred, Hiroshima pressed on. That's exactly why we need them to make up. We can't have friction in the class, it's bad for morale. Maybe Uraraka can help mediate, she's close to Midoriya. Just then, Bakugo's murderous glare locked onto Deku. Deku! He spat, his voice dripping with venom. Everyone stood before Aizawa, anticipation building. As you're aware, you have the rest of the week to relax, Aizawa announced. Pro Heroes Vlad King, Midnight and Present Mike will be joining me to supervise. Let me be clear, we won't be babysitting. We expect you all to behave responsibly. Is that understood? Good, Aizawa said. Now you'll have extra protection if something goes wrong. You'll also have the opportunity to test your abilities and push past your limits. Aizawa gestured to his side, and 3 students stepped forward. These 3 third years are the best UA has to offer. They're known as the Big Three, the closest to becoming pro heroes among our students. The class gasped in unison. Ida's mouth hung open in awe, while Momo whispered to herself, the Big Three. I've met Imajiki, but what about the others? Jiro asked, so we're supposed to strive to be like them. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Big Three, can't wait to meet them. Just then, Nejire, Mirio, and Imajiki walked up to stand beside Aizawa. Izuku's confusion deepened. Wait, Nejire, Tagata, what are you doing here? Suddenly, it clicked. Wait, you two are part of the Big Three. Izuku's voice rose in surprise. ... Mirio chuckled. Guess we forgot to mention that little detail when we first met. Nejire smiled and waved at Izuku. Hi, Izuku. Good to see you again. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. The girls couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as they gazed at Nejire. Wow, she's stunning, and her figure rivals Momo's, Jiro thought to herself. Mina whispered, she's as cute as Ochako and Tsuyu. Momo's thoughts echoed the sentiment, adding, and she's one of the top students in the country. Their faces flushed red. Mirio boomed, "Hello, everyone. I'm Mirio Tagata, Wield Protecting. We're essentially your bodyguards." Everyone turned to the currently shivering Imajiki, who turned away from them. "There's supposed to be our protection." They sounded skeptical but then remembered how they fought during Ghostfreak. The currently shivering Imajiki was able toe-to-toe with the possessed Ghostfreak. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly suspicious. "Are these students really the big three? You saw how they fought. They no joke," Zero said, to which the two-tone thought about it before nodding. Mirio laughed energetically. "This year's first years are far more interesting than last year's. You've had quite the eventful start." The students exchanged curious glances. Momo raised her hand. "Excuse me, I don't mean to be rude, but why did the principal decide to have you three join us on this trip?" Aizawa's expression turned stern. "You recall the USJ attack. We don't want to be caught off guard again. These three will provide an extra layer of protection, ensuring your safety." The students nodded in understanding, their faces serious. Izuku asked, "So, they'll be watching over us the whole time?" Aizawa nodded. "That's right, Midoriya. Their presence will help keep you all safe." The class murmured in agreement. Aizawa continued, "This trip is for you to unwind, relax, and enjoy your week. You've been through a lot and accomplished even more. As heroes, it's crucial to work hard, but also to take breaks. Burnout is a real risk, and I want you all to recharge." The students nodded vigorously, relieved. Ochako smiled. "Thanks, Aizawa-sensei. We really appreciate it." Aizawa stepped aside, allowing the students to mingle. Nejire zoomed in on Izuku, her excitement radiating. "Izuku, are you thrilled about this trip?" Nejire asked, her eyes sparkling. "What's your Tanabata wish? Do you have a favorite festival tradition? Oh, and there's a flying competition. We should totally compete together." Izuku took a step back, blushing. Well, I've been wanting to test my flying abilities, and you're the best flyer I know, so it would be cool if we competed." Nejire's face lit up with a smile, her cheeks tinting pink. "That sounds like so much fun." Just then, Mineta burst into a dramatic outburst, tears of blood streaming down his face. "No, no, 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 no. Why him? This isn't fair," he wailed. First, Midoriya steals Yaoyorozu's attention, then Ochako can't stop sneaking glances at him. Even Ashido and Setsuna won't stop teasing him. "Why can't it be me?" Mineta's anguish echoed through the area, drawing curious stares from the other students. Mirio turned to Ojiro, raising an eyebrow. "Is Mineta always this dramatic?" Ojiro chuckled. "Only when it comes to Midoriya, it seems." Mina felt a flutter in her chest, intimidated by the sudden display of affection, but before she could process it, Setsuna slipped behind Izuku. She wrapped her arms around him, pressing her body close, and rubbed her cheek against his shoulder. As Setsuna hugged Izuku tightly, her soft breasts pressed against his back, radiating warmth that seeped through his uniform. The gentle pressure sent a blush coursing through his face. Izuku's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Setsuna, what are you doing?" Setsuna batted her eyelashes, a sly grin spreading across her face. "What, can't a girl hug her green-haired friend?" As she spoke, she subtly shifted her torso, allowing her breasts to gently graze against Izuku's back once more. The softness and warmth of her body sent shivers down his spine. Setsuna whispered in his ear, her voice barely audible. "Consider this an apology, Izuku." Izuku's eyes darted around, searching for an escape, but Setsuna's grip only loosened slightly, her hands lingering on his waist. "Apology?" Izuku questioned, his voice barely above a whisper. Before he could react, Setsuna pecked him on the cheek, sending his heart racing. Her boobs are so soft," Izuku thought, his face flushing crimson. Setsuna's voice dropped to a sultry whisper. "If that isn't enough, I could do something a little more intimate." Izuku's eyes widened, his face burning with embarrassment. Setsuna chuckled, releasing him from her grasp. With a playful wave and a wink, she sashayed towards the Class B bus. Nejire, who had witnessed the exchange, felt an unfamiliar pang of jealousy. She shook her head, attempting to brush off the feeling. "Our car is here," Imajiki announced, breaking Nejire's reverie. Mirio was engrossed in conversation with the others, oblivious to the subtle tension. Nejire called out to Izuku, "Bye, Izuku," with a forced wave before joining Amajiki in the sleek black vehicle. "Alright, Class A, let's board the bus," Tenya shouted, his voice echoing through the resort's parking area. "Your seats have been assigned, so take your places." The students filed onto the bus, locating their designated seats. Izuku scanned the seating chart, puzzled. I thought I was sitting between Momo and Tsuyu," Izuku said, confusion etched on his face. That's when he noticed his actual seatmates, Ochako to his left and Jiro to his right. His eyes widened in surprise. Just then, Kyoka and Ochako exchanged a knowing glance, faint blushes rising to their cheeks. They simultaneously recalled the previous night when they received their seat assignments. Flashback. Mina's voice rose in indignation as she confronted Momo in the common room. "Wait a minute, why is Izuku sitting next to Yaoyorozu? You deliberately switched the seat assignments so you could sit next to Midoriya, didn't you?" Mina accused, her eyes narrowing. Momo's expression remained serene. "I did no such thing. I simply arranged the seats to ensure everyone's comfort. For instance," Momo explained, "I made sure to separate Kyoka and Bakugo, considering his constant yelling would disturb her." "Thank you, Yaomomo," Kyoka said, smiling. Mina and Toru protested in unison, "We demand a recount." Momo shook her head. "You can't demand a recount. The seating arrangements are final." Mina's eyes narrowed. "So you admit tampering with the seating arrangements to sit next to Midori?" Momo's face flushed. I did no such thing." Toru chimed in. "Then you won't mind if I switch seats with you, Yaomomo." Momo's blush deepened. I don't see why Izuku would be perfectly comfortable seating next to me." Toru raised an eyebrow. "How can we trust the vice representative when she's clearly trying to flirt with the class representative?" Momo's cheeks burned brighter. I am not. I just thought he would like to sit next to me." Mina gasped, triumphant. "So you admit it?" Jiro intervened, her voice stern but reasonable. "Can we not have this discussion now? To make things fair, why don't we play rock paper scissors? The winner gets to sit between Izuku." Mina and Toru were immediately subdued by Jiro's ear-piercing whisper, their complaints silenced. Flashback over. Momo and Tsuyu decided to switch seats with us, Kyoka announced. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" He glanced at Momo, who looked frustrated, but when their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze. As the bus pulled away, Ochako turned to Izuku with curiosity. "Hey, Dekiru, I've been meaning to ask you something." Izuku turned to her. "What's with the weird thing you've been doing in training lately?" Ochako inquired. Kyoka chimed in, playfully teasing, "Yeah, you have been yelling like a maniac, evolve." Izuku's face flushed bright red with embarrassment, as Ochako pulled out some mochi snacks and began to share with the two. I haven't," Izuku stammered. Ochako pouted, then gave him a stern look before snatching the mochi from his hands. "Ochako. I don't share with people who don't share with me," Ochako exclaimed. Izuku leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper. Okay, look. Everyone's still on edge after the Ghostfreak incident, so I didn't want to bring it up." Ochako's curiosity was piqued. "Ooh, okay, now I'm a little curious." Izuku revealed, "The Omnitrix has this evolutionary function, but I'm not sure what it does. I've been trying to activate it for the past week." Ochako's eyes widened. "Wait, is that why you were screaming like a DBZ character on Wednesday?" Izuku chuckled. "Yeah, I thought maybe it's like going Super Saiyan or something. I figured if I pushed myself, I could evolve, I guess." Kyoka raised an eyebrow, her expression deadpan. Izuku continued, "I'm flying by the seat of my pants here, and I kinda ran out of ideas. There's no instruction manual." Kyoka quipped, "Dork." Izuku grinned. "I'll take that as a compliment." Izuku's curiosity matched Ochako's. "Plus, I'm super curious about what this evolutionary function does." Ochako hypothesized, "From the name, I assume it would evolve your transformations." Kyoka chimed in, "Like a Pokemon." Izuku playfully retorted, "Oh, who's the dork now?" Kyoka's face flushed as she looked away, muttering, "Shut up." The bus lurched forward, and soon they left UA's grounds behind, merging onto the highway. As the scenery outside changed, the students settled in for the long ride. The hum of the engine and gentle sway of the bus lulled some into a relaxed silence. "Hey," Kyoka said, holding out an earbud. "Want to listen to music while we're on the trip?" Izuku stuttered, sharing an earphone with a girl. His face flushed with embarrassment. Kyoka's eyes widened, and she quickly turned away, flustered by Izuku's reaction. Don't make it weird." Ochako chimed in, teasing Izuku. "He said the same thing when I first called him. And it was adorable how you stuttered." Izuku's blush deepened as Ochako recalled. "You were like, I talked to a girl on the phone, it was like she was whispering in my ear." Jiro snorted, amused. "PFF'd. Really, dude? Why didn't you hang up?" Izuku's face turned beet red. "I was so flustered, I didn't think about it. I was just happy to be talking to a girl on the phone." Ochako's cheeks flushed pink. "I'm happy I talked to a boy over the phone." Jiro teased. "Oh, I can picture your face. I talked to Dekiru over the phone." Ochako's permanent blush intensified. "And no, shut up. I don't get that flustered." "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you through the stutter," Kyoka teased. Honestly, the both of her two peas in a pod, turning into a blushing, stuttering mess at the opposite gender. Izuku's face flushed. "See, can you blame me? I didn't have many interactions with girls." Ochako muttered under her breath, "Says the Tsunere." Kyoka's eyes widened in protest. I am not." Ochako smirked. "And I don't get flustered around Dekiru." Sandwiched between the two girls, Izuku's blush deepened. "At this rate, I'm going to pass out." Desperate for a distraction, Izuku turned to Momo. "Hey, Momo, you said you were working on unconventional gadgets, right?" Momo looked up, curious. "Yeah, why?" Izuku asked, hopeful. "Can you create an earphone that 3 people can use?" Momo's eyes sparkled as she cupped her chin, deep in thought. Her arm began to glow softly as she focused on the molecular structure of the earphones. She envisioned the intricate web of atoms and molecules, visualizing the 2 earbuds before mentally reconfiguring the design to accommodate 3. With her quirk, creation, Momo manipulated the molecules, rearranging them to form a single, triple-pronged earphone. The air around her hand shimmered as the atoms reassembled, taking shape according to her mental blueprint. She then pulled them out of her arm. A smile spread across Momo's face as she admired her handiwork. "It's not perfect, but it's a start. I need to think outside the box, like Izuku. He never limits himself. I have the knowledge, but I've been lacking the creativity to truly make my quirk useful. I haven't been living up to my name, Kriti." With a sense of pride, Momo handed the innovative earphones to Izuku. He plugged it into Kyoka's phone, and the 3 friends shared a smile as they began listening to music together. The bus rumbled down the highway, leaving UA grounds far behind them. The urban landscape gave way to rolling hills and lush forests as the students relaxed. Inside the bus the atmosphere was pretty lively. Ochako, Jiro and Izuku listened to their music peacefully, enjoying their snacks. Todoroki had been seating next to Shiro, chatting among themselves. Tenya had been trying to command that students remain calm, but soon gave up and soon relaxed and enjoying a good book. Shoji and Tokiyami were talking, Dark Shadow making a few comments here and there. Mina and Toru were engrossed with gossip about MT. Lady and Kamui Woods. An hour so Chaco's eyes began to feel heavy, her eyelids dropping before she felt unconsciousness. She opened her eyes and found herself in the bus. She looked around to notice that everyone had left the bus. Where? Ochako was cut off when she was pressed against the bus's wall. Izuku's hands bracing against the metal on either side of her head. Ochako's warm brown eyes met against Izuku's emerald eyes. Their faces inches apart. Ochako's heart skipped a beat, Izuku's warm breath dancing across her skin, sending shivers down her spine. What are you doing?" Ochako asked. Before she knew it, Izuku's lips curled into a sly predatory grin. Before she knew it, his rough hands grabbed her left breast. She widened, her face turning red and her body feeling hot. The rough scarred hands were on her. Dekiru. "Sorry he isn't here right now." The familiar raspy voice of Ghostfreak as she looked at Izuku's eyes. To her horror they sclera were black and irises purple. Ghostfreak. Ochako quickly began to struggle, pushing against him. Get out of Dekiru's body, you monster. Dekiru's body. Ha ha ha. Sorry, this is mine. He's gone. Tears pricked at her eyes. No, you're lying. You. Ochako then jolted awake, breathing heavily and panting. Hearing the chattering of her bus eased her nerves. She turned to find Izuku seating next him. Seeing his emerald eyes. Is there something wrong? Izuku asked. Ochako's eyes dropped a little before resting her head on his shoulder and nuzzling her cheek on him. Izuku's face exploded into a blush. Are you okay? Izuku asked. Quote. Her body soon began to feel warm from lying on. I'm just happy you're here with me, Ochako thought to herself. The bus continued its gentle hum, the warm glow of the setting sun casting a golden light across the landscape. Outside, the sky transformed into kaleidoscope of the soft pinks, oranges and purple. Inside the bus it had settled to a peaceful silence. Suyu slept peacefully on Momo's shoulder, make a few ribbits which Momo thought was cute. She smiled gently before adjusting her arm to cradle Suyu's head. On the adjacent row, Ochako's rested on Izuku's shoulder, her hair spilling across his shirt. Kyoka mirrored the pose on his other side. Izuku's eyes drifted shut, a small smile on his lips. The warmness of the two girls side by side made him fall into a tranquil sleep. Mina and Toru, still awake, exchanged a knowing glance. They snapped a discreet photo, capturing the heartwarming scene. Mina and Tori's heart fluttered seeing the peaceful expression of their friends. Ah, this so cute, Mina whispered, reviewing the photo. I know. Aizawa stirred, yawning as he stretched his arms. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes, surveying the peaceful atmosphere within the bus. All right, Class 1A, get ready to get off the bus, Aizawa said. Soon the students began to stir awake. Kyoka and Ochako, who unfortunately let a few drools slip from her mouth which fell on his shoulder. As the bus rounded the bend, the students caught their first glimpse of the breathtaking Nabu Oasis Resort. Gasps and kells filled the bus. Whoa, look at this place, Izuku said in awe. The resort's grand entrance came into view, flanked by majestic stone pillars and adorned with vibrant cherry blossom arrangements. The words, Nabu Oasis Resort, shimmered in elegant golden letters above the entrance. Mina's eyes widened. It's so beautiful, I've never seen anything like it. Momo's face lit up with excitement. I've always dreamed of visiting Nabu Oasis Resort. It's a special place for my family. Ochako's curiosity was piqued. You've never been here before? Momo shook her head, her smile unwavering. No, but my parents fell in love here. It's a cherished family memory. As she spoke, the two buses rumbled to a stop in front of the resort. The headlights illuminated the sleek, modern facade, and the doors swung open, releasing the students onto the driveway. The group stretched and yawned, relieving the tension from the long ride. Hiroshima let out a satisfied sigh. Finally, we're here. Subaraba arched his back, stretching. My butt's numb from sitting all day. Monoma grunted, rubbing his lower back. Tell me about it. A hot shower sounds heavenly right about now. The students continued to stretch and chat, eager to unwind after their journey. Welcome, Ua heroes, Donovan Grand Smith exclaimed, his gray hair perfectly styled, his bright blue eyes shining with warmth. He wore a crisp red turtleneck sweater, and a charming smile spread across his face. With a gracious bow, he continued, I'm Donovan Grand Smith, and it's an honor to host the esteemed students of UA High School's hero course here at Nabu Oasis Resort. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Izuku, a hint of recognition sparkling in his eyes. Izuku felt a flutter of confusion but shrugged it off. Wow, Donovan Grand Smith. Izuku breathed, awe evident in his voice. Yanagi and Tokiyami exchanged knowing glances, their faces reflecting a mix of surprise and admiration. You know him? Yui asked, curiosity piqued. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. He's a renowned entrepreneur with 16 resorts worldwide, and he's currently working on his 17th. He's a legend in the hospitality industry. As they chatted, Mr. Taro Yamada and Ms. Nakamura began unloading luggage from the buses. Mr. Nakamura, with his duplication quirk, efficiently handled Class A's belongings, while Mr. Taro utilized his levitation quirk to effortlessly transport Class B's luggage. "Ah, you're well informed, Midoriya," Donovan said with a chuckle. "Now, don't worry about your bags, our staff will deliver them to your rooms. Please, follow me." Ochako's eyes widened. "Wow, 17 resorts, that's impressive." Momo nodded in agreement. Yes, although his 17th resort has sparked controversy. Tokiyami's expression turned serious. It's completely submerged in water, within the Atlantic Ocean. But that's not why it has sparked so much controversy. Quote. Izuku elaborated, "Yeah, it's an entire resort underwater." Tsuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she let out a delighted ribbit. "That sounds amazing." Ochako grinned. "I'd totally go, but it must be ridiculously expensive." Donovan chuckled. "Expensive doesn't begin to cover it. Building it was a monumental task. Let's just say even All Might would be sweating at the cost." His smile faltered, and his tone turned somber. "I promised an old friend he'd be the first to see the resort, but he passed away before it was completed." The students offered their condolences, their faces filled with sympathy. "I'm so sorry to hear that," Tsuyu said. Momo and Ochako nodded in agreement, while Shoji added, "Our deepest sympathies." Donovan's expression brightened, replaced by a warm smile. "No need to be sorrowful. I plan to invite his son instead. I'm sure he'll enjoy the trip." "Oh, whoever he is, he's so lucky," Tsuyu said. "I wouldn't call it luck," Yanagi said, her expression unreadable. "This resort has gathered controversy due to its location within the Bermuda Triangle." The group's eyes widened in unison. "Wait, the Bermuda Triangle?" Monoma asked, alarm creeping into his voice. "You mean where all those planes and ships go missing?" Yanagi nodded, her tone flat. "Yes, I've heard rumors of cursed waters and supernatural forces lurking within the triangle. It's really spooky, I kinda wish to go." Momo frowned. "Isn't building a resort there tempting fate?" Yui raised an eyebrow. "I didn't think you were the superstitious type, Momo." Momo clarified, "I'm not superstitious, but statistically, the Bermuda Triangle's track record is unsettling. Building a resort there seems reckless, considering the number of unexplained disappearances." Donovan's laughter filled the air. "Ha ha ha. I didn't think the next generation would fall for old wives' tales. Kappa and Tengu are more believable than the Bermuda Triangle myth. And now you're worried about aliens coming to invade. Ha 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 ha." The group's silence was palpable, with several eyes darting toward Izuku, who suddenly found his feat fascinating. "Why yeah," Izuku stuttered, thinking, "why does it feel like everyone's looking at me?" Donovan continued, "Come on, it's better not to yield to superstitions. I thought you were all aiming to be heroes, not worrywarts. How can you be heroes without being risk-takers?" Izuku pondered this before nodding in agreement. "True heroes shouldn't be afraid to take risks." Momo countered, "But don't the risks outweigh the rewards?" Donovan grinned mischievously. "Ah, I might just have to invite you to knock that warriorness out of you." Izuku thought, "Yeah, I don't think I and the Bermuda Triangle will be the safest environment." Donovan clapped his hands. "Enough chatter. Let's get you settled in. Follow me." He led them into the resort's lavish lobby, where crystal chandeliers refracted colorful light. The group's eyes widened in awe. "Welcome to Nabu Oasis Resort. You'll be signing in at the reception desk. Aizawa-sensei, Vlad King-sensei, please head to the VIP lounge for your registration." Aizawa and Vlad King nodded, separating from the group. "Your rooms will be assigned, and a resort map will be provided. Feel free to explore, and don't hesitate to ask staff for assistance." Donovan smiled. "Now, let's talk about dinner. Tonight, we'll be dining at Blazing Steaks, our signature barbecue and beef house. You'll feast on premium cuts, ribs, and all the fixins." He glanced at his watch. "Dinner's at 6:30 p.m. sharp. Don't be late. Our chef's signature, Inferno ribs, are worth punctuality." Momo's eyes lit up. "Barbecue sounds amazing." Donovan chuckled. "I knew you'd approve. Casual attire is fine for tonight. Just come hungry." Vlad King spoke up. "Aizawa and I will meet you all at dinner. Enjoy your free time." Aizawa nodded. "We'll discuss the itinerary and schedule for the week." Donovan concluded, Any questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, enjoy your stay, and I'll see you at Blazing Stakes. Cool, Izuku thought looking at the place before. As they walked through the lobby, Ochako's eyes widened in awe. Wow, I've never been to such a luxurious place. Mina nodded in agreement. I know what you mean. I feel a bit out of place. Just then, a voice echoed through the lobby. Wait, isn't that Dekiru 10? Heads turned, and the group's attention was drawn to a cluster of students staring at them. Izuku recognized a few as fellow students from other hero courses. Excitement spread rapidly. Oh my god, it's UA. I saw them in the sports festival. Someone exclaimed. Hey, it's not just UA, it's the first years. Another voice chimed in. And even better, it's Class 1A. You know who's in that class? Someone whispered. Hiroshima chuckled sheepishly. I keep forgetting we're famous. Monoma grinned smugly. There's only one real star here. As they continued walking, more gazes fell upon Izuku, recognition dawning on faces. Is it my imagination, or is everyone staring at me? Izuku asked nervously. A girl student shouted, Hey, I recognize that freckled, messy hair. Dekiru 10, he took down the hero killer. Izuku's face flushed as the lobby erupted into whispers and pointing. His friends formed a protective circle around him, accustomed to the attention. Oh. My. God, it's him. He's the one who saved all those students at Seijuku Gakuen Academy. Someone exclaimed. You saw his fight with the Son of Endeavor, right? That crazy dragon. Another voice chimed in. And boy, I heard his flames got Endeavor sweating. That's insane. A nearby student whispered, I've never seen a quirk like his before. Transformation, and he basically has any quirk. Izuku's anxiety grew as the whispers and stares intensified. He fidgeted, uncomfortable with the attention. Just then, Mina patted him on the back, her voice soothing. Hey, look at that, Midori. You're pretty famous. Izuku's face flushed. Why yeah, I guess. Mina smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Izuchan, we're all here for you. I just don't want to be mobbed by fans. I don't think I could take that much attention. Izuku said. Ochako chimed in, relax, we're not going to let you get mobbed by fans. Just then, an ear-piercing chorus of squeals erupted, and everyone turned to locate the source. A horde of enthusiastic girls came into view, their eyes fixed on Izuku. Without warning, Izuku was surrounded, besieged by the excited girls. Oh my god, you're Dekiru 10. A girl squealed, her voice trembling with excitement. You're so much cuter in person. Another cooed. The girls swarmed around him, their faces flushed with euphoria. In their eagerness to reach Izuku, they inadvertently pushed Ochako, Momo, Tsuyu, Toru, and Mina aside. Hey, watch it, Ochako protested, stumbling backward. Momo steadied herself, frowning, before blowing her front bang out of her face. Toru, Mina, and Jiro exchanged annoyed glances, displeased with the sudden chaos. I saw you in the sports festival. Can touch your muscles? A girl asked. Izuku looked in surprise. He was about to tell the girl no before she began touching his biceps. Oh, my god, you feel like marble. Can I get a selfie? Dekiru 10. A girl asked, already snapping a photos. You're totally like a real-life superhero even though you don't have a license. A girl said. Izuku's face turned crimson as the girls were currently touching him. He felt uncomfortable from the groping he was going under. Mineta, with the most hated look he had given someone gripping his purple hair balls in anger. Ah, why, just why? Mineta exclaimed in anger. Why him? A girl with brunette hair twirled hair. So is that Uraraka girl really your girlfriend? Izuku blushed before quickly went to the defensive. And no, we're not, we're just friends. So, you're single? One of the girls asked, batting her eyelashes. The girls leaned in, striking poses that accentuated their curves, making Izuku increasingly uncomfortable. He gulped, his voice barely above a whisper. Help. Just then, Setsuna appeared beside him, a sly grin spreading across her face. Please, ladies, I'd prefer it if you kept your distance from my boyfriend. The group gasped in surprise. BB boyfriend, they exclaimed in unison. The fangirls' faces paled. Izuku's face turned beet red. BB, he stuttered, but Setsuna cut him off with a wink. Go along with it, she whispered, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yeah, Mop Top and I preferred to keep it low-key, Setsuna continued, flashing a confident grin. And I consider myself quite territorial, so please refrain from groping his sexy muscles. The fangirls looked frustrated, but Setsuna's next words made them blush. Unless you want to watch Izuku and me get cozy, please leave. With that, Setsuna leaned in, her face inches from Izuku's, her lips almost touching his. She paused, her eyes locked on the girl's, making it seem like she was about to kiss him. Izuku's heart raced as he played along, his face burning with embarrassment. The fangirls' eyes widened, and they quickly scattered, murmuring among themselves. Momo, Jiro, Ochako, Abara, and the other girls watched with bated breath, their anxiety palpable. They knew Setsuna and Izuku weren't really dating, but it was still unnerving to see Setsuna almost kiss him. The fangirls dispersed, muttering insults under their breath. Skank, whore, Diaru. Setsuna remained unfazed, sticking out her tongue in response. Izuku, still flustered and blushing, turned to Setsuna with gratitude. Thanks for saving me, Setsuna. Setsuna's face flushed slightly. No problem, Mop Top. I figured saying I was your girlfriend would scare them off. Izuku leaned against the wall, clutching his chest and struggling to catch his breath. And no, it's fine. At this rate, I'm pretty sure the female gender is going to kill me. He looked at Setsuna with relief. Thanks for covering for me. Sorry you had to say you were my girlfriend. Setsuna parted her green hair, her voice barely above a whisper. I wouldn't mind being your, She trailed off, muttering incoherently. Izuku's curiosity piqued. Sorry, what was that? Setsuna's composure suddenly shattered. She became flustered, waving her arms frantically. Don't worry about it. Let's change into casual clothes, Tenya suggested. Midoriya, you and I will be sharing a room. Izuku, still feeling flustered, nodded. Why yeah, sure. As they headed to their rooms, Izuku sighed. Do you think it's too late for me to become an underground hero? I don't think I can handle being famous. Kaminari chuckled. Oh yeah, pretty much. That track's been thrown out the window. You'll be drowned in fangirls, and with your experience with Ashido and Setsuna, your personal space will be invaded 24/7. The girls sent Kaminari a glare before turning to Izuku, who slumped in defeat. Momo patted his back reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll leave you alone for a while. Izuku looked at Todoroki, curious. You're pretty popular with girls. How do you keep them at bay? Shoto cupped his chin thoughtfully. Well, I usually get annoyed, especially when they only want to talk about that bastard. Quote. Tenya nodded. You mean your father? Shoto's expression turned cold. That's what I said. Anyway, when I tell them to leave me alone, they're usually persistent. It never seems to work. Izuku's face fell. So, you've got no advice for me? Shoto shrugged. Sorry, best I can say is try to avoid them. Izuku sighed. Ah, man. Shiro spoke up, grinning. You could ask Mineta. Girls stay away from him like the plague. Mineta's face contorted in dismay. As the group continued talking, the surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, discussing Midoriya and Todoroki. Hey, that's Endeavor's son, someone said, pointing at Todoroki. You know what Midoriya said during the sports festival? He's going to be the next symbol of peace, another person chimed in. The crowd murmured in awe. And he snuck into Seijuku Gakuen Academy, standing up to those villains. That's a true hero in the making. Midoriya's on everyone's lips, a bystander noted. He's currently the top student among the first years. Bakugo, hands tucked into his pockets, stopped and listened intently, his expression darkening. Some say the big three are the best in the country, but you can't deny that Midoriya's something special, a voice said. Especially with rumors of All Might's decline in hero work. It's reassuring to see a hero like Midoriya chasing the symbol of peace. Another person added, undoubtedly the top student at UA. That sports festival performance proved it, he's the top dog. Bakugo's eyes turned bloodshot, his face reddening. His lips curled into a snarl, veins bulging like razor-sharp wires on his forehead and neck. His fists clenched, knuckles whitening. His breathing quickened, nostrils flaring. His eyes narrowed, focusing on a point ahead, as if visualizing Midoriya. His jaw clenched, muscles twitching. A low, menacing growl rumbled in his throat. ... Ochako and Tsuyu swiped their key cards and entered their room, eyes widening in unison. Whoa, Ochako breathed, her gaze sweeping the luxurious space. The creamy white walls were adorned with intricate gold accents, and a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall caught her attention. 2 plush beds beckoned, and Ochako couldn't resist. She jumped onto one, sinking into its softness. This bed is amazing. Next, she darted to the bathroom, eyes sparkling. We have our own towels and toiletries. Ochako's excitement was contagious, and she squealed at the mini fridge stocked with beverages. And there's a jacuzzi. Dibs on the jacuzzi. Tsuyu chuckled, amused by Ochako's enthusiasm. Ribbit, you're really excited, huh, Ochako? Ochako blushed, laughing. Why yeah, sorry. Tsuyu smiled, waving it off. It's fine. As Ochako began to change, removing her shoes first, Tsuyu sat on the bed, her expression turning serious. Hey, Ochako, do you think Izuku's mad at me? Tsuyu asked, concern etched on her face. Ochako's expression softened, and she sat beside Tsuyu. What makes you think that? Tsuyu's voice trembled. I thought if I said I wouldn't forgive him, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself. A faint glimmer of tears appeared in her eyes. Ochako wrapped a comforting arm around Tsuyu. Deku knows you didn't mean it. He's probably just waiting for the right moment to talk to you. He really cares about you. Tsuyu's face brightened, a small smile forming. Ochako grinned mischievously. Now, want to soak in the jacuzzi before dinner? Tsuyu croaked happily, and Ochako laughed. At Blazing Stakes, Class 1A and 1B gathered around the tables, their eyes widening in awe as the savory aroma of barbecue wafted through the air. The swift service delivered an impressive spread of dishes, leaving the students speechless. No way. Juzo trailed off, his gaze roaming over the array of mouthwatering options. Izuku's stomach growled as he eyed the tender, slow-roasted Wagyu beef brisket, sliced into thin strips and glistening with a sweet, sticky glaze. This looks incredible. Donovan, the resort staff, smiled warmly. Enjoy, Class 1A and 1B. You fine heroes have earned it. Izuku, seated between Yui and Itsuka, clasped his hands in prayer, holding his chopsticks at the ready. With a collective enthusiasm, the class mirrored his action, diving into the feast. This is insane, Shiro exclaimed, savoring a bite of juicy, flame-grilled ribeye. The flavors are amazing. Hiroshima stuffed his mouth with tender strips of beef, his eyes shining. Oh man, it's so damn good. I can barely get enough of this. Kaminari devoured chicken strips, the crispy exterior giving way to tender, juicy meat. My stomach is in heaven. Awase, from Class 1B, nodded in agreement. The quality of the meat is top-notch. This yakiniku-style beef is melting in my mouth. Kaibara, seated across from Izuku, sampled the grilled shrimp. Wow, the seafood is incredibly fresh. This resort knows its cuisine. Sato, beside Awase, raved about the sides. These roasted vegetables are perfectly seasoned. And the wasabi mayo is a game changer. As they enjoyed their meal, the students chatted, laughed, and shared stories, their exhaustion forgotten in the face of culinary bliss. Itsuka savored a few grilled shrimps, closing her eyes in delight. So good. Izuku, his mouth filled with tender beef, turned to her with a blissful smile. I know, right, my mouth is so happy. Yui, seated beside him, nodded in agreement, her mouth busy chewing. She nudged Izuku with her elbow, and he turned to her, confused. Yui picked up a piece of pork with her chopsticks and offered it to him. Ah, she said. Izuku's face flushed as he took the pork into his mouth, his lips grazing Yui's fingers. The brief touch sent a spark through him. The overpowering flavor of the pork distracted him, but Izuku's cheeks still burned. This is amazing. Yui nodded, gesturing to the shrimp in his chopsticks. Izuku's blush deepened as he fed her. Yui's heart skipped a beat at the intimate gesture. Izuku, your meat is delicious, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku's blush intensified. Why, you realize how that sounds, right? Yui smiled. Yes. Izuku chuckled nervously. You're as bad as Setsuna and Mina. Yui nodded, her eyes sparkling. Now, are you going to stuff me with your meat or what? Izuku's face ignited, but he obligingly fed her, grateful that the others were engrossed in conversation and didn't notice Yui's teasing. After a minute, Izuku turned to Itsuka, who was happily enjoying her meal, oblivious to the subtle exchange between Izuku and Yui. As Izuku recalled their shared moments, his face grew redder than ever before. His heart racing at incredible speeds, he hesitantly offered Itsuka a strip of meat. Izuku stuttered, his eyes locked on hers. Itsuka turned to him, confusion etched on her face, tilting her head. Then, comprehension dawned, and her cheeks exploded into a deep blush. Nervously, she took the bite, her eyes never leaving Izuku's. Gee, thanks, she stammered, her face aflame. Izuku's blush matched hers. No problem, he replied, equally flustered. The tension dissipated as Itsuka picked up some shrimp. Here, this is really good, she said, offering him a piece. As they shared the food, the awkwardness gave way to comfortable camaraderie. Izuku, Yui, and Itsuka enjoyed each other's company, lost in the joy of the moment. Meanwhile, Aizawa watched the scene with an exasperated smile, his arms folded. Midnight assisted present Mike in drinking beer, eliciting a chuckle from Aizawa. Elsewhere, Nejire enthusiastically chatted with Mina and Setsuna, while Imajiki engaged in conversation with Tetsu and Kirishima. Mirio animatedly discussed something with Ojiro, Shiro, and Todoroki. But Bakugo Katsuki seethed, his anger palpable as he sat beside Kirishima. His scorching glare targeted Izuku, fueling his inner turmoil. All might. That's why we were so harsh on you and young Midoriya, he recalled, clenching his fist. You both have the potential to become top pros. Bakugo's resentment simmered, boiling over with every mention of Izuku's name. Hey, I recognize that freckled, messy hair. Dekiru 10, he took down the hero killer. Someone exclaimed. Bakugo's thoughts turned venomous. While I've been wasting time with those useless extras, he's stealing the spotlight. Banned from training, I have more potential than any of these people. Did they not see that? Past Momo. Momo's words echoed in his mind, his hubris and need to prove himself cost us the exercise. Bakugo's indignation grew, and everyone's backing the nerd. They're all like that Levin bastard, constantly sticking up for him. He then remembered Tsuyu's words. Tsuyu's calm, measured voice cut through his thoughts. It wouldn't make sense for all of us to follow Bakugo's lead when the majority agreed to follow Midoriya and Yaoyorozu's lead. Bakugo's anger flared. How dare they? Why is everything so different? Everyone looks at me like I'm the villain. Is it because they don't like how I treat the nerd? His inner turmoil deepened. Bakugo's isolation grew more pronounced. Ochako stood her ground, her voice firm despite Bakugo's intimidating glare. But Dekiru didn't do anything to warrant being hit. He just wanted to work with you. Bakugo's face twisted in rage, his mind seething. He's fine. Why is everyone making a big deal out of this? I hit him, and suddenly everyone's on edge. What the fuck? They act all bitchy after I hit the fucking nerd. Memories of Kyoka's accusations resurfaced, fueling his fury. How dare that bitch? Now that fucking extra thinks they can stand up to me. Challenge me. Who the fuck do they think they are? His gaze shifted to Izuku, laughing with Itsuka and Yui. Bakugo's anger simmered, watching Izuku feed Yui beef strips, his smile radiant. Look at him, smiling and happy, like he hasn't been making my life a living hell since he entered UA. Izuku's joyful expression intensified Bakugo's ire. Veins bulged on his forehead, his breathing grew shallow, and his face reddened. As Izuku flashed Ochako a smile, Bakugo's rage reached its boiling point. Ochako returned the smile, and Izuku poured himself a bowl, oblivious to the storm brewing. A passing stranger's comment ignited the fuse. Hey, it's Dekiru 10. Now that's an upcoming top hero. Bakugo slammed his hands on the table, standing up abruptly. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him, his anger palpable. His eyes blazed with a murderous glare, bloodshot and intense. You, he growled, his voice low and menacing. Me, outside, now. Bakugo stormed out of the room, his anger radiating like a palpable force. Kirishima watched with concern, sensing his friend's turmoil. Outside, Bakugo's voice was low and menacing. Hey, nerd. Izuku turned, his expression uninterested. I heard you. I'm pretty sure everyone did. And I just don't care. Bakugo's glare intensified, his eyes narrowing. What? Hyoka stood up, livid, but Izuku stopped her with a gentle hand gesture. I'm not going to bother with you, just soothe your inferiority complex, Bakugo, Izuku said, his voice firm but controlled. The mention of his inferiority complex only made it worse. We're not friends, and I won't be your punching bag so you can feel better. Izuku said he wasn't an idiot, he knew why Bakugo wanted to step outside so they could fight it out. If you have a problem, talk to Kirishima or Shiro. Heck, for all I care, talk to Kaminari, I honestly don't care. Izuku said. Bakugo's face twisted in rage. Step outside, or else, he growled, his fists clenched as he heard the familiar crackle of explosions. No, the air was thick with tension as Bakugo's anger escalated. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding. Why can't you just listen? Bakugo snarled, his voice rising. The room behind them fell silent, everyone sensing the confrontation. Eyes darted between Bakugo and Izuku, unease settling in. Momo's brow furrowed, worried. Ochako's hands trembled, anxious. Tsuyu's eyes narrowed, alert. Kirishima stood, about to intervene, but Bakugo's sudden movement stopped him. With a fierce slam, Bakugo shut the door behind him, the sound echoing through the room. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.